feeling as good as you can. Lately I'm painting my path on my way, yeah. I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space, yeah. Making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane, yeah. I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us start first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match, When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best, We be the best, yeah, we be the best, yeah, we be the best, we be the best, hey, yeah, we be the best, hey, we be the best, yo, you wanna come a test, you want to see we the best, hey, you don't see that we're the best kids, so I suggest you never really come and test it, but otherwise I will smack your face, like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket, oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it, you never really thought that this could just happen, but now I'm really come on and we pull out with the action, cause people defeat, those they don't get it like. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same.
And just like that, they're going to be able to swarm this A site. But Yeji has something to say about that with 2 Spicy's health being extremely low. Yeji just coming in huge, getting 3 and 4. Make that 4 kills to never connect.
Next is gonna
That's a
collateral. Next is gonna take down 2. Gonna take down a 3rd. Eccentric's gonna take down 1. Next is going absolutely massive 4-piece.
Beautiful.
Eccentric. Oh! They went triple kill! Quad! Oh my goodness! Hunter's Fury getting a quad kill.
Where they are, but we have Jet who's got the moon boots on, sending it, taking next out with a swift right click. Can he get one more? Yes, he can. Going onwards with another one. Either way.
Able, maybe find one. No, he's gonna sneak up. He finds the other. He gets the double from it. There's one more alive, and he gets that double kill. Holy moly, Doc, that was beautiful.
And now leaving it all up to 2 attackers to hold this off. And one clap from Tryhard. Can he connect one more? Oh, so close. Oh! What was that? Endless.
Try hard.
What would you all do without me?
And welcome yet again back, everybody, to another GLG Pit of Valor. Right here on Goodness Give Me Lounges. I am Ravishing Ravis, the most ravishing man on the internet. And I'm joined here yet again by my side, my main man, Vincent. How you doing, baby? You good?
Hey, man, I'm doing absolutely fantastic today. And I mean, what better time to get into yet another Pit of Valor? I'm super excited to be opening the stream with you today, Ravishing.
As am I, friend, buddy, amigo, and compadre. But you know what? Today's stream is special. It holds close to my heart because we've got a lot going on. You know what? So let's just get right down to the nitty-gritty as we get our matches set up here, Vince. So first, starting off the bat here, this is the most amount of people we've had in our Pit of Valor yet. We got 73 teams. I can't even count that high.
I mean, I struggle to count that high, and I have been told that something along the lines of like 70% of the players are returning. So they've previously played in Pit of Valor, man. It's just amazing for the Pit of Valor to be popping off like it's been doing. And well, listen, I don't think the Pit of Valor would be popping off if it weren't for our amazing sponsor for this Pit of Valor, which is Nascent United, who have added an extra bit of money into that pot. Normally, it's just about $50 ready to go for the winners, but tonight it's $100 dues on the line, and they are the reason that we were able to do that. So raising the stakes just a little bit and giving everybody a little bit of a better experience. And well, if you were unaware, maybe you could get entered into a giveaway. All you got to do is type !giveaway in the chat and you can get involved with that. So make sure you be typing those digits in there and get right to it because got some neat giveaways going on there. But yeah, big thanks to Nascent United for you know the extra cash on the prize pool, and it just kind of spices everything up a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it makes everything try twice as hard, like you mentioned, Vincent. Because you know, more money, more moolah, more things you can do with it. Because you know, with $50 before, I would have said, man, you that's like it's a lot of money. You could probably bought like 2 bottles of water. Now with hundreds, you can buy 4 bottles of water. So make sure you stay hydrated, homies, while you're playing, your Pit of Valor games, which we know all of y'all would absolutely smash in today. But the one main thing,
what kind of bottles of water are you buying? You buy like $10 bottles of water? Like what's going on,
bro? I get my water straight from the source, bro. I make sure to condense it from the air and just. Okay. No filtration for me, sir. It's everything, and the moisture gets absorbed inside. What I got going on, bro.
I see. Okay.
Exactly. It tastes like tropical punch, but from the heavens. I believe there's actually a word for it in the linguist language. It's called libation. Means drink of the gods. That truly is water.
Well, hey, listen. If you got the awesome water, Well, we got some awesome commentary to bring you as well. We also have an awesome match, and well, we just got done talking about them, but who else but Nascent United coming up against another prior sponsor, Hyperspace Dark, who were one of our Valiant qualifier sponsors, which is awesome as well. And just so you guys know, not where we're going to be starting just yet, nor those sides, but we don't just know yet. They're still getting that done. We do know 2 teams, and that means it should be very, very exciting, Ravishing. Because I mean, listen. Other exciting news, though, that I have to mention before we talk about these 2 teams. Are you a big fan of skins, Ravishing? Do you know about those?
I mean, I like my own skin, but I also enjoy the Valorant skins that we have. Are you perhaps talking about our Valorant skin bracket?
I absolutely am talking about our Valorant skin bracket. If you somehow not heard about it, what are you doing with your life? You better get your butt onto Twitter and be following GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter, because that's a great follow, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted if you haven't been there. But if somehow you're not, you can type !skins in the chat. We have been trying to figure out what is the best skin bundle, and you can see kind of how that has gone down. Right now, we're on those semifinals, and we've got the Glitch Pop versus the Reaver, and then Elder Flame versus Prime. Honestly, it's a hard ask, especially the Elder Flame versus Prime. I feel like that's an even more difficult one. I feel like people would go one way or the other on the Glitch Pop or the Reaver.
I'm gonna put out a controversial opinion. I do not enjoy Elder Flame in the slightest. I'm surprised they got beat up by the Oni. I think Oni is a much better skin line. Elder Flame for me looks low-key gross because they're kind of moving. I don't like it. It creeps me out. On the other end, though, the way I'm looking at it, the Glitch Pop, I knew they were popular. I did not think that they would be this popular, because my bet was on Singularity. I thought Singularity would have carried us all the way home.
It was good.
I know, but Glitch Pop has been a fan favorite for quite some time. But being Glitch Pop versus Reaver, Elder Flame versus Vandal, out of these 4, I'm thinking it's probably gonna be Prime versus Glitch Pop, and Glitch Pop likely wins. That'd be my bet. But it's up to y'all to find out. You can decide this for us. Create our fates with a click of your button. Decide and follow at GLG Gaming Lounges. Pick your pick. Become on top. Be great. Help us.
Yeah, and !skins in the chat is how you can get some quick, fast, and easy links to that information. So don't miss out. Put in your vote now to let us know what the very best Valorant skin bundle is. And, well, maybe you're like Ravishing and you're like, well, maybe that's already gone for me. Or you just absolutely despise the moving of the Elder Flame. I could get what you're talking about. It is a little creepy, but also it's super cool looking. So I can see both directions. That's all I can say. Nonetheless, we are still waiting on things to get set with regard to maps and size and all of that kind of stuff. But I do want to mention, we got some heavy hitters in this Pit of Valor, Ravishing. I know some names that you should recognize and probably will. First of all, Titan Esports. Back, famous, at least in my mind, because I slept on them so very hard in that one Val-Am where I was hosting, and that one Val-Am qualifier where they somehow were incredible and kept winning all the time. They've had a couple of Pit of Valor victories under their belt as well, so definitely something to keep in mind, as well as we talked about Hyperspace Dark already, but Wave Runners, Gogi, Kinship, I mean, also players we haven't seen before, and Penguin Sledding. They're probably my pick to kind of just roll through this bracket, but it's exciting. There's a lot going on today, folks, and you need to definitely stick around and watch absolutely all of it.
I think Penguin Sledding is definitely one of the teams to generally watch out for. They've been a really fun and interesting team to watch to see when the tier 2 scene. It's like they kind of border in between like really good, but like they don't enter in a lot of things. But on their end, they're like, but I've heard so much about the why aren't they in more things. So it really just go back and forth. I'm excited to possibly get to watch them tonight. If of course they make it all the way through the back. But remember, dear friends, we're also the only ones, of course, showing these streams. We also got a beat stream going on with 2 other fantastic casters, producers too. So make sure you go check them out as well. Derek and Eric coming at you live. So it's a lot of fun. Those guys are great too. So like if you ever go on break, or if you ever get tired of seeing our handsome faces, see them too. Go on, type in exclamation mark streams or go on GLG too.
Absolutely do. I mean, and especially, I mean, listen, we're gonna have some downtime here. Definitely head over there. Don't forget. And yeah, it should be a good time. We have a lot of those fun teams, and you're right. Penguin sledding, they don't typically enter a ton of things, so it's cool that we get to see them here. And I have heard that we do have confirmation, Ravishing Bind, the map that we're going to be going to, and we do see that Hyperspace Dark are starting on the attack, Nascent United on the defense. Does that kind of give you some ideas about what we might be seeing in this matchup?
I think already to consider we've seen Hyperspace Dark over time and time again, right? But they've had some back and forth performances. On the other end, Nascent United, I haven't seen very much. So I'm excited to see what they bring out. I always see this one main point is that the pace of the round, especially on something like Bind, can genuinely be decided with how you play your first two pistols in the first half and the second half. Pistol rounds, I find, is really where teams are able to unleash their creativity, their strats, and show me what they've got in terms of gusto and moxie, right? Do they make the bold plays and go and rush 5 mid on defense, or do they play a lot farther back and perhaps stack one site and go for a retake on another, right? This is where I think it gets really fun. Or they play it standard and perhaps win our gunfights. That's what I look out for here, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Those pistol rounds can certainly set the tone, set the precedent for the rest of the game. And also in that midpoint, they can turn the tide as well. They're absolutely important. And I think for me, on the broader scale of things, I think that this is an opportunity for our amazing sponsors, Nascent United, to kind of get onto the map against the team Hyperspace Dark. It is very, very decent. I mean, they are. I would personally put them like kind of mid-table within that like tier 2, tier 3 area. They're definitely able to get some huge wins, but they're also typically going to be beaten by like the Penguin sledding of the world. So for that reason, like I think this is a great team for Nascent to go up against because it can really define where they're at a team which is fairly unknown to this point. This is our first viewing of them, and I think that is number one, a little bit of pressure, but also in a good way. It can really put the fire behind you to just absolutely go for it, and that's what I think Nascent are going to be doing here. And like I said, I think an exciting matchup because this will give me an immediate idea of where this team is at, because Hyperspace Dark are a very consistent team, even if they're not at the very top of that tier 2, tier 3 tree.
You mentioned a really important thing there as well, Vincent, right? The unknown factor, which teams like Nascent United presents, not Hyperspace Dark. We've seen time and time again, like you mentioned, just being at the cusp of being tier 2, 3 scene. But now with Nascent United, there's not a ton of odds you could possibly go back on, do your homework on who you're up against, but especially considering how big of a bracket that we have today in GLG. It could have gone really either way for which teams you're going to face. It could have been one of the fantastic other tier 2 teams. It could be many of the returners, or it could be a complete unknown question mark that we have. Because, like we said before, 70% of the people that we have today are returning. Now, of course, we don't necessarily get to broadcast every single team, but the teams we have seen have always impressed us, and it's always been a genuinely fun time to see. So we have more and more games going into it, which I believe I'm getting word from our vendor, from our wonderful producer, that we are going to go in soon as well. Lobbies as all ready to go. Now, Vincent, in just 10 words, now I'm going to count them 10.
10.
What do you think is the most important for a thing or a team to do on Bind to impress you personally?
All right. Make sure to get aggressive on your defensive side. That's it.
Beautiful. I couldn't have asked for a better wrap-up. But yeah, exactly as Vincent said, right? Don't play super far back unless you're playing for those retakes, which already requires those for coordination. I'll tell you what's up. In 5 words, I can say what I want.
Let's go.
Don't play Killjoy on Bind. Don't do it. It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
like I understand you may be comfortable on the champ. I understand that she's a fantastic Asian and she offers a lot. Not on Bind. Don't do it. It's just not worth it. Where are you going to put your lockdown? Nowhere. That's where I thought. As we're about ready and heading into game, as I combine the 2 words together.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. You're probably definitely right, though, about not usually wanting to see a Killjoy come out in this map. This Cypher is so very powerful, especially, with those late round cameras, man. Oh, they're absolutely amazing. And you're right, the lockdown typically not ideal. What we are seeing, though, is no Killjoy. Scrub going to be picking up on that and going for the Cypher. Big ol' Nick, typically a Cypher player as well, so I'm going to expect the lock, even though they're just hovering on that, but a very meta-like composition. We're seeing a mirror, in fact, on both sides. No real surprises here, is there, Ravishing?
Not many at all, sir. It's standard competition across the board. Though this is stuff that we see that we've been seeing, right? The Phoenix, the Rays, the Omen. It's identical compositions between these two teams. So it's all going to come down to a matter of execution, as they both offer very same utilities and a lot of the same prowesses. One thing I will say is that I would have liked to see like a Breach maybe on Bind. I think Breach is another fantastic addition to any team's compositions, in my opinion, because one fun tech I like to say is with Breach on the attack when you're going down on B, if you go right outside of where you enter into the alcove where you belong, you can actually stand at the back and you can fault line all the way from where you start off on B to the end of elbow on B side. So you can immediately clear a hookah, because everybody in there makes a really good, really solid entry without any fear at all, which I personally love as we head into round number 1.
Yeah, Breach is certainly an underutilized agent here, and we're going to be seeing what they can do against Hyperspace Dark at the moment. Hyperspace Dark coming out victorious in that opening duel over towards the shower position, but with that, Nascent United fall back and look for a little bit more. Try hard on the other side of things, looking for information over towards B, but nothing's really there to find at the moment. There's still 2 players ready and waiting here at this site.
I believe he spotted one of them on B side. So decides wisely to back off. Good call by him. Wouldn't want to take a 2v1 either, especially considering you're first on the Classic. All right, so not much of a gun utility that you can really follow. But considering how Nascent United lost 1 off the bat, they raised being, so they still have a lot of utility in their favor. And the Lucky still at least have 1 Figure Flash on them too, but immediately had really pushed the paranoia, gets spotted up by the dart as well. So they know exactly where he is. He doesn't have a hope in heck, and at least good one trade back and forth, but Spike will go down on site with him.
Yeah, and that's big from Fuego to find anything there, honestly, through that dart cover. Now it's all about the defense of this site for Hyperspace Dark. They've got 4 players alive, 1 tagged down as well on the Nascent United side, and there's 3 left alive. Blue Bear looking ready and waiting. Throws that curveball in, gets some information. The cam gets taken out, and now finds 1, takes some shots, but misses them. Big old Nick with 2, and Casual Scrub tries to get in on the action, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. So Hyperspace Dark, they step up big and take the first round.
And right from the beginning, right, Hyperspace Dark, you saw they had the control of the round where they pushed it aggressively with the showers, got the initial opening pick, and passed it as well, backing off, holding really strong angles on side as well, not allowing any of Nascent United to get any good control. That even though they went in, it only resulted in just super shallow control. There was some good darts and good utils as well put on by Hyperspace. Sorry, by Nascent United, I mean. But at the end of the day, there's better trades by Hyperspace, and plus the maintaining U-Haul control was the biggest part of it, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. U-Haul control is absolutely a necessity, right? Whenever you take A, you have to hang on to that, and if you give it up or you get pushed out, it makes the hold so much more difficult. With U-Haul control, you can have that crossfire right over at between short and U-Haul, and that makes trying to defuse that spike also much harder. You really have to hold those positions, or if you don't, you are going to get punished 9 times out of 10. So great job, like you were saying, for Hyperspace Dark to get out and take some of that key positioning early on. So I think that we probably have a pretty good game here. And I'm looking forward to what we have more, as I think we're just getting on pause here in one moment.
Yes, sir. It was just a swallow attack pause from one side of the team. As like you mentioned, Vincent, everybody's good and ready, set to go as the round has started. Looks like another solid. It looks like another A push from Hyperspace Dark as they 5-stack into showers. But look at this. Most of Nascent United are on B side. They'll cost for rotation. But they come all the way around. But Broski doesn't spot anybody. He puts out the Roombas though. Yet again, this doesn't get any information at all from it as they make the one to side. They get half side control. Spike goes down, Vincent.
Yeah, and great job getting this control. A couple of players swinging out a little bit early there, but those are going to be taken out fairly easily by Hyperspace Dark. Still sitting in that U-Halt position is the Rays, so be on the lookout there, but it looks as if Lotus might have a general idea. In fact, does just that. Takes some shots, but Henry with the double swing is able to allow for Lotus to fall. 3v2, but still pretty low chance of getting away victorious here, as yeah, this spike is fully ticked away, and Henry's just looking for something to go on the road with and doesn't even find anything there. So Hyperspace Dark, a second round on the board. Of course, that is the eco round coming through from Nascent United, so that was to be expected.
And I like the play as well from Hyperspace too, that they just leave one on site with Lotus there. It would have been nicer if he had a gun that could possibly just, aim a bit more long range. But with that, at least he's able to get a lot of information and finds out exactly where Nascent United is hiding, what the U-Haul and Lawwood from spawn. So they're able to read that push very effectively, especially considering it's right in front of the spike. And so with Hyperspace Dark being right outside in showers, they're immediately able to push in and go for a round close. Now be 2-0. Let's see how Nascent United responds as they're holding pretty evenly across both sides.
Yeah, they sure are, and on top of that, they're kind of taking control in a lot of positions. If we look over towards the push through showers, that's going to happen here as well in just a moment, and Big Ol' Nick wins that out. On the other side of things, it's actually the defense, Nascent United. We just saw that on screen as they win out that duel. So a 1-for-1 trade ultimately, but it is on two different areas of the map, and we see the rotations coming in from Nascent United in return. They don't want to be caught out over at A, but nobody's really there. That spray from Tryhard a little bit wide, unfortunately. It leaves us still in this 4v4.
Doesn't allow them to get any control on site, and although they're able to move through hookah, they were able to clear the person all the way back in spawn either, but to use the firewall at least. Now Low is using that, getting onto site. Camera should be able to spot him. He really gets out, but Scrub not able to switch in time, and now with the Phantom in hand, looking to establish a claim and his name to fame on B site.
30 seconds
but
left.
Honestly, able to push out though. The Phoenix is behind him, slowly creepy moving up. He heard those footsteps, but goes for a bold play, ulting right on sight and catches Fuego though. But as almost runs out, catches his third. On the other end, the Blue Bear is there, catches spawn point, we're able to take him out. Barely didn't get that. It's 10 seconds left, and Spike will now be planted.
Yeah, and remember how Nascent were so worried about getting caught out. It doesn't even matter. It's Blue Bear, the final player, gets taken out there through the teleporter. Well done from Hyperspace Dark in round number 3. They honestly kind of outplayed Nascent with regard to those rotations. They entirely tricked them into fully rotating players over. That's kind of the scary part when you have a player get aggressive over in showers and then loses a gunfight. You have had no information, none whatsoever, to try and retake that A area, and that's what Nascent had to be careful of.
No. Right now, the spike dropped outside of A, though, as Hyperspace Darks go look for a different sort of push, though. Not looking to push all through showers, but grenade at the back. He immediately catches Boski. He was already tagged up right at the beginning for pushing through. So, yet again, Hyperspace Dark with a solid opening pick. Looking yet again around the A site, so he can possibly catch one more. But Henry and Scrub has set up a little bit of crossfire for short. Lois has both his flashes along with the firewall, so it could easily flash out the Omen, like to push it on site. But everybody from the upper space are moving on to B, Vincent. So a bit of a split push, but right now just playing for picks.
Yeah, I definitely think that this slow, methodical move from Hyperspace Dark has been a positive. They've got a lot of info. They got the opening pick, and now a second as well as Lotus gets forward position. No need for those curveballs, apparently. Just take the gunfights, and Fuego looking for more. Oh, Lotus just barely able to pick that up as Fuego, but quickly gets dispatched by Zundaga. So we are looking at a fairly simple 4v2, especially considering that Nascent, they're on the eco.
You mentioned, so not a ton of firepower for them either, but if they do manage to just get as many guns as out of the hands of Hyperspace Dark, that'll be considered a win. And Bluebear trying to do exactly that, though, making it 2v3. So nothing out of this round as of yet. But Spike is taken down. Zendaga only has a shock dart. And we're able to get an info. We'll really get info with the dart either. But at the end, Captain Strong holding it down, but try hard with the refrag. We'll close the round.
Well done. You know, a little bit of damage there for Nascent, but this is starting to look a little bit dire for them. I have to be honest, 4-0, it's not the end of the world, but the way these rounds have gone down has certainly been fairly dominant. And, well, I need to see something a little bit different. We do see an operator getting pulled out. Remember, no Jet here for either side, but this time it's on Henry, the Omen player. It has been picked up. We have seen by an Omen every once in a while. Typically, it's going to be the Raze if you don't have a Jet. So something maybe a little bit different. Maybe had the extra cash. Either way, gets a forward position. Information gained by that camera is going to give all of that info over to the opposing Cypher and let them know that they should not be peeking into the waiting operator. As some information comes back and forth over towards B long. Not just Shuri pulled out by Sunga, but nothing really found off the back of it. But the frag is good, at least for the bullets.
I thought Bluebear almost got out of that too, but immediately that interference was simply just only a bait to make him stay, make him feel safe. But Scrap at the back, takes a shot to the face, only 60 health. That has a fancy to his hand as well, so could possibly get one pick out of this, but Lion firing through the smoke. But unfortunately, get you nowhere. Then I just flog it, and the fake left at the back of sight, with Omen coming at the back to support him. 3v5 between these two teams, though. Puts out the dark and will immediately get shot out, so at least he knows the elbow is not safe for him. He's looking back and forth. He knows is at least two holding down on sight and one in hookah. And so United made the safe call. I look at this side, the save and just try to go for exit frags. But finally, Fuego with some control spray will get one out of it. Oh wait, boss, he hits a second as well. Okay, they make it 3v3. That's worth.
Satchel out.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get out with these guns. And unfortunate that two of them fall. This is actually pretty horrendous, I think, overall. Does save the operator, so there is that, but yeah, money is not ideal. I love the call of saving there. I think it was the right decision by Nascent, but unfortunately, Hyperspace Dark, they got far too aggressive and were able to pick up the majority of those weapons and not allow them to save. If you look at that cash money on the other side, Nascent United, they're in the struggle bus at the moment. They don't have really enough cash to warrant an investment, so it is just going to be kind of that hero operator play that we have seen time and time again. Can Henry be the difference maker here? I mean, I don't know. It's been hard right now. I'd say probably not, but he's always able to pick up big frags. That being said, I mean, Hyperspace Dark, they're picking up big frags literally everywhere on the map. That's 3 already. The Showstopper invested. Fuego looking for more. Nice little headshot there with the Sheriff. Maybe picking up a second. Does indeed, but gets taken out on the retreat. That does leave Henry left in the 1-on-3 operator in hand.
There he goes out with a knife in hand, like you mentioned, and unfortunately, that'll be all she wrote for them as Hyperspace Dark have taken a commanding lead. It's attack at half, 6-0 for them. Spike goes down to so they'll get a little bit more money in their pocket nonetheless. But Nascent United, unfortunately, look at them. At this point, basically, they got 4 odds to their name, especially with the running back, along with the neural theft and the showstopper. If those aren't used to even stuff out a push and possibly respond to an aggressive take by Hyperspace Dark, I would be shocked by them at this point. Just really gets control back, so wants you to use it a bit more aggressively. As Bluebear looks in position, up in showers, there were 2 there. But the back still not used, but flash used on the other end. Big flash on 3, but because the entire firing squad, 2 will go down from Nascent.
That's just horrible there for Nascent. They had the right play, they even had the right flash, but it wasn't more. And the showstopper as well! Shut down by Zunga. See you later. No thank you. 2 players left alive for Nascent United, and this is just starting to look like a smacking. Hyperspace Dark back on the site. 5 players, and there goes the spike.
Spike plans like he was 2v5. And from all Nascent decided looking at where they're presented around, Darlo unfortunately catch no information at all. I guess they're right in spawn, they definitely heard that TP, but they're all down by B. They don't want to get caught by this, they don't want to fight this. But Tryhard is looking for them. He could possibly find something. He sees the cage go up, so at least knows the nearby.
There.
Push back and forth for the cameras and possible tripwires. Alright, Face go in. It gets caught up by the dart. They see Nightmare is such a tough spot, bro. That's getting pincer from both sides. They peek in Fuego. No! Oh, that's the ace.
And a flawless victory. Beautiful. Well done there. As we take a look at this little replay, I mean, again, you put yourself in a good position here. Honestly, I love what Nascent are trying. I think they're playing this intelligently. The problem is that you just swing into 3 players and they're absolutely demolishing you and they just don't stop holding the spray button. Yeah, really rough there for Nascent United. And I mean, I think we kind of preempted this a little bit in our pre-game talk, Ravishing, but this is a tough ask for any new team, and especially a tough ask in the opening round to pick up Hyperspace Dark. One of the, I would say, favorites to be like at least in the quarterfinals, semifinals sort of conversation.
I would agree with you, because like without the look, I found first matches can always like really set the pace and tone, but really does always depend, who you match up with the bracket. Considering how many teams are, like I said before, Winston, right? It could be a tight 12-12 overtime, or it could be, unfortunately, a very one-sided map, which is looking to be so far. Fortunate for Nascent United. But really, as they enter onto the site, Casual Scrap catches them by. That's a huge pick for them. As the middle of theft, they find that every single one of them is on site, and they commit to it. Two-Bitter comes at the back for the possible flank. As running back as well, too, you will use the second flash to get in. Paranoia back too. Flash was being paranoia, and the Paranoia wins! Nonetheless. So Omen v Phoenix, already we know Shadow versus Light will win out at the back for the Einboski Hundar, and the Hookah gets a nice pick at the back, puts out the grenade, able to recover with the judge, going for some close range fights. And a Thrifty with the grenade, he gets him with the grave! Einboski, bro, acting like he's drunk, right?
He actually just pulled out the Junkrat play. You're right. Skimoski is absolutely ridiculous with that. Oh, that's crazy. And that does get around on the board for Nascent United in a bit of an odd fashion. But hey, you take the wins where you can. Absolutely. Nice, and Nascent now 1-7 the score line. They do use some of those ultimates, get some value out of them as well. As now we do look over to the rebuy from the attackers. Hyperspace Dark looking ready to go. Basically all their players grouped up towards B. Couple of flashes there in that long area. This is one of the key positions in this map. You have to fight over long. And right now we're seeing both these teams just fight over this position constantly. Big old Nick coming out victorious, and Zunga comes back for more, leaving one player. That's Fuego left on the site, who nearly gets taken out through the dark cover, but fortunately able to survive for just a little longer. But 3v5 once again. Is this save time, Ravishing?
Yeah, they see United though, they do have guns in hand, but like you mentioned, it's the man advantage is always the toughest part, considering they've been caught out one too many times right at the beginning, and the Hyperspace Striker is so aggressive with it. But that's a good dart though, at least catch out one, but Henry pushes it without the help of his Sova at the back. Fuego is pushing out to the smoke. They never expect you to the smoke. One after another, able to get the ult off of it too. He's trying to clear out B long, and suddenly Nascent United may have turned it around and uses all 3 dusts, but Fuego with a triple kill. At the end, is delaying long enough, but considering Sova pushed out, will assert his dominance onto the spike and will save that up. Hyperspace Dark, it was definitely a good look.
Man, Fuego had a hero play there. If that Hunter's Fury had connected, man, it would have looked like an absolute genius. But as it stands, unfortunately, unable to connect the shots. Those arrows go wide. And to be fair, was shooting them into the void, was unsure of where that last player was. Kind of had to take the chance because of the spike being ticked down so very far. But Fuego, by the way, leading the scoreboard for the Nascent United side, and in fact is tying the scoreboard for the entire server with Lotus. So a great play coming through from Fuego, just not quite enough to bring Nascent United over the edge.
But I was hyperspace dark, pulling back the exact same push they've done before, right? All 4-man through showers. The running back used to catch all the information, pushes out and immediately catches out. He saw him first too, but couldn't win out on the gunfight. My hyperspace is the better. Fuego with the big flank all the way at the back. We're gonna flank Mario Fuego himself up against the fight that he up against here, Vincent. But pushing back and forth trade will at least put a little more even. Private space dark as Bluebird just barely survives against the grenade. But the fireball gave away a position, so Sharper used the back shot into showers and takes out his card apart now, making a 2v2. But with the Bucky in hand, nonetheless, so Iron Boski wanted the exact same play he did before, faking up, but he's not faking this time. He's holding it, he's saving it, but it gets it to half. So at least in a better position. Refrag at the point. Next shot, take him out. Zaduga with the save play, calls him on the bluffs.
Man, that shock dart, man, I didn't know if it would do enough damage. It looked awful close, to be completely blunt about it. I'm not sure if I would have trusted that shock dart, but yeah, great job there from Zunga to pick up the frag where necessary. And it is 9-1. I mean, this is just hyperspace dark, kind of showing NACET United, how, who's here to play. This hyperspace dark is here to play. They have a lot of experience that we were talking about before, and they're showing it off at the moment. Right now, they're just struggling to really be in these rounds. Even in a round like that last one, where very much they had a foothold, it kind of just seemed as if hyperspace dark simply were defining the pace, regardless of the timings, regardless of where we thought NACET could be in there.
Look at this already, Vincent. Like hyperspace dark do this time and time again. If NACET United on the save, they'll catch the Cypher at the back. The side is completely, utterly theirs as they get down one of NACET United after another. A save in hand, frenzies and pistol will do nothing, and a flawless private space dark is to go up 10-1, looking to take an almost perfect half.
I mean, speaking of perfect, I feel like that's the third or fourth flawless victory round we've seen as well. So yeah, so many things just firing on all cylinders here for hyperspace dark. We see the guns taken out once more. Final round of the half, like you were talking about. This is all really down to the wire. Can NACET pick up yet another round on their defense, or is it going to be the 11-1 score line? Looks as if we're looking for more aggression over here in these key areas of the map. Showers that first of the positions. Big ol' Nick looking for information. That camera going to be taken out before he can find much of anything. Nice little utility usage there by the Sova in order to spot out two players over towards long. But they're not really going to be caring a whole lot as the rotations come through, and Hookah is entirely taken by the hyperspace dark side of things. Information is gained by both of these players sitting in the elbow, but I mean, how do you defend this now as rotations come in?
Oh, Big Ol' Nick again doing his job, looking at the back to simply pay for picks, and now with him know exactly where they are. Almost everything that NACET United wants what they want to do is being given away with three, just barely able to hold on the site. One rotating over the showstopper, use all the way to the back. Shot dart will tag him, but the showstopper will barely get him. It's with the grave. He'll be happy that he got that. And Fuego able to get another one. Fuego has definitely been one of the standout players from NACET United, having some extremely clutch plays and single-handedly, almost honestly, being responsible for the one run that NACET United has gotten on this half here, Vincent.
Absolutely true, and you do like to see it. They are still in this round, 2-3 player-wise. NACET down. Nave going to be able to get that planted, as now the two players are retaking. They did hear the teleporter, so they're going to know, at least have a general idea where both these players are coming from. And look, it's almost as if we swapped, positionings. There's all three of the attackers in the defender spawn, and all of the defenders coming in from the attacker spawn. It's a bit of an odd thing to find. Fuego swings and finds the first. A little bit of a mistake there from Nave. Can't be swinging like that one, can you, mate? As the dark cover comes out, Fuego looking for more. Has now that one, and that takes it 3. Henry gets in on the action with the hot hands. It's just too far gone. I don't think that spike's going to get defused, and I think this should be hyperspace dark picking it up.
Yeah, you were correct in the assumption, Vincent, because By the end of it, right, the Molly saving them for the last couple of seconds, taking out Fuego as well, which is so genuinely unfortunate because you saw that's been like 4 times now, I think, that we've seen like after death kills, which is phenomenal. By the way, because I think that means that these teams are playing so aggressive. They're not stopping for absolutely anything, even look around for any sort of util, though, which makes it so much more fun. Now, Hyperspace Dark, if they get this next pistol, they're honestly set to take this round home. So NASA United need to do whatever they can to make sure they get this in as an advantage to possibly make their comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, I mean, that was your thing to look out for, Ravishing, was pistol rounds. And I mean, I mentioned off the back of that it can turn the tide. This is going to need to be a tide turner. Lotus using the curveball, getting aggressive, ends up falling back in a double kill coming through, but it's Tryhard who gets the frags, and Zungo with more, as he's got a third. So, well done. That being said, Zgibowski does find 1 frag back. It is still a player disadvantage, though. Hyperspace Dark still looking quite strong, but 2 players left here for Nascent United, and they've pretty much got their pick of where they would like to head with this fight.
Spike's still in control of them, but consider the tripwire is already there down an ace short. So if they possibly manage to, as you say, trip it, they'll be a little bit more trouble, and they do exactly that. They're not looking out for the camera catches them as well. Use the satchel to get it a little bit more leeway as he ended on to Hookah. Doesn't catch anybody on the first corner because Cypher's on the other side as he peeks in, gets a nice little pop, and just doing this is cheese right clicks, man. This is so annoying whenever I go up against it. Now with Boski, with 20 health left, has the grenade. He can delay the defuse for just a little bit longer. Would I like for him to save that until he at least heard the click? But at the back, gets the flick, but cannot get the second click either. Hyperspace Dark, 12-1. Will have the econ advantage going into the next round. And Yesa United, they have to pull out the miracles of miracles to possibly stay alive.
It will, I mean, listen, it would be pretty much the biggest miracle that I've seen in this game, I want to say. A 12-1 to tied score comeback, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I've seen the 11-1 comeback, that's happened, but this is a big ask, and especially considering that they aren't going to have ideal weaponry. That being said, I mean, it is, you know, the second round, so Hyperspace Dark don't have great weapons either. It's going to be pretty much a, you know, SMG pistol-ish round.
Oh!
Lotus, another great bit of aggression, takes down the opposing Rays, and Nascent are down a player early days in this one.
But considering they're holding 2 down, Hookah set the crossfire there. They completely give up belong, though they don't hear them coming in onto site at all. So at least now with this Hyperspace Dark, get a little bit of shuttle control. I don't see them, but they might catch them out of the rotations. You see them all the way down to belong, and Lotus with a 3K set up to take the ace. That spike down as well, right down by belong, with them having all that control. But look at them, they just ring around with Hyperspace with Vincent, and it's coming out the side, but they don't have the spike, Vincent. They pretty much start to play for kills. But both are still a hand. The Blueberry could possibly catch out one, takes it. Shovel looks at the back. He doesn't want to see himself die. So both penises have 3-3. Which one gets the ace to stay alive, and which one dies and has to go home? Lois or Blue Hair? Who's it gonna be?
One of the two, maybe. We'll take a look. Information gained with that. Oh, there goes Blueberry. He doesn't quite get the ace, but the quad is there and does well. Clawing back Nascent United from the depths of defeat, from the doldrums of despair, as they have brought it to a 2-12 score line. They survive for at least one more round. As now, when you look at the money, it is not ideal. And actually, Hyperspace Dark, I would have, you know, been understanding if they would have just tried to, you know, force back in here, right? But they're actually electing to respect Nascent here and just fully save.
Of course, because, I mean, that being so, because they know right now they have such a lead on Nascent, right? They have such a dominant just control of this entire game so far. So losing it one more round wouldn't do them much harm, but Uber coming out of the side, taking out through short, has to heal up, takes a lot of damage right to the face. But, at least now, Nascent United is punishing a complete overreaction for Hyperspace Dark with just the superior weaponry that they have. Hyperspace, they knew they're going to be a tough call for themselves with only a couple of pistols and sheriffs. But AC United have the gun advantage at least. And the man advantage. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, and against pistols. There's a lot to love from Nascent here. That being said, it's still been a struggle regardless of the weaponry all game. So don't count Hyperspace Dark out just yet. It's like all 4 players grouping up here at Showers. And the good news is that really there's no one here at A. Not a single. I mean, yes, technically we do see the camera of big old Nick, but that's, farther back, and they're going to have to retake from there. Curveballs come out in both directions and get some information, as well as the Rays getting a forward position with those blast packs. And there's still 3 players left. One of those playing around this dark cover. Oh, what great timing. Dave somehow finds that frag. The timing just not on the side of Skiboski there. Now 3-on-3. Still going to be a difficult one to find, especially as Zunga goes down. Blue Bear now has it all, but big old Nick finds a big old frag. More yet to find. Henry Paranoia comes out. The defuse was coming in. Unfortunately, Casual Scrub was able to deny that. That could have been very dicey if that spray was a little bit more labored.
AC United call them out on their bluff and don't want to get Ninja Fuse on them this time, but at least they managed to save the rando. But you saw Hyperspace Dark makes expensive, but still at this point, so it will be pretty much like across the board, like back and forth buys for AC United. So most of them will have rifles, but Spectres and full shields, because now they cannot afford to save in a single round unless they feel as though that marshals and full shields what exactly what they need, or possibly even a chef, right? Because they had nothing but head. A full rifles on Hyperspace Dark side. And look, defend onto the A side. Everyone from AC United is here, using the wall to defend onto A, and along with using the ultimate as well. The blast pack pushes back for a little bit longer as they're able to get half control of the site, though you can see both keep pushing up. Actually, they could be taking over the site here eventually. A is theirs.
It is indeed. Hard comes back in for more. He's got the triple. Beautiful stuff. And Nave comes in with more. Blueberry now does a great job of trying to claw that back on the run it back, but man, is that not enough? Hyperspace Dark win it out. 13-3, the final scoreline. Hyperspace Dark ahead of Nascent United. A one-sided showing, to say the least, but I saw some good things from Nascent as well. I think that they had some good ideas. Their execution of them just a little bit off in this game. Like, I liked their aggression. I liked that they were looking for opportunities to get forward positions. I liked that they were fighting over Long B. I liked that they were fighting over Showers. But unfortunately, if you don't win any of those gunfights, it doesn't matter that you're getting a forward position, does it?
Unfortunately not, my friend. If you can hold down a site, you can't be on the site as right now, because it turns from your side to their side very, very quickly. So passing over just the passing over the ownership is what Hyperspace Dark absolutely excels in, claiming their property on both A and B multiple times across the board. But we do want to yet again thank AC United for playing in today's tournament. Of course, for sponsoring it today as well. Fantastic show across the board. GGs, and good luck for next time.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to see it. And then beyond that, I do want to say huge shout out to Drink Control. We haven't mentioned them yet. Somehow we have not. I mean, if you haven't heard about this meal replacement, then I don't know how you have not, or where you've been. You haven't been watching enough GLG. That's for darn sure. But you can absolutely use code GLG10 for 10% off on that meal replacement. And I mean, listen, it's a great price. You get some extra cash off, and it tastes freaking sick as well. And on top of that, I think they got a new flavor going on. Ravishing, do you know what that is?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I love it. I believe it's Apple Smacks is the favorite, and now as I know, and I care even more, because I gotta say here, Vincent, GLG, I love it more than real food. It doesn't matter what the flavor would have been, I would have drank it anyways. I love GLG, and you should too. GLG 10 to check out. Sorry, I love GLG and I love Drink Control. I love Drink Control more than real food, as I mentioned, because I love casting and I love the absolutely fantastic product that is CTRL. So make sure to go on the website, get their products, fill yourself up, and be fantastic like our great players in this tournament today.
Absolutely. Make sure to check them out and use that code to check out. It helps us out and it helps you out. We love to see it. It's a win-win-win-win because you have Drink Control and they know that we sent you over there. It's awesome.
Yeah. And what's up?
But, yeah. Love to see it. That being said, we are going to go behind the scenes, take a minute to get the next matchup all set up. I will be leaving, unfortunately. The wonderful, the amazing Maxer Keglunik will be coming in to replace me. So don't worry, you'll have an amazing caster to join instead. And with that, thank you so much. We'll be back in just a few moments.
around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to some more Pit of Valor right here on GLG. I'm Ravish, joined as of right now by Mr. Liquidpedia himself, Sir Kegler Neck. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, Rav. Thank you for the intro. I really do appreciate that. But I'm also really excited to see how these two teams are going to play out here. We were talking in the pre-show. We don't really know a whole lot about these teams this week in the entire bracket, so it's going to be a bit of a surprise for everybody, and I love surprises so much. But one thing that's not going to be a surprise is Ascent.
It is a curse has befallen us at this point. I genuinely accept it. Like, I know what's going to happen. I don't even think about it anymore. As soon as I know that I'm about to cast with you, it's going to be Ascend. Every team forgets how to play every other map, so it's fine. But my brother, let's go ahead and run it back like we always do within this game, because we do got some two of the fantastic teams coming at us as quickly as possible. That is going to be AEC versus Grapefruit, a fruit I do not enjoy.
You know, it's funny. My dad will eat just about anything, but he is adamant about hating grapefruit. It's the only food he does not like. I think grapefruit's okay. I mean, I don't go and buy it every week, but if it's there, I'll eat it.
Look, man, I'm just saying this. Have you ever seen the episode of Drake and Josh? Have you seen Drake and Josh?
I have. I don't know if I've seen any grapefruit ones.
It's whatever. Anyways, there was a prisoner who loves grapefruit, and he said, and then he made sure to always have some sugar on him because grapefruits are sour. I just say they're just bad, bro. They taste like butt, and no one wants to eat butt on the fruit.
Right. Prison, sugar, right.
Exactly. Wholesome show for everyone. Joshua is honestly, which is what matters here, Max. But end of the day, here, like you mentioned, right? Considering all these teams are going, as I believe the teams are about ready too. So we're about all good to go to head on into Ascent, man. Oh, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Ascent's going to go. Now, one thing I did not ask production, I think we're all kind of wondering here too, is if we are going to be seeing this on the new patch today. I think the answer is going to be yes, and that brings a whole bunch of new questions about Yoru and Viper.
Yes,
all right, we got a question mark yes from production.
It's or may I say, yes is what he said.
So Rav, what does that mean though for the Viper and Yoru changes? Does that mean we might be able to see one or the other here, even if it's a map like Ascent?
I still think, look, I like the Viper changes a lot. I'm a big fan of the Viper being workshopped and using teams, but I find Viper yet again is a champ that you have to build a composition around her. As soon as we see that match, a Viper and Yoru is locked in. Bro, what are the lottery numbers tomorrow? Bro, quick, tell me. For double Viper, Yoru both, and Astra likely on both sides. All right, bro. Somebody's playing. Who's lying to me? What's happening?
This is already the most interesting game I've ever casted.
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun, Max.
I feel like we gotta tell the audience, for those who don't read patch notes, what exactly why we're seeing double Viper and Yoru actually come out in competitive play. Viper got buffed today, broken. Yoru got buffed today, still all right, but he's better.
Look, like with the Yoru changes, like sure, your TP lasts for a little bit longer and your flash is also a little bit longer, and like, you know, and just the overall range that you are to be found is lessened. But end of the day, I still think his kit is really exactly the same. if you are opted for a Yoru, he has to be pure lurker. But his sound, like when he TPs away or goes somewhere, it's so loud. It's heard from half a screen away. The point of a lurker and to go somewhere else is almost nonsensical, especially if you're playing split on a site. Like, if you have a spread of composition, you know exactly where he is. But with the Viper, though, Max, the Viper's where it's at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Viper's just insane. If you go close to any of her utility at all, you're instantly down 50 HP. And even after she dies, her utilities, if there's any Viper toxin left, will at minimum stay up for 2 more seconds. Which might not seem like a lot, but it's still a lot when you're in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, because look at this. Look, a round lasts for exactly 1 minute and 40 seconds. 2 seconds can mean the difference between a defusal and not, right? Pushing into a site or not, being able to plant or not. So it means a lot. As the minute you head off hot as Zebra gets the first pick.
What is going on here? Play by Joe, pushing up towards Cat. Going near the side, might be able to find one top box. No, gate crashes right as he saw the foot of the Sova. What do you know? That's going to allow so much extra time now for the rest of AEC to push on up, but they're going to be stalled up by the enemy Astra instead. Attempting to do so, though. Top of Heaven's side. Might be able to find 2. It's still a pistol round, though. You got to keep that in mind. You have to play consolidated together, but they're all falling at once. 2 left alive now for the attack. They try to push up in unison, but it doesn't matter. They're melting down. This guy was the last one alive, but not for long.
Okay, all right, so already let me just try to possibly break down what just happened there. GT, they read the push early, they get a lot of information on AEC, right? They see where they're pushing into, they know it's a full A stack. So, when Yoru comes to the back, they'll really go for a flank, but they push forward instead. These bad lads decide, you don't have to come to us, we'll get the fight to you, and a lot of the odds were perpetuated by the Astra smokes and concussion, and to slow them down, allowing for GT to all come together as 5, get in position, and take them out one after another.
Did we even see, I don't know if whether or not it's the defensive or the offensive, we only saw one Viper wall go down.
Yeah.
Oh, funny. And Company pushing up again. This is their pistol round, able to find the reversal trade. Still in unison, though.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how... Ooh, go on.
I was gonna say, but you saw just the power of the Viper there, Max, too, because how it really drops 80 and then the decay starts so quick. Playboy Joe, if somebody sneezes on him, but nobody sees him, he goes in through the smoke, they never expect you undercover, Max.
What the hell's going on?
This is absolutely wild as you see replay at the side. Because look at this, Playboy Joe, he's able to somehow make his way through trees with only 1 health, and a dream catches one out. They don't see him come out, and they're able to stop the defusal as well. Max, GT, if they wanted to make a statement, they already made it.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, though, these defenders aren't really using their Viper utility, it seems. There are some smokes that come on by, but the wall itself, they're saving that maybe for the attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I imagine, too, they're using more so just for setup and policy retakes on the other end, right? Because, like, on the attack already, we see already walls go up. They get a bit of control. The AEC Bunny has the ult on his hand. Want to start to use the dog as a scout early on, but LDS, when you get the side, doesn't get spun up by the dog, so it's gonna be big. Play straight for 1 pick, but it's actually go for an aggressive peek. His flash doesn't get flashed out though, but his flies really jet at the side and slows himself into a corner, Max.
Oh no, Nilly's gonna fall into a shock dart. It's gonna allow Lee Casey to push up a little bit more. Wall in place, able to find maybe one behind green. No, doesn't look in time. Thomas is able to find it instead. It's gonna allow many more to push up 1 by 1. No one's trading off bodies. 3 for Thomas. Holding on to the site.
Ooh,
2 left alive. 2 left alive, AEC. Trying to find their footing again. 1 top of Marketplace, the other one watching their flank. Oh, but Zebro has the perfect position. So does Foreplay. It's going to be back and forth here. Rav, if this Astra pushes up, it's going to be a horrible matchup there. But there you go. 4 for Thomas. This could be an ace.
30 seconds left.
I'm likely it's looking like they might be, but considering where Zebros is, catches 1, and there it is. He finishes it off as the Ox chomps down onto Yakuza. GT 3-0 by the end of it. And looking at it too, considering they're able to hold down the entire side at 1 point with just a stinger on his hand. Thomas TFT, Thomas team fight tactics, you could even say. Catches 1, gets the other side of Speedway, wants to Speedway, and immediately gets his teammate at the rest, right? Making it a 4K by the enemy, doesn't need to switch to the pistol. I mean, the classic, but by the end, winning up against Vandals nonetheless on such low health. Hero plays by him.
And keep in mind too, GT's defensive lineup is like the most defensive you can possibly get in this game. Sage Wall, Yoru, the only duelist being Yoru, but they're still playing a little offensive. Nilly tries to contest a little bit on the Viper. It's not able to confirm it though, but they play a dangerous game. They were gonna push up, but Playboy gets a triple right off screen. Okay. So what's gonna happen with Zebro now? Still being contested a little bit more. Joe's gonna fall. Trade City goes throughout. That's gonna be another one in the favor of GT.
So GT have decided, like we say before, round 1, 2, and 3, and not even in 4 going into 5 here, Max. Every single time they've took the fight to AEC. They have not let them have a moment of rest at all. They don't want them to breathe. They don't want them to set up. They want them to get the guns out and be ready to brah, 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 but bang, 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 but they lose the boom, boom, boom from GT.
Yes.
I believe I'm getting across my message, yes?
Yes, it did.
Yes. Yeah, you know,
it's gonna be in the Valor textbook.
I believe, as Phoenix said, you know, pop in, scrap, boom, and we're done.
Oh, but look at this Yoru. He's gonna be pinging out everybody to see exactly where he's going, and he might be able to go back into the actual. No, he's gonna gate crash his way out of the way. Okay, used his TP, got back safely. Trade City all throughout B main. Thomas though finds one inside tiles, has to push himself back. This might be the closest round we've seen yet for AEC side, but they're still down a body. Never mind. Now it's down another body, a 1v1. This Jet does have the health advantage. Thomas going for the drone. Could be a great time to go for B.
Doesn't. It's going to be able to clear out mid, so at least he knows exactly where he is, and likely will not until the spike is planted to be able to cause bluff. Here's the doors going down as he goes through market max. But I like this position a lot from AEC for where they're planting, because at least the Carbon Speedway all the way to the side. But the Dark will find exactly where he is. He has both smokes on him, so could possibly go for the dash and find it out. But there it is. That's like a TFT not looking at two sides.
I mean, Rav, if you're Thomas, there's not a lot of positions you can really push there. You already told yourself where you were, getting marketplace open. All you have to do is push forwards. All you can do.
I got enough time to go into that.
Exactly. I believe it is said in the Valor textbooks, in 1v1s, all we must do is simply W key. Nothing else, Max.
I mean, when you're up against a Jet who's like, you know, the agent for W keying, it's a really hard fight. And you're also like multiplied by health so much if you did that Jet too. Because Thomas was super lit. Wall goes up though, tries to contest it. No, Playbook's not gonna go for it. He's gonna set up his utility though. Tries to contest it again. I want to face a Yoru on top of a wall, but off screen we do see Thomas finding the smoker of the team to go down. They have to rely on flashes now.
Good opening pick yet again, but immediately traded back by AEC. We've seen YCB though be very aggressive with these picks so far because he's on the attack. Last time was left alive all the way till the end, but this time all the way with the round for AEC. Now just leaves one by the end of it to be the Sky Flash out, caught him mid, but when's he get traded in Zebro?
Oh, Thomas might be able to secure the last one. Goes for the spray. No, not in time. Sky now, a 1v2. It's an interesting situation, right? Not even going to go for the spike. They're going to almost completely forego it. But no one's going to be pushing up on GT's side either. They're all waiting on Cat. Or they're all waiting in Tree for them to push up themselves. This could be a great time to go B.
But as right now, the AC Bunny sees the spike right by himself, like you mentioned. No one's going to hold in front of it. But they decided to give it up, and Posse called them under the bluff, and they just give up the spike, so B control will be theirs. But look at this here, Max. The Yoru Gate Crash is still just as expires. It allows AC Money to go in under the floating gun. That's presented.
What's going on there? Hello?
I believe that was glitched because the wall with the first light on it.
Oh yeah.
Door goes down. Spike should be planted. Got scouted out by Bunny at least, but two coming from GT.
I love this pinch coming through now. Oh, it was a pinch. Now it's going to be Market and CT. It's going to give time for Thomas to push up. Making no qualms about it. Bunny holding a great angle on right side stairs. Could be able to find the pre-fire. Doesn't in time. Finds one. Almost two, but the trade goes through.
Really well done by Playboy Joe, at least. The refrag for his teammate. They know GT was in a tough spot. And considering, like you mentioned, Sky had a really good angle on exactly where they're coming. They don't spot them out initially. Doesn't pre-fire it either. But it goes for nothing but head at the end. So, nicely well done. GT able to bring the round back. 5-1, maintaining their lead. evanescently, I want to say.
I never thought I'd say it, Rev, but we actually see a good Yoru.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is. I don't think I've ever seen a Yoru at any level of play get beyond 5 kills in a game.
And this is the power the buffs is given out. I think being able to increase just how much the flash can do, and having a great crash last a little bit longer, just gives you that security. Big security probably push out the smoke, immediately dissipates it. So you can make a really aggressive push onto the site. Will meditate to get the concuss at least. Doesn't put anybody in. Use the smoke to push out one against the second, dice to the third.
Holy foreplay! Really showing off the moves there with that double kill to begin with, but Viper Pit now inside B main. It's gonna make it very tricky to push here, and with the Viper buffs, probably not worth pursuing.
Yeah, like you mentioned, because as soon as they enter onto the site, it'll be 50 at the second, and then by the time they even make it into the site, there'll be 1 health though. But Sky, I mean, one of the posse contestants is right outside of the smoke. Look, the posse catched out one, the outline red, and immediate flip by Zia, bro. We'll make sure that we get absolutely nothing on site. Spike is still in control of AC though, Max.
That's right. We're gonna have to see some rotates now. Pursuing a little bit of mid, the poking and prodding, but for the most part, we see a whole bunch of different grapefruits all over the map. They have so much control, and it's gonna make it very hard for AEC to push anywhere. Though that's not gonna stop Samsock and the Viper trying to pursue their way in the tree. Maybe try to go behind Thomas. The door closes down. They have only one avenue, and that's gonna be glass. They have no other choice. One's gonna be on top of heaven, though. Can Joe find it? He finds what? Makes it 2! A double to secure things.
Oh my gosh, set up my window against the one after the other. That's what you call a gate crash, Max, or a window crash to be precise. So really shutting down the dreams of AEC. 6-1 in this half, so already we're set up for a very familiar game that we saw before. Already a very dominant showing from GT on the defensive side, but a sense of defensive side of Max. So maybe we might see a flip.
I feel like this whole matchup we're seeing is really experimental, right? Because not often do we see Viper on Ascent, let alone Yoru and Astra on both sides. I think this is just like, I don't want to say it's almost like a scrim, but this is a really fun little experiment for everyone to see. Oh, speaking of experimenting, we see a huge rush. We haven't seen this from AEC before. The last time we did was on pistol round. Thomas, though, having to relegate his position. Plant goes down, 1:20 left. Bar goes down to 45. Toxins are low. Gives more time for these attackers to push their way back. But for the defenders, they can push their way up a little bit more.
Yeah, still 5v5 without forfeit. Looking to go ahead, use the wall at least to get more control on the side as they make the way in. Because previously you saw here, Max, AC made the wrong call to go on to B, but one after another gets him with the poison at the last second, hiding under hell. Our side is theirs. As when they push him with the wall one after another, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yakuza!
Okay, to go for the aggressive push doesn't matter. Yakuza getting 3 by the end of it, but the fuse comes through.
I just don't know what's going on.
So, here. I believe this is what I try to step in and possibly try to explain and give some context.
By all means.
Astro wall good. Sound go down low. Bop bop boom boom. Yakuza 3 expect fuse.
Hold on, I didn't write down the last part. What'd you say?
I believe it said bop bop. So that's a BAP. Gotcha. Yeah, and the Yakuza 3K. Also good game as well.
Well, look at the double smoke, or at least an attempted double smoke. It's gonna be the suck for another one there. Mid control has been really good for AEC side. Vanilli having that really aggressive wall too. It's gonna make things hard to go for B. They might have to go for a mid push, and that's what Joe's gonna bait out here. Spike on the other side, gets the headshot, finds one, put himself back. He doesn't want to get exposed. And look at that. Spike goes down, gives ample time for Nilly to possibly push out through their own slow, times it perfectly. This could be a huge double kill opportunity. Let's go back to that stage real quick. Could be, finds one, maybe makes it 2. Oh, this Jet's in trouble though. Comes in from the other side, maybe another one, beautiful, and there we go. The collapse and smash comes down from against AEC. And Grapefruit, there's only one to worry about left, and it's gonna be the saving Astra.
Yeah, Astra at this point, she does have the wall, so could make a really big play, but with those spiking those sight lines, and her being dead doesn't help out either. So you see now with that, but Grapefruit consistently and unequivocally have been able to get their key members of ASC right at the beginning, leaving them kind of straggling across the board. Though you see, every single time they push us so extremely aggressively on the defense, right? It's completely stuffing an ASC on the attack. And at the beginning of that round too, it was no different at all here, Max. ASC just caught with the pants down, unfortunately, and the use of Utah, especially for the Astra along with the Viper, is paying off with dividends. Well, likely to do the same.
I'm wondering if Grapefruit can keep it up though when they go to the attack. We're gonna find out in a few rounds. But look at Samsock with this Sova drone. Gonna miss one side of the smoke, able to find the other Sova. The imposter's been caught. But this Yoru going for the aggressive flash, sees 3, gate crashes away. Want to make sure they keep their life a little bit more. But look at this, they're gonna try to go for a B main push again. Nilly's right on the other side. Wall in place, goes for the immediate flash, gonna find and connect 2. Able to find 1, Nilly goes down, almost another one, but they're gonna hide back anyways.
Go flash by him, but that means all of his Hawks are gone at this point, though. But they definitely heard that Altor, which could have been big. I believe that also gave this guy the ultimate as well. To possibly find out exactly where they're hiding. But for the 4-5 right now situation for GT, this is the best look so far for AEC. They managed to maintain their man advantage, and Bonnie coming at the back of that too, punishing the wall play, and this Sage being so extremely aggressive. But we've seen GT be down before. They managed to pull it back here, Max, as AEC look around A.
Oh, this Jet's playing a dangerous game. Zebro setting up inside tree. Might be able to find the Jet if they push up through all the utility, but there's an imposter on the other side too. Viper pick goes up. Could be a great time to plant. Oh, this is going to be dangerous for the defenders to push. This could be a chance for AC to get a second round. Zebro's able to find 1. They have to push up. Not able to find the pit wielder just yet. Water world still underway. Poison goes down. Oh, but if this Viper goes down, the whole round is over. They have to go slowly. Able to find 1. No immediate refrags. Kasian's looking so good right now. But what about Joe? He has to go in below. Doesn't matter. Hell, the demon's there. Pushing through. Doesn't matter though. Great pit.
Yeah, they fall in one after another like dominoes, Max. Like you mentioned, that Viper's pit doing so much work for them to really lock down the site, which is where I find a lot of Utah comes into play more. So, because as soon as he sees it locked on the site, you saw the GT try to go for 1-for-1s, right? And it doesn't work out well with what GT was doing before, especially in such situations. They're picking together as a team. This is where it works out a lot better to make sure even if one dies, you can get the second. And maybe if they don't beat the Viper, might be a different story. But AC right now at least would get a second round for themselves.
I feel like AC has struggled with the trades a lot before they get onto the site. Oh, speaking of which, where's the trade? It's not going to be there. Joe's able to find 1, gets away with the gate crash, and oh, suddenly Yoru's looking a lot more better.
But 4 players, I don't know. Cut down by his counterpart, Yakuza, so that gives him at least a bit more side control at this point, or at least control of entry, but they divide out the site.
Ooh, that's a weird wall.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it only really cuts off all the way to the side of heaven and right by trees as well. So maybe if they push it on the side, they won't be able to hear. But Playboy Joe is watching down to heaven, so the wall doesn't matter. They're divided, but Yakuza's torn up about why he possibly did that.
But there's a roam coming by, surrounded whether they know it or not. This Jet has to worry about 1, finding the Sova, but the Yoru pushes up, caught off guard. Doesn't matter, they still find a triple comes down. But now Sky's in a tough spot. Right up top of Heaven's gonna be the last 2 alive as well. Sky Flash goes down. They know approximately where she is. No spike in hand though. She has to play a recovery mission. Going up.
30 seconds
It
left.
seems like it might all be over. They're just waiting for those audio cues.
They know where they are too. Both Yoru and the Viper. Sorry, just watching the spike exactly, which is honestly just the smartest play in this position. See where they are. Catches the shoulder of the Viper, fakes the footsteps, but they have 10 seconds. They could hide at this point, and it would not better, but they decide to hunt instead, and they're looking for Buddy. He actually gets a spike. He gets away with it. They don't kill him.
Nope, there's too late. Round's over. Play by Joe. So good with this Yoru. Holy. And again, he's the only duelist on their team. In fact, this is the lowest duelist game I think we've seen on GLG.
Every single time we've seen like all across the board, teams at least gotta have their tool to make sure they actually got the site and create space for the teammates. But now, with the final right left to go with 9-2 on the half, looking to make it 10-2. GT putting up a statement defensive round for themselves. If they manage to get this here, once I find it gets double digits here, Max, it gets tougher and tougher to possibly bring it back.
In the words of Elton John, it's a sad, sad situation. But it might not be over just yet. Play by Joe, able to find so much info right outside of B main, but doesn't go for it. He's going to gate crash his way away, allow his teammates to go for it instead. Trade City all throughout. The Sage goes down. It's only a 4v4. Where's the plant going to go? They're so fractured.
So right now we look with AC. They definitely look for mid control to possibly spot to take your choice to pick, but the Viper pick going down right outside of mid as well. So they're now just stuffed in on either side of the wall, so just cutting off all of AC. The resource not able to see anything at all. But Viper looking through it, drops the wall, moves outside. It gets one immediately on the YCK. So catches him out, but look at all of AC.
Oh no, the trade!
Ooh, but again, yeah, Viper pit down. The classy look to be.
Oh, but Thomas, right on top marketplace, might be able to find one. Gets the double across the board for two. One left alive. It's going to be the spike wielding Astra. Right on the other side. Doesn't matter. You don't go across a Sova and his Odin.
Boom, rush out right there at the end. 14 bullets and an Odin is all he really needs. If that was me, I would have needed the entire clip, Max.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sova and Odin, right? Like, that is a duelist within itself, just on Ascent.
Exactly. Peanut butter and jelly. Me and staying home. All things that go really well together, Max. GLG and drink control. Thank you for that, Vermilion. That's pretty beautiful. So, but by the way, Max, drink control. You can actually go on and get a discount, I believe, on drink control. I think.
What?
Yeah,
you can.
Yeah, you can. If you use a special code of the GLG10 on checkout, you can get all that for back for you and more. Wow.
Hold on, you can cast for me. I'm gonna go buy some.
I mean, you know what? That's a great idea, man. I would too as well, Max, because your drink control is so absolutely delicious. I would rather drink it the entire day, but. You know, these teams want to be casted, so we'll give them and do our due diligence. But while Boost used up, I know he has able to get word at the beginning here, Max. Kills are happening. Come back.
I got my drink control. Okay, I'm here. I got my drink control. Oh, but look at this on top of the window. It's not completely stuck inside of hell. It doesn't matter. The bow house turns into hell itself. Sova versus Sova. Sabro trying to push up, doesn't matter. AEC are able to plow bodies away at 3v3. Spike underway inside of B. It's coming up to these attackers, though. They have to play a very defensive game. Trying to twirl around. Jet pushes up. Stars in the way. This could be a great opportunity to be used. Doesn't matter, though. Green's able to find another one instead. This Yoro staying alive, so full of health, is going to be such a boon on their side. And they have to push up through the blindingness of itself. Yakuza right around the corner. Almost finds the play. Can't quite do it in time. It's going to be down to the single sky. Bunny in hand with a ghost. The Astro Ghost, no less, too. But there you go. Peekaboo, baby. There's still two more to deal with. But Whack-A-Mole comes in both ways.
He hopped across the site, Bunny. It was a good play, but unfortunately, no rabbits on the end. As he asks to Sova, what's up, Doc?
I just ate some carrots today.
Nice. I did too.
Nice. I love carrots.
Same, but they're absolutely delicious, nutritious, and good for you.
Yeah,
and good for eyesight.
Oh, yeah. What I like to do is I like to put them in a pan and like saute them.
You know what? I do that with some broccoli, a little bit of garlic, and asparagus. Absolutely delicious.
Ooh, I can't afford any of that.
But you know who else can afford right now is AEC, because they have to go on save as well, Max.
Double Viper Wall too. This is the first time we've seen it. Doesn't matter. Meltdown and way. Well left alive on that initial skirmish. It's gonna be Yakuza trying to back off there, but still a 1v4. That's not. Oh, it's the decay. Did you see that? It just went straight down to 50. That is so wild to see. So that still catches me off guard. What is off guard though is gonna be Playboy Joe. He knows two up top heaven. It's a matter of whether or not that wall goes down. It'll say that's gonna be the final time for that Viper. One more alive. Oh, it's down to the single Sova, but for not for long. Flawless for GT.
Playboy Joe on this Yoru has been absolutely smashed the entire time. 22-5 to his name. That is absolutely disgusting. At this point, in just 14 rounds, he almost double the amount of kills, though, and has the ultimate for himself, too. So I imagine he immediately scopes out exactly where AC is holding and get crashed all the way back out of sight to see they might want to push it. They're looking around right now, but we'll see if that changes. Sky is there along with the Astra trees.
I'm wondering if we're gonna keep seeing more Yorus tonight then because of Grapefruit. What? It looks like it's gonna be a rush to end things. AEC are able to find the opening pick there. It's gonna be a good start, but blinding through, trying to find pre-fires. Thomas isn't able to find much luck, but right on the other side's able to get the flick in time. Okay.
Down A.
Oh, but a Jet double kill comes by. This is good. Look at the pressure now. There's so little of it left. 2 left alive for GT side.
Playboy Joe could possibly do this fake on the footsteps, but now they know he's probably likely right outside it. He's the flash just now able to get him, but the flick at the side that actually flashed trees, but it did not matter. That's a really big play from Playboy Joe. Use the decoy as well. Wants to go with the flash it onto side, doesn't get anybody, but still a very close 1v1. Though waiting for Nilias to possibly peek with him and a wall it off to possibly just control the spike again in a 2v1 max. They have 44 seconds, but Nilias gets caught up, gets rooted back in. This Astra's holding her hostage.
Oh no, this is not good for Nilly. Trying to inch their way to that spike. Astra's on the other side of that wall. They tried to go for the gravity well. The round could have already ended, but what about this Sova? Able to go down, could be the immediate trade, but no, Astra's biding her time. Watching the wrong angle, Nilly has no idea about the left. Right on the other side of this wall, gets caught off guard. It looks like AEC stay in the game.
I was holding my breath and clenching my legs for that one, Max, because the door closed, but she did not wait for it to close, and as she comes across, Astra takes her down. I genuinely thought that she would have likely rotated out and just slow walked all the way down to B. That could have maybe been a bit of a different, more interesting hold. But considering she only had one Astra, or she only had one slower to her name out of this, so it's like a little bit of tougher hold. And now look at this, YCK as well has a knives on his end, so that could be really big. But the res on Nilias's side could have possibly saved the round for GT if any unexpected picks were to happen.
I do like the revive. This gives so much more flexibility for Grapefruit. Speaking of flexibility, though, each one showing off their legs a little bit more. Double smoke goes by. The opening pick's going to take down the smoking AEC, though. That's going to be huge. No more Astra in play. You have to rely on, again, those flashes that we haven't really seen a whole lot of.
But at least if they get one right at the beginning here, Maxi pushing out the side to Samson.
It's a meltdown!
He catches the gate crash immediately. Oh, Playboy being dead. He's trying to do his best. GT impression, get a triple K on the site. But for a place already made it 2v2. Spike still not planted. Just guy left. And that'll be all she wrote. Is Zebra close at the round with 3K. Grapefruit. Bad fruit. Good team.
Beautiful way of showing us how a Grapefruit technique is done. Well, I guess hopefully we get to see more of that going forwards in GLG tonight, because holy, not only did we see Astra, but we saw Yoru and we saw Viper all at once. It's so much for our little brains to take in. It's like seeing 3 brand new agents.
Exactly. You see which is why these buffs come so into play. And honestly, I do want to give some credit over the player as well, right? You saw the way that GT were able to handle the Yoru as well, using it to their advantage. Honestly, between using the flashes, the footsteps are okay, but the gate crashes were a lot of them used to really early on to aggressively push in out of, let's say, mid or wherever you saw the Yoru push in, get an initial pick, and then he got out of dodge immediately. So I like the extension of timing, but like a lot of that was just good gunplay, Max.
Absolutely, a lot of it was good gunplay, especially from Playboy Joe. Whew. Absolutely beautiful. Now imagine what they could do when they had 2 duelists on the board. We could have seen a 13-0.
I mean, maybe so, like you mentioned, just seeing how aggressive they were already. But I think the Viper became a massive part of the overall identity with the early walls and smokes, and considering some of the Viper pits that they also had as well. We used to completely locked on the site. The one they had in mid, I think, was probably the most fun one, where they were playing super far up and just completely cutting up ABC and all of their choices. So GG's yet again to both teams. The Grapefruit will be moving on to the bracket in our Pit of Valor today. AC, I like your moxie, and better luck to y'all next time.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys in a few minutes after our break.
Changes around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Well, we learned a lot of techniques from the last matchup when Grapefruit themselves destroyed AEC with a Yoru, an Astra, and a Viper. But this time around, things might be a little bit more interesting. But that is all conjecture. We'll have to wait and see how it all goes between Rebel and Depth Academy. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the amazing, or I guess you could say ravishing Ravish. And I just can't wait to see how this is going to go. What's up, Rav?
How you doing, man? I love that joke, bro. I've actually never heard that one before, Max. Thank you for being the first one to say that. I guess what I mean, but like you mentioned, I am also extremely excited to go and get into the game as well. It's like, although I'm happy that we get different teams, but thank you. You know what? Not enough people really point that out to me. But like, although we get different teams, but we'll get like the exact same map yet again as usual. So this is
but I mean, at this point, anything's on the table. Yoru and Viper got buffed today. Bucky's got nerfed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like relearning Valorant.
I know, and we just saw just how much a Yoru and Viper can actually just make an impact to the game. And today, while playing ranked, which I lost 4 ranked games in a row today,
I feel that.
I am down horrendous, sir. It is a tough time. I've noticed the Bucky. I felt those Bucky changes. I am what you call as a big Bucky
boy.
It does not become my favorite anymore. So we'll see if perhaps these teams can regain my honor, that being Rebel versus Depth Academy. I'm excited to see Depth Academy the most of all. I've heard a lot about Depth as the org, so we'll see what the teams bring out today.
And Magic has been one of the most up and coming Jet operators in I would say the amateur scene right now too. They've been doing a fantastic job. The synergy on both teams in the past have been magnificent, and going for pretty much what seems like almost an identical setup minus the Phoenix and the Rays, I think we're going to see a much closer matchup than we saw in the last one.
Yeah, also consider we have Killjoys on both sides as well. So this is like you said, a very standard composition that we're very seeing right here in NA Valorant. Yet again, no breach. So I guess you're kind of behind the times. But up until we actually face people from across the land and we're able to figure out how to make that happen, I will be convinced that NA Valorant is superior. But hey, man, Iceland is coming up, so we about to see the best teams from around the world duke it out, and we gonna see, if the NA Valorant stands on top, which it doesn't because they don't use breach.
Oh, that's gonna be wild to see Iceland. I have no idea what that's gonna be like.
Yeah, Max, aren't you gassing Iceland? I believe, aren't you going? What do you mean, man?
I wish. I really wish I could.
I'm right
who
there
knows?
with you,
Maybe
buddy.
VCT sometime, maybe. But who
Man,
knows?
We gonna see, as they say in Islam, inshallah, or if God wills. And I hope that for all of you, that I hope that all your dreams come true, your days are happy, and you have smiles for the rest of your days. Thank you.
Yes, I hope everybody's happy. But one of these teams is not going to come out happy when they lose this best of one.
You're right. Because best of one means ultimately that, Max, because one of them will be sad, one of them has to go home, and they will not smile anymore. But depth on the attack, they will opt to bring out a really strong showing right at the beginning if they are to keep a really big round lead, because you don't want to give Rebel the econ advantage, because like you mentioned, especially up against Magic, if he has an op in his hand, Death will be in trouble. But Magic holding a really cheeky angle with his shorty right down by trees as they're 2 on Cat, so good setup by the Boombot, might be able to catch them out.
Oh, Magic.
Can't
even find one.
Misses both shots as they make their way to trees out of sight, Max.
Beautiful work. Look at this Train City all throughout. It seems Rebel able only have 2 left alive for the defense. They're already in the post plan. They can't do much. They're able to find one. Try to avoid the shock darts, having to push back so much. Goes for the Sova drone while he stalls time to let Jaden push up. Little do you know, run around the corner finding Rush, but even then, there's still so much they have to worry about. Separated away completely. They can't find that trade potential, making audio cues exactly where they have to go. This might be the time to go for an early first round save. You're already surrounded by the enemy, pop flash in hand, able to stall out and find almost a raise. Beautiful shot, but a 2v2 turns into a 2v0 very quick.
Yeah, because at that point, because you saw the Sova down having a long way of Phoenix coming through trees, right? It was kind of a miscoordinated push for themselves, and he could actually break the door in time, so Sova got picked off, and then the Phoenix went in, tried to flash, got one, but Def already just had a solid hold on site. But Rebel though, definitely not out of it yet, because this is definitely one of the closest pistol rounds I've seen so far throughout the entire day here, Max. So if Rebel would possibly bring this round back, because they decided that they won't necessarily full buy, but they still get a Bucky in hand. Who's gonna tell them?
Oh, but those Buckies, they're a little nerfed now, and they're gonna push up and take advantage of that on depth side. No, but right around the corner, doesn't matter if you're so close away. Bucky's able to find one. Trade City galore yet again. Look at this Magic from the back. Shorty in hand, though. It's not gonna work. So only one left alive, and Summer has to make a whole marathon to get to the site.
Man, this man really wants the up. I watched it down on trees, but Magic bites Shorty both of these rounds, so I guess he really wants the up. I'd like to bring it out coming into the next round, though. So he has, I believe he has full econ for us. Should be okay. No, decides against it. Actually, no. Was able to save up and up because he got no kills, and with no round wins too, he's gonna be a sad Bucky boy.
Yeah. He's got to play with the rest of the team now. Having the op would be nice. We could still see it later on, but I don't think we're going to see it until Rebel at least gets one round.
Let's go.
No, unfortunately not, though. But now Rebel have to possibly bring this back. They have the good advantage on the other end of that. Let's go for a broken bye. But
no.
Oh,
I'm telling you, Sova with Odin's like another duelist on the board, using that intel, finding one. Summer, those by themselves on A. If Rush rushes in, turret in hand, able to find one, but though gets paranoid. That's terrible. They've led right to the bullets of Summer. That's two. There's still one more though. A may make that a triple, and that's a flawless for Rebel. Now he could see an off. Maybe.
Now we might be looking like you mentioned, yeah, but considering none of them died, so it would be unfortunate if you were to toss that away, but considering both holds on both sides go absolutely immaculately, two going down by midway and right at the beginning with a Sova Owen with the wall bag. I believe he heard the ult orb right from the start of the round, so to get the initial pick and then he's breezing through B, right, get to the one down, and now on the other end the triple from the Killjoy to just shut down what Dr. Kenny wants to do, bring Rebel back into the game. But now on both sides got full buys, Max.
And Depth Academy's going for it again. The Killjoy has everything as a stronghold on A, and they're not deterred.
No, but at least with the drone, they're able to catch out one, so at least they know that, like, there's one on site. They were not able to get. They're not able to find out what the second Killjoy was. The second that was either, but Jaden finds a Killjoy at the other end here for Depth though. And yet again, Cheeky with a cheeky play while bagging all the way through, make sure that they cannot get the spike, Max.
Oh, but that's another one. DPS over goes down. Train City yet again. Two left alive though. Jaden's trying to hold it down, but Rest comes by and saves the day. Except for Jaden. He doesn't save Jaden, but is able to find the double and brings things to an even 2-2.
Really well done so far. You saw right at the beginning, right? Like Depth right now with guns in hand. Sorry, Rebel right now with guns in hand have been absolutely immaculate on the site holds too. Because with the way that Depth is entering onto the Rebel sites, it's been really slow, but they're using a lot of info util first to possibly scope out, maybe just get the information first and not necessarily look for picks. They don't necessarily even slow play, allowing Rebel to come to them. I wanted to possibly use a bit more flashes or use the entry that they have at the side, or at least just smokes, able to make way for the team. But with the flashes on the end, the Jet has to be the entry when they make their way onto the site. Gets one after the other, but Rebel Summer just in his time and time again.
Oh, well, that round didn't last very long, but it's not over yet. The plant's gonna go down. Rest has a power position, knows exactly where the Sova is. Shiro having to hide, can't move a muscle. It feels everyone top of heaven. The run it back could break the seal. One down below inside. How the demon goes down itself, one left alive, maybe not for long. He has to push up right in the middle of no cover. Finds one, but little do you know, right above is gonna be the counter pinch for the same exact player. Pop flash in hand, goes down, finds it, and that is gonna be a lead coming out from Rebel.
Rebel at the end lost the first two pistols, but they're on the defense and have looked a lot better. And Summer, 3 rounds in a row, getting minimum triple kills, holding down out of the east side. Not because of Utah, but also within conjunction, along with the Omen putting out the paranoias, they stuff down the push, right? And this is honestly what having no flashes in Valor looks like, unfortunately. Although they only have to focus on the one end, having an entry with the smoke requires really solid coordination, and also the race to go with the blast packs too. And even at that point, if someone is there on site, has a better shot and catches you out, that's so much of what you want to do completely shut down, Max.
Phoenix is just such a powerful agent. I mean, we saw almost all of his utility used for that single play, and it was done so immaculately. But here's the thing, right? Attacking Killjoy is going to go under. They're going to go for A again. Magic's able to have the opt-out, finds one, and immediately after all that gets traded out. They have control of the site.
But look at the Killjoy though, Max. It's at least at the final second. They get the lockdown. Nobody enters in. I thought that maybe Rebel might have regressed onto it, but spike is planted, door is closed, and now there is the counter lockdown as well, considering, but they have the opportunity to respond to it to be able to take it out. Really well played by Depth.
Counter to a counter right there. We see the Hunter's Fury go down, destroy the lockdown in place. Gives Depth a great chance to bring it back onto the site. Trade City galore. Killbean mostly goes in the favor, back and forth. There's no clear winner, but no, only a 1v1. It's down to this Omen, caught off guard, Odin in hand. Cheeky should be able to have this, making no qualms about where he's going, and Soul with a triple. It's going to tie things up.
Cheeky got antsy, decided not to peek on to one side or the other. He has the Odin, not necessarily a Bucky or even a Vandal, so and gave away the footsteps right there at the last second, decided to possibly go ring it out the Rosie, but the Omen, they would easily just turn around, win out on the trade at least, and now Depth Academy able to bring it back 3-3, the closest game we've seen so far throughout the day here in Max. As we move throughout the bracket, these teams just get better and better.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what Magic can do with this op again. I'm not sure if they retrieved it or if they rebought one. I'm assuming they rebought, but they're going to have to need it now. Summer's falling. A lot of the intel's gone. But Magic!
Misses the shot of the Boomba, catches him out, takes away his attention, was afraid of getting blown up, unfortunately. Doesn't want to jam to those beats, Max. And Asa yet again given over to Depth.
And they just love to go for A over and over again. We've barely seen a B presence, and look at this. They're able to make it work even after losing a few different times. They've already won once. Going to push up, look for CT. No one's going to be there. But instead, we see Depth pushing up instead, finding one in heaven. Last one's in Cat. They're going to go for a save.
And rest right now, honestly, generally has to, because you know that the econ going the next round is going to be generally tough for you.
Oh, yeah.
But Fan, 2 rounds in a row, has come out with some really big flanks to the side.
Oh, no.
Rest to get the shot down.
That
He's
was so
locked in
important.
between the 3.
It wasn't even a save. They still got the flawless. They play that so tactically. It was like SEAL Team 6 coming in for rest.
Mm-hmm. I mean, TLC mistakes. That's also another great team within the Valorant scene. I believe we also cast them too within the community tournament.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, nice.
When was that? January? I think that was January with the other invitational.
I believe so. Yeah. TLC, great name, confusing to say, but nonetheless, immaculate teams across the board for both times. As we see right now, it's save coming out for Republic, so they know they have to go aggressive, or at least try to get as many picks as they can. But Rush has the op this time, so dueling options out is a Jaden needed to land those shots.
Oh no, never mind. Top of Cat still. This is not looking good for Rebel. They had such a great lead, and now they're completely held away. They're still thinking it's going to be A, and they're rotating over, but they're all consolidated inside of B long. Cheeky has the angle, top of market, but not for much longer. Summer has an option. Do they want to go for the save again? We saw what happened last time. Up in hand, might not be able to. Misses the shot. Sheriff, though, is able to connect. Misses twice. And that is going to be the round again for Depth.
Depth now. It's being able to force Rebel in really awkward positions, right? Force them on to save the next round. And I do have to point out one unfortunate thing, right? Because with Rebel playing really far up with the op, you are counting, because considering you're investing so much of your economy into it, you have to be able to make it count, right? Unfortunately, Magic was able to count the first round, but dying from it right away for the second. And the second, unfortunately, getting caught out, giving away cat control, and Trees was there, and a sight. Immediately given over to Death, but now Rebel has to play a lot more aggressively. I want to play a bit farther back, and now with Cheek, with the owner yet again not able to catch anybody out though. But at least no one dies at the beginning.
Oh, but Sova Drone comes down. Might try to find one. No, the brown box was in the way. It's gonna allow the lockdown to come underway. Might be able to use the shock darts to destroy it. No, it can't be destroyed. He has to relegate off of B completely. That's free side control.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's barely missed a lineup out there. Just placed just a little bit far out. But at least he catches.
But they're going to A anyways.
They faked it, Max, and they fake it so you make it, and Death have made it. But that Killjoy Molly is used to save them out for Trees. But Rebel wants to enter on the side. Trees' door is now being closed. Possibly at the Dreams.
Closed for business, and it seems like Rebel might be two. Only 2 left alive, but double making a triple for Summer's gonna come up by 4K. Okay, things were not looking good for Summer to begin with, but now a 4K underway, having full control of the site. A full-on rotation comes through on the other KJ, but it's too late. A defuse underway and a miracle play from Rebel.
Ace,
Rebel.
Ace. I was chanting, I was hoping, but it's not gonna happen. He's standing outside the site, but at least I picked up, giving over to Magic. I want to watch Magic at the beginning of this round here, Max, because we know he likes to hold him down by Trees, and like he catch anybody come pushing it through mid, right? That's the usual spot for offers on a set. She's so far able to get one at the beginning. And yep, exactly, there he is. He also has the knives with him too. I don't imagine he uses those yet. unless he missed that first shot. But look at the setup here from Depth. They're all pushing down A as a 5-stack.
Oh, and that means Magic's not going to see anybody on double. Oh no. What are you going to do for the post plant then? They've been able to rush in so quickly. Drone's been spotted. Recon bolts out. So much utility underway. This is perfect for Heaven Control. They're just exploding onto the site.
But now at this point, the mod is already placed very early on. They're catching anybody out by trees, but Spike is planted. The op is down in Heaven. Doesn't catch anybody at the beginning, but he peeks up and they know where he was. The op gave him away. And the Knives will die. And Magic is sad yet again.
Oh, another KJ though comes on down. Jaden going for the run back, able to find one through the cloudburst, maybe make it two, not able to do so. Summer pushing up, might be able to try to find one, can't do that. Goes for the ninja defuse, trying to sneak away from Death Ends completely. I don't think they heard it, but no, they have to know it's already at half. This could be the chance to bring it back. But so many hiding inside A main. Rocket burst in place. It's gonna make it down to 1, then 0. Death are starting to take this away.
You know, what's so sad is that Jaden, right at the last second when he heard the showstopper shot coming, if he jumped like a centimeter further, he doesn't die from that. He genuinely lives. I know because I was in the exact same position this morning, and showstopper came onto me, jumped a little bit farther away, and I lived. So it's, especially since they nerfed splash damage on showstopper, you have to be able to make what's known as evasive maneuvers to try to live. And now, yet again, Rebel stuck out of the save. Likely go for more aggressive plays, but now Death are climbing and gaining more and more of the lead.
And this Killjoy is looking so good. 10 and 6 right now. One hiding on the right side. Could be Summer. Ready to strike. They already know where she is, and she's gonna fall because of a boom bot. Chaos everywhere already, Rev. Look at this double utility kill coming out from Clam. You don't see that every day. Okay, suddenly 2 left alive, 1 around the corners, not even able to confirm the shot, failed with a double. It's gonna bring down to the solo, but not for much longer. It's a runaway Death success.
Depth Academy looking to show up and show out, and Fan has been absolutely gross on these fights here, Max. He's playing like, I understand being the info agent as wait. By the way, can we? That was so that? Cute. What was that drawing? I've never seen that before. That was so cool.
What?
Yes, I believe. Yes. So I believe on a set you should be able to see it right off the edge. That's awesome. I'm gonna go ask all my observer friends about that as to why none of them showed me this yet. But looking at across the board right now here, Max, is Rebel
2. Finds one. Zol goes down.
Good.
Smoke's gone. But no, there's an op on the other side. This could be great. Rush, though. Double smoked. Can't find the revenge kill on the Magic. Can't find the trade. But if Magic pushes up, it could be a great time for this Raze to be able to clutch it out here. Dark covers all that's separating them. That and a wall, but we have to see what happens next, though. It's a potential 1v3. Magic's playing a dangerous game, stalling out the team. They're all consolidating inside mid. This could be their chance to push up. Boombot's going to miss them completely. But no, there you go. Human intel not going to be enough. They know where one is. Trying to find the pre-fire with the op. Is it going to miss? That's going to be full control of sight. Magic surrounded completely. CT side, Jaden might be able to find yet another one, but no, Fan's going to push up into Marketplace. Magic has to rotate, having to face against not only a door, but also so many different bodies. Jaden, though, needs to look around. Silverdro going to push them away, able to confirm at least one. And that's going to be them going down. A 2v3. Rebel. Not having many left, doesn't matter. Fan with the corner finds the triple.
All right, I did.
Fan! Bro, this man actually has to stop. The angles that he takes, the plays that he makes, and the lives that he just sucks away from the Rebel has been absolutely fantabulous, right? When Evanescence says, "Wake me up inside," they're having a dream about Fan flanking them, Max. and honestly, that's a dream they do not want to be caught in at all, because like as Van Silly cannot get out of his head, and keeps saying time and time again, Max, Fan has shut down Depth even when it's looked so good for them.
Depth has now doubled the points of Rebel. It was so close for a little while. It was 2-2, then it was 4-4, and now it's 8-4. Rebel have gone to a complete stop, it seems.
Placing sentry.
As we go into a short tech pause, Max. We'll see what happens. But an 8-4 half is not bad at all, right?
That's
but
true.
What has to happen is that Rebel has to be better on the uptake, they have to be more aggressive at the beginning, and they have to make these 2 pistol rounds count. This is where it all comes into play. Because if they get the next 2, then that's 8-6, and the full buys then, all they gotta do is just play good, click heads, boom, skra, they're done.
Skr-
That's one of my favorite Felix lines, bro. It's so funny. Hop in, cha-ching, boom, scrap, done.
I love doing that. The human tongue is so weird, but so cool. Oh, but Shiro's been spotted already. They're gonna go for the aggression. They can't find the aggression though. They have to hide in hell instead. They went for the attempt. Opening pick is gonna seal things away. Complete chaos everywhere, it seems. Only 2 left alive. Maybe make it 1 depending on what happens with Magic. They're barely alive. Double kill comes through, but no! Red is the last one alive. Oh, it is a knife fight everywhere. They try to confirm it, but they can't. But what a defuse. Death somehow through the skin of their teeth or the skin of something are able to find the defuse.
That was such a disrespectful knife kill at this last second. Although it doesn't come to fruition, the Depths still get the round at the end of the day. All right. I just gotta say, look, I know in pistol rounds, teams decide to just show up or show out. Rebel goes in through trees and also along through heaven, but Death are already on site. And it's just an absolute mosh pit. It's like you're at a rock concert, but instead of wanting to get tossed back and forth, everybody just shooting. It's so bad. it's absolute pandemonium at the end, but Death end up coming on top of it some way, somehow. So shout out to them.
Yes, there could be a lot of places like that. But
really, wow,
yeah. But with that being said, though, nearly over double the points now.
Yep.
9 on the board for Death. Their defense was already looking strong, but look at this. They have the buy up here, and Than already going for the Phantom.
Yeah, as I believe we're heading to another small pause, as you mentioned. So, 4 buys across the board because they won the first pistol round, right? So, on the other end, it'll be a bit of a save for them because they knew that, like, they decided that this opted not to get into shields, go for safe place, but at least Summer, because she got a couple of kills, she can afford to get the sheriff for herself.
Oh, they talked her out of it.
Nah, that's unfortunate. Come on, it looked good. It was cool. It was fun. No, keep the judge. Come on. Nah, Cameron, no. Did we get back? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. I got this. I'm 16-6. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. What could possibly go wrong? And then that's where, in the sitcom, where everything goes wrong. The world falls apart, and the asteroids are coming, and Elon Musk decides that he's selling his Bitcoin.
See, nothing's going to go wrong, guys. It did go wrong. It's like Arrested Development.
Yeah.
Jessica Walter died last week.
Aww, rest in peace. Now I'm sad, Max. I was so happy before. Look what you did.
Well, we just got to go see a Star War after this.
I'm excited. I would love to see a Star Wars with you. That would be fun. Which, by the fun fact, I've never seen any of the Star Wars movies.
Oh, you are missing out. I think the one movie I've written the most papers on in college has been Empire.
Really? Why?
Because it's probably the best movie ever made, next to Good Will Hunting.
Oh, okay. It's a strong statement.
Oh, I know it is, and it's so true.
The best movie ever made.
Yes, it is by far the best sci-fi movie ever made.
Okay, all right. So best
Fantasy
sci-fi,
movie.
I can give you that. Fantasy, we can definitely argue on because, like, you know, Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse is like, it's kind of really good. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, it's up there, but not Empire good. But you know what is Empire good? This play coming out from Magic, fighting the headshot, almost make it 2. These Cowboys are rooting to it and shooting all the way into A, but the Frenzy's on the other side. Oh, wait, no, that's their teammate.
Yeah,
Why is he already there? What?
Because you see, there are 2 ways to enter onto the A site.
Yeah, but there was no one. There was no one to stall it. Oh, okay, that was bizarre from Death then. Okay, that's gonna be a double kill. Double kill from Clam. Able to secure it. Maybe able to find another one, but no. 4? Clam?
4.
What?
That's
That was was weird as hell, and then they were able to bring it back from that.
Okay. So what I believe happened is, from what I understand, is this: considering they only really had shallow control on the site, Clam was. Thank you, producer. That's great. They were able to, Clam was able to make his way in, along with the back being used. He would use his teammates as a mutual, getting a 4K by the end of it. And considering he got his second grenade, there were 3 almost were holding down into heaven, and the grenade is just so good. There's a truck again. There it is.
Is that in game?
I can't imagine it is.
Oh, it is in game. That's so weird. Okay.
That's wild.
Rush is able to find an opening pick though, but apparently observers cannot interact with it. I wasn't sure if the producer was uploading the image like in real time. That was my brain is just being blown over and over and over again. This broadcast, I am in a different dimension.
I got a clue about this.
Fan though has a great position. No, doesn't see it in time. No intel in hand. Depth down one different body. They have their bare skeleton crew. They have double smokes. They have intel, but no duelist play in hand. Somehow gonna miss the shot though. Jaden seemingly aware of the Sova. Not gonna peek in time. Almost able to find the double rush.
No charges.
So close yet so far. Almost able to find one. Has to push themselves back. Oh, Rav, this is not looking good for Depth.
If Rush at the end actually peeked through Jaden, he only had 1 bullet. So this is a complete headshot that does not go his way. And now Zol actually gets a Vandal in hand. So does have a hope of possibly bringing it back into the round. He has almost all his utilities on him as well. But because the door is closed onto him, goes for a better wallbang. So I will do anything out of it because the window is broken. He could possibly, he could probably use the paranoia. Actually, just smoke out.
Wow!
Does just smoke out main either and lose the trade with Jaden. Because if you won that either, there was 1 more under hell, which I'm probably taking him out.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know whether I'm more surprised Zol survived that martial shot in the air, or if that martial shot connected in the air.
I want to imagine that it connected, but because Zol was so cool, it didn't actually hit him for anything.
It deflected off Omen's like weird armor plates that he has on his torso.
You know what Zol did? You remember Kung Fu Panda? You know, like when Poe does the picky thing. Yeah. Oh, Zol did the wishy finger hold with his gun and moved and it moved all crowd code effects.
He does like the stomach tapping thing.
Exactly. He's just absolutely invincible, Max. Which is about it. It's. I never actually got how Poe learned how to do it or what it really does. It just seemed cool.
You know, when I worked in customer service at a retail store, we'd have the second movie on constant repeat.
Why?
It was the only DVD we had. But I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with his stomach thing. He learned that in the first movie.
Yeah. So could you quote Kung Fu Panda 2 by heart, you think?
I don't think so. I just remember like still images. Like if I saw the movie again and I saw certain scenes, I would probably start like convulsing, like remembering everything during that time working there.
Did you enjoy that job, or was it not?
I love that job. I loved it. I love customer service. I know I'm a freak for that, but customer service is really fun.
and apparently so is Kung Fu Panda too. But also, okay, can really use running back to dart, but not really catch anybody as it goes through the window. And right on the outside, but the common enter as 5. Rebel shot could be big. Tags 1 though right at the end, but able to get rest.
Beautiful. Everyone's able to get onto the side, it seems. On highway, could drop down. Where's the rest of Depth though? Clanran's able to find 1. Gonna make the body count a little bit less than Rebel's favor. Showstopper in hand. Oh, not gonna connect. Okay, Trade City instead. 1 left alive, 7 health. Not gonna be enough. That's gonna be Depth again with another round. They're 1 away from match point.
And they're looking better and better for every single time. Consider they're on the defense as of right now here at Max. Thank you, producer son. Put that bow yet again. It's not you? Oh my god, I'm being told it's not them. There are things happening in this game along with interactions and things that I did not know were possible. Now I got more to add on to my tweet, Max.
There's no way that's in game.
Come on, let's go.
right?
I mean, I guess not. It just sounds cool though.
My brain hurts.
You know what, guys? Let us know in chat if we're crazy. Answer is yes. But
Well,
but
we're commentating Valor. We already have to be a little crazy
insane.
in the membrane. Call me a beastie boy.
Ooh. But setup right now is looking a little bit beastly, ghastly even for them right now here, Max. But there's a Bisco down already. 2 Death already did it as trying to push it onto the B side, looking for a cash flow for possible picks. Sorry, but they make the full rotation. The B is open. Spec will go down for Rebel as they take it over. We'll see how Death comes back from this. But Fan yet again opening it up. Catch the omen at the side. Magic has denied. Able to reposition. A smoke came out though, but hot in the middle of the reload, and he lives.
There's no way. What is going on in this game? Jaden, right around the corner. What? Rush Flick is able to find that through the smoke, it seems. Magic confirms the final one with the knives, and they put another point on the board, but this has been an emotional roller coaster. Both teams have been able to find shots they shouldn't have.
I'm trying to play like a Tim Allen like sound from Home Improvement of his theme song for 2 of those kills. Just how? Where? Who? That's
It's like Scooby Doo.
yeah, exactly. I don't know about this one already.
Of a Fan pushing up with just a ghost in hand. It's a save round. They could be able to find one, but the run it back. Bad timing there. It's not going to quite go the way they had hoped. In fact,
They're all
the
dead.
meltdown from Rebel's side. They all aggressively peaked. This wasn't a round designed for Depth to win.
No, unfortunately not, because you saw but Rebel at the end, they were actually to commit 2 ultimates and 3 big ones at the end and are flawless themselves as they're clutching it back with every single round 11-7. And at least that gives them a bit more room to play with. So now we'll see if they're able to punch the aggression. They have 3 ults on the board for themselves, including that lockdown and the Heartless Fury, which can be generally game changing. But on the other end, they do have an opposing Heartless Fury as well for Rebel. So that could also easily used to counteract the lockdown that Depth wants to bring out. So responses on both sides as Rebel are set up on side A.
Yeah, you're right, Rav. I think Depth with all these ults in hand could easily just take over the site and win the round and bring it to match point. But they could also save it for a little bit. Speaking of saving, Rush has to save their own life a little bit more there. It was a bit of a pop flash that went through from Jaden. Able to confirm it a little bit more with the Hunter's Fury. Able to show off a little bit more damage. Look at that, how heavily damaged anybody was. The answer is going to be slightly no, except for the Omen. Some of those going to be trying to push up. Rush, holding 2 different angles at once, is the power position for the entire round. If they move or even get well killed, that could be bad for A-Side Trade City throughout. It's going to be down to 3 left alive, maybe make it even less for Death Academy. They only have a few left, and now suddenly on the verge of winning. They're not able to confirm these kills unless you're Fan.
Back and forth so far because they're hard to use all the way to being the lockdown still available, but I don't know if Depth actually need it, Max. Spike's still in the position as they moving onto the site. Rebel Piss peeked out, barely switching to the gun, was not able to plant. Spike down on site though, Magic in such a tough position. Has the cloud burst along with the updrafts of 1 dash so and catches Shiro as he goes in through the air.
A 1v1.
Smoke himself out, goes through the door, breaks and is running to B, Max.
But here's the thing, though, right? We do see the plan go underway, possibly inside a B. 30 seconds left to see if that's actually going to become the case. But there is the lockdown in hand for this Killjoy as well. It's going to be a reverse back, though. Fan unaware. Be a reverse back plant on A, but keep in mind they have that lockdown to play with. Spike goes underway. They hear the audio cue. Could be the chance now to use it. Are we going to see it go under, though? This Jet's hiding inside Hell. Fans waiting. No, Jay peeked up instead. 3K for Magic is gonna bring it back a little bit more for Rebel.
Fan with a good call, likely assuming he was gonna hold either offsite to watch the spike or it's probably somewhere in Hell. Did not expect him to hop up onto Heaven, and Rebel, ever so slightly and surely, have brought it back 3 rounds in a row for themselves. Sorry. And now Depth are forced onto the save yet again. They still have the TP along with the lockdown too, so they could possibly use it as a response as all Rebel look to push in onto the B site. There's a 5-man stack. Fan will peek this and get no one as he dies.
Holy, it's a war zone yet again. They have to completely rotate into mid side, but guess who's in mid? It's gonna be the Omen just ready to strike. Rush though. What's he up to? He might try to go for the flank. Zoe, especially, he's in the line of fire. Gonna miss everybody because of the dark cover. He looks around and sees, hey, there's everybody. He's gonna have to get away with his life.
She's transitioning over the side is theirs in a 2v4, Max, but considering only Sheriff's on their end, they're coming up through heaven, but Sitting side's completely in their control, and both Rush and Owen being basically tagged. I don't think they want to go for this contest either. They were spotted out either, so the entire team knows their position. Smoke will come out, they can blind fire through the smoke, but Magic would end it off with the 4K nonetheless. So Rebel Academy 11, they could actually do this.
They could. We could see an 11-11. Magic really showing up in the second half. They were a little asleep at the first, but now 18-14. It's a very different scoreline from what we had seen when they were trying to get that up.
But now at least full bunch across the board for Depth Academy, because now they're not stuck in this awkward position of being what I like to call in the ping pong economy, Max. Every round they don't win is every round they go the next without actual guns. So they have to make this round count and possibly bring them 12-9, just ever so close to predicting the round. But looking at Rebel, like they're getting the ultimate advantage for themselves too, but Climber freaks out.
Oh my god!
One more kill, be able to get the showstopper, but no, he dies right at the last second.
I'm surprised Rice was able to survive that whole ordeal, able to get away, spike in hand as well. Best case scenario, but now no more TPs. They still have their ult though. Looks like they're gonna go all the way to Boathouse, and they do, but they've already confirmed B site. It's gonna be up to Shiro now, holding down CT side. Anyone that goes in the B main might very well die, but no, the dark cover is gonna help things out a little bit more. Could try to ricochet. Rush going in for the flank here. This could be good if they're all able to push up at the same exact time, but Jaden's waiting right around the corner, but can't see it. Rush! That's going to be huge. Numbers go in Depth's favor. This could be the chance to get into match point. One below. They have no idea. One on both sides. They're able to find one. No, hidden in the smoke, though. It's going to be another one. They're able to make it back. Double digits for both teams.
They just aren't able to lock down the kill down at Boathouse or right under the wall, and I've seen that angle so many times here, right under Speedway. It's such a awkward thing to shoot down on, especially if you're not just right above the person. You have to fear being shot first. So they think having high ground is an advantage, Max. Not in this position and not at this time. Now Rebel, I'm not actually went ahead and forced a Rebel at the end of it. Have not forced at the Academy to just force by this round too. They have to opt for light shields as well. So if Depth actually lose this, the economy will be in shambles going into the next, and Rebel could possibly bring themselves to match point.
Oh, what a storyline that would be here. It's all about the money right now, baby, and they have to make sure they have plenty of it. Ults across the board, or there was until Magic fell. Still Blade Storm in hand for Rush. We could see go into fruition. Not going to jump over the wall, though. In fact, they're going to be going towards mid. Maybe for a flank? Maybe to catch up people in mid? Not sure, Rav.
Yeah, Dart doesn't spot anyone, but they know at least right down by A main. Could use the grenade to actually clear out wide. So, at least at the end, but like the entry is taken, running back, use spot, you catch already information, close down door. But the knives there as well. The drone spots 2 down and true. There's a showstopper as well. The Molly right at the end does some chip damage, but doesn't get anybody. As right at the last second, running back goes away as Hunter Fury, using those spots to catch them all down by trees. But they get only tags, no kills. They make you want to sight here, Max. Spike is ticking down.
Everyone's so heavily damaged that Spike is still trying to be defused, but look at this. It's a 3v3. Melting bodies left and right. One out the life or death. This could be 11-11. They can't even go for the defuse.
They just cannot do it. No confirms, no smokes, only death here for Depth Academy as they fall deeper and deeper into the hole that is their guns. So, because that, as of right now, I said it before, they needed that round, and now they're stuck with maybe some light shields, sheriffs, and a Bucky. So, Rush could possibly bring out a really big play, but Rebel, with this round in hand, they're primed to take us to match point. They have the Blade Storm as well. And Depth with no ultimates on their side. This is tough.
Oh, that paranoia was really good. It stalls out Fan a little bit longer, allows a more pushing time to come through from the attack. This could be huge. Still Sheriff's in hand, like you pointed out, Rav. It could be gigantic, just throw bodies maybe against these Phantoms. But no, they're going to opt to go for a rotate anyways, but it looks like Depth Academy put onto this. They realize what's going on.
Yeah, they've completely read the play, but they won't go to double back this time. They're focusing onto the A site. All of depth right now are moving it through mid. They see them on cat. They don't actually catch them, but they hear the footsteps as they're entering onto the site. But considering Rush is there, the first to take, he's looking through the smoke, gets the judge, gets one, doesn't get the second, but makes it out alive.
Does make it out alive, but for how long? Cloudburst everywhere. Highlights are gone. They have no idea. All they can listen to are audio cues. Everyone's going towards mid. This could be good for the people inside tree. In fact, there's two. Cloudburst underway. They know exactly how this push is going to go, but no one is really able to know what happens next. Could they go tree? Could they go mid? Only one way to find out. No, they're going to go for mid instead. They might be able to catch out some rotates, but Cheeky looks away right at the last second. 20 seconds left on the board. They have to be able to consolidate this. They have to be able to get onto the site, but Frenzy's at hand. They're trying to make it work, but no, they're losing too many. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. Spike goes down. 14 seconds left. Jet and Sova have to bring it back, but it's so difficult. There's so many different positions they need to look for. Shiro, especially Sova drone and have bullets everywhere. This could be so tough for them. It seems almost impossible.
He spots out one of the back of boat house and knows one's through main though, so at least they know exactly where all the positions are maximal. What can they do with that information? Answer is not much at all, unfortunately. They could possibly try to move it onto them, but with no flashes and no smokes either for their end, Magic will easily peek one, looking for the second up in the air for his counterpart. Shots to the smoke, the Jet is low, she is tagged, and she is dead.
Yikes, dead to rights. After all of this, after the considerable lead that Depth Academy had for so long. Rav, now we see Rebel in match point.
This is insane. They brought it back from the absolute depths, you could say, Max. Like, considering, getting like what, like 7 rounds out of themselves in the half, right? Absolutely insane. We thought it was over for them, but no, man. Depth right now have a top position to be at full buys for every single team, but they do have some two pretty crucial ultimates along with the knives for Rebel as well, so could possibly use to get some refrags. But trading Sova drones, don't get much info on site, but at least know the Sova's down by market, and there's the lockdown to open that up.
Oh, this is gonna be huge. All the utilities spill all over the place for these attackers. They want to end the game right here. Magic goes down. One of the duels gone. That could be a death sentence into overtime here. Everyone pushing up at once. No baits around this time. Everyone going to go in 2 different avenues, either marketplace or CT. The spike goes under down. Some are holding both side. Everyone has to play this so slowly on death. They have to go so calculated, looking for these shots. No one's able to penetrate, trying to go down, but intel from the back, able to find one, taking advantage of the omen going down. That could be the seal they need to break open. Phantom with a double kill. Pop Flash on the way, finds 2, but they're rushing in. They're able to find everybody. We could see overtime. Only one left alive now. They tried to hold it down. They fell into the back like rats to asbestos. They were shut down, and we're going to see overtime.
Like England to the Black Plague, Max. They fall one after another and concurrently so. Right there at the end of depth, bringing it back from what seemed all lost. And even then, I think it all starts off by getting that beginning initial pick onto the Jet as well. That means knives down 2. That means your smokes are down initially. And then, like, not necessarily your main smoker, but 2, your second smoker, your omen, goes to the back, goes to TP, but when he comes in, suddenly he's faced with a gun in his face, and with already 2 down depth, run over Rebel. And now we're going to our first overtime of the day.
That's right. Oh, we love to see some overtime action. Now you got to wonder, if you're Death Academy, it's been a while since you were last on the attack. Were you expecting to go back? Probably not, but hopefully we can see their strategies come back to fruition because they struggled on the attack.
Yeah. One thing I have to mention though, Matt, is that Magic has actually actively opted to not go for the op either too. I know we're talking about how he's a fantastic opper, but considering to go for the safe play, getting the full shields on his end at least, and the AR. So I would have liked to seen it, but still Otis on both sides. But he got initial shots with Cheeky, but I think he has as of yet.
I love this little expedition that the Killjoy's going on. They think somebody's inside of B main, and they would be right, but they're wrong about how many are there. That's going to take 2 different buys to keep away at B main. A great stall, great pressure coming through. Summer, though, holding top of glass, has an inkling of an idea about Tree. Recon Bolt's going to give away. Silent airs it around. Magic holding down below. Might be able to find one. Turret is able to identify Sova, but is it enough? Yes, it is. The seal is broken. Chaos ensues all over the site. Look at this. No one's able to get away with a clean shot. Only 2 left alive, 3 left alive on both sides. A 12v12. I'm sorry, 12-12 on the scoreline. Some are having to push back a little bit more. They have to rely on Door, but they're pushing up instead. These attackers are out for blood, and they're trying to confirm it right here. Cloudburst in hand, losing bodies. Pop Flash goes throughout, train for train, and everybody falls on Death's side.
One after another, the Rebels just looking just so much better on the defense, considering how much time they have. They play around with the Molly, and at least now Jaden will live off the running back as well. And so, the way we're looking at it, right? Because you saw just Death Fighter slow play, very counter to how they played almost the entire game, and the slow play ultimately does not go into their favor. Although they're able to make it onto the site, you know, we've seen how good Rebel is on the defense, especially Summer, right? Holding down onto A time and time again. Death, it has not worked out for them. So we'll see now if they're able to make something happen. A Rebel on the attack. They were genuinely feeling themselves, and all we'll take is this round. The cops coming for it next.
Oh, I don't blame them. What they're doing right now is illegal, but in a good way. A good kind of illegal. They're playing so well on both sides here. But look at this, a bit of a default play underway for Rebel side. No spike in the possession of anybody, but Rush is ready to shoot and fire somebody on the other side. But 2 health in a dream. This might have to be a sacrifice play. Pop Flash could come down from Jaden. No, they raw peek it, and they get punished for it accordingly.
Only 2 health on his name, but like you mentioned, right? Punished for doing so. And now, with the fitness being down, that means no running back, no flashes either, no real wall to cut off any sort of sideline. So I have to rely on the smokes and the yeoman of the Summer, inching her way through, just chilling at the back, right at the edge of the smoke to possibly catch someone who'll be hanging right down at the very tight corner onto A, but taking a lot of those initial pot shots too. She was in a little bit of trouble. Both these teams playing it very, very slow, but that's right now with the initial advantage. You are correct, my friend. They were able to go all the way to the back. Gets 2.
That's a beautiful double kill from Magic. They can secure the game right here because of that alone. 2 bodies gone, 2 duelists left, and you're down to your smoke. You're quite literally having no intel, and you have to fight your way in. Magic has full control of Marketplace. Everyone rotating around, trying to think it's going back to A, but how wrong could they possibly be? Magic has the prime position to take down every single member of Depth. 10 seconds left. Spike needs to go down. They're going to rotate their way back. Magic, this could be the perfect opportunity. Go back to Magic. Yes, 1! Maybe 2. No, pre-fire goes through. Knives go down. Maybe make it 3. No, he's shot down, but no, the damage has been done. They know exactly where their last 2 defenders are going to push. Rush is still at 2 health, going 2 different ways. They have to push up separately. They have to clear the way. They had no other choice. Dark covers in hand, pushing their way onto the side. No damage taken. 50 health in a dream. Trying to find those pre-fires. Unable to do so. Can't even get the floor is lava. C4 in hand. Almost able to find 1. Last one alive has 2 health in a dream, but they fall so quickly. That's going to be 14-12. Rebel somehow take it.
Rebel. A back and forth half, but once they got onto the attack, they completely blew up as a team. 9 rounds in a row for themselves, just barely, Depth barely able to bring it to overtime. You saw they were stuck on 11-6 max, but somehow, some way, it's just they win, they take it.
They found something deep inside of them. It was a spirit, I guess, that had to be unleashed for Rebel's side, and they had to rebel against losing.
Yeah, you saw Rebel at the other end, with Depth playing a lot further back. They just punished a lot of Depth sidelines, and they just took better gunfights too.
Absolutely.
And by using a lot of that, I found was from the back of the Phoenix being used at the entry, and the Killjoy as well, using her mollies along the lockdowns to completely clear out the sites. Because you saw previously for the side of Depth, Fan was one making a lot of big plays too, coming off the back for flanks, really saving so many of those rounds just because of the looks he was doing. And now with Depth not able to look near the defense, Rebel is looking better.
Without a cause, it seems, and they've been doing such a great job. But we're not done yet with GLG Pit of Valor tonight. We have so much more to go through, but I gotta say, Rav, I'm a little hungry.
I am too, Max. It's but I believe we can actually try to fix that. There's this wonderful thing that could help you supplement it.
What?
Oh, well, have you heard of drink control, maybe?
I have to look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, you go ahead and look all that up here. It's you know what? While we're doing that, you gotta make
Drink?
sure to go. Yeah, so type
You
in
have to tell
right
me
on
what
your
the link
devices.
is.
Yeah, so drinkctrl.com, right? Make sure to type that in your browsers.
Oh.
All of you chat right now, so go ahead and type that in as I lead you through what's popping with drink control here, man. It is probably one of the best
Apple
meal
Smacks.
replacements for all time. They got a brand new flavor, that being Apple Smacks, which I cannot wait to generally try. Now, whenever I'm hungry, sad, lonely, awkward, or something doesn't go my way, I know that I have drink control by my side, and you can too. Make sure to use the
Holy.
code you can at checkout to get 10% off your order. It helps us, it helps you, and it helps the planet. Drink control is the future, and you should be part of it.
Absolutely. And with that being said, everybody we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll be able to fine tune things on our end. And I'm going to order myself some drink control.
I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you don't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. My good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like. and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another beautiful matchup here. We have Wave Runners versus Exodus. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes down. We had an amazing comeback from Rebel last time around, and it's going to be kind of hard for these two teams to really go up to the same exact speed about how cool the last matchup was.
But you know what? I'm sure they can definitely they can definitely be able to show up and show it in other ways, Max, by showing us cool trick shots. And you know what? The only way I'll say that I would be genuinely impressed across the board by by both these teams. It's
More Yoru?
not so yes, but firstly, if they play a breach, right? And of course, secondly, just some great valor across the board. If we should coordinate team play, that's what I'm here for. But three. What my special request is, if you could do like a 360 no scope op shot, that would take the cake.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. That and Viper too. If Viper can do that, I'm retiring.
Absolutely, sir. But before you retire, Max, make sure to enter in the exclamation mark giveaway in the chat as well. To go ahead, enter it onto that. And of course, we could not have held this. We could not have held this event by one of our sponsors for today for the Pit of Valor, making sure and making all this possible, actually doubling our prize money, Max. So I want to give a big shout out to them. Do you know who they are, Max? Do you?
Oh, geez, you're gonna have to tell me who.
Well, you know, I'll go ahead and tell you. They'll be Nascent United, my friend. We saw them in the first round, although they fell, but they're still great guys across the board. So appreciate them for doing so. Hashtag it.
Yes, thank you so much for helping us sponsor these events. The bigger the prize pool, more players that come on in, a lot more opportunities too for some of the players in this amateur field, maybe to become one of the best players in the whole wide world at some point. Everybody has to start somewhere, and that person could be you, but it also could be the 10 people who are about to witness, maybe make GLG history, you never know, on Ascent yet again.
Well, history, I find, has to be made at some point because they say history is told by the victors, and like you mentioned, it's assumably the victor will be telling exactly how they won with absolutely no strife and no bruises, bumps at all. It'd be clean swooling all the way through. Which, by the way, I think it's such a strange concept that we only know one side of history, the other side never gets really told. It's fun. I'm actually a big sucker for for old school history. I want to know, bro, what was happening in Mesopotamia? Was there what kind of tea was being spilled every single day?
Probably like eucalyptus leaf tea and Alexander the Great's blood.
I was thinking more.
Okay,
so
that's not true. Our producer's saying that that's the wrong region. Alexander the Great was born in Mesopotamia. Hello?
Was he?
Oh, he meant about the eucalyptus leaf. Oh, yeah, no, that's valid.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
valid.
So that's what I assumed that he meant about. But you know what? We're in the right region though, as we're heading in onto Ascent yet again. We are cursing the map over and over, and thank the heavens we're seeing a breach.
Ooh, one breach. That might mean we can see two. DEFCON. I'm a little surprised that he's playing the breach. When we last cast him, I think he was primarily a duelist, especially the Raze. Remember on Bind, his Raze shotgun?
Yes,
But
sir.
now it looks like the roles have kind of reversed a lot for their side.
They've opted to go for the one duelist setup yet again here, Max. So yet again, a trend we've seen across the board today. On the other side of the defense, standard stuff. But one interesting thing is that defensive side, no flashes for them, right? We've seen it before, and it did not work out too well for those teams.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the lack of flashes on Exodus' side. It makes me wonder, too, have they gone this far in the entire tournament without any flashes?
I mean, I'm assuming not, right? But it really does depend. But you've seen how when you have to rely on your Jet and your Raze for entry, just how much you can just get caught out, right? That doesn't matter. But we saw that last round as well. I believe it was depth, which you didn't have any of the flashes, so it made things a little bit easier for them. On the other end, with the Raze and the Jet, having to coordinate the pushes, make space for the team, it's a little bit tough. But Welcome on the other end on that breach can do exactly that and more so, as Wave Runners set up on the B site.
Oh, opening pick, few seconds in, barely 6 is going to be the initial pick for Wave Runners to already break open the seal a little bit more. Look at this, Train's attempting to go throughout. Wildflower is actually able to find Blast. I was a little surprised by that. But of course, every kill has had a bit of an equivalency to it.
But considering they're now essentially just all hold up onto site, now it falls up onto Exodus to see how they could possibly breach take it. It's a putz around though, so not much utility to their name. Is just have to be crazy antics and aggressive plays, but Elijah finding one holding down at the side, but instead Wave Runners to fights to them, and Frizzy gets one, only 5 health on him. One more shot could take him out. Tooks looks at the dart instead of the human being, and Wave Runners take round 1.
Beautiful work coming out from Wave Runners there. I mean, I don't want to say it was just the flashes that allowed them to win that round, but the early entry from Beckham especially was just so nice to see. It caught everybody off guard. And, swapping out the Killjoy for a Cypher is really good for the defense, but I don't think we saw any Cypher utility on B at all.
No, not much at all, because I imagine because it was very early on that I believe Cypher actually opted in to get the Sheriff as well. So, understandably so, when you do have that, the Akon is a little bit tougher for yourself, but I saw Dart set up, able to find, I believe, one onto site, but Lasergy already goes in, gets spotted out. But Exodus is winning out on these fights. They're catching exactly where Wave Runners running from. Already 2 are down.
Oh, but this doesn't end here. It's going to be becoming more of a meltdown as things go on by. Exodus holding the back. Plant goes down. What are you going to do if you're Exodus at this point? They're on Speedway. Molly goes down. Gets shot out instantly. They're trying to hold positions. Only one left alive. It's that same Raze again. Frizzy not going to make the same mistake as before. It has to rotate around to the left side stairs. It's going to be Oaken, though, who's on the other side. Trying to find the pinch. Doesn't matter. Able to make a 1v1. Gets it back. A 4K underway.
And he's actually able to clutch it out the final second. 4K, like you mentioned, man. Exodus making it back for the dash, so for the 1-1. And honestly, I gotta say, that's just a well-timed peak from Frizzy at the other end, considering he's living on 6 health. So, on the other side, they were likely expecting him for Speedway, but he catches a person out in Boathouse first, and then immediately goes for the second swing. Really well done by him.
Holy moly. I'm a little surprised Exodus brought that back. The initial breach flash that we saw was just beautiful. And they took it down everybody on B side, yet there wasn't really a lot to go on top of it with.
But now, let's see what Exodus he opens it up at the back. He's still being traded back and forth. He's moving through B main. Max is 3-for-4 so far between these two players, but Zero G has brought up. And Evan looking really good in his face, but as he comes out through the smoke, he dives first. Spike still in the hand of Wave Runners.
2 left alive for Wave Runners, able to pick up some more weaponry. Blast trying to blast this whale, at least around the dark covers. We might be able to see them rotate onto A side. There's only a raise there. But they do have to get the orb first.
Orb is taken release, so Defcon able to build up a little bit more to his ult. We know as a Bleach L2 that the Rolling Thunder could immediately be used to completely open up a side and push them all back and makes a lot of bounce house across the board. But as they're moving on to A, I believe we're
Tripwire?
Possession. No tripwire there. They don't necessarily see it or hear it. They're okay.
Okay. Where is it though? Oh, they're able to find it. It's gonna tell Cypher, hey, they're going mid side. He's on CT corner. He has the perfect shot. They're not gonna smoke it out though. In fact, they might try to contest. No, they do. Okay, they do bring it down. Some pop shots do come in from EXO. Reverse shots though, kill one to his skull. It's gonna only leave a 2v2 now. Double Omen on the board. Both have some potential with the breach and the raise as well. But the lava plume's going to push Eli at least a little bit more backwards. Where is this raise at? She's right around the corner. They have to push in at once. Dark cover could blind some shots. They go on Speedway again. We've seen the same result last 2 rounds. I'm assuming it could be the same again. But Frizzy is able to find yet another one. Could this be another reversal situation? One behind green, trying to hold it down, tries to find both, but Eli gets it instead.
Yes, sir. And that... See that, and so instead of holding on site, I like the play that at least that Waverers decided to do was possibly catch them out going through mid, but Access actually just entered onto site, so they had complete control looking outside from market. So everyone on the first trade, and that's just unfortunate shots for Waverers, right? Not able to win out 2 against 1. Exodus bringing it back, but now 4 buyers across the board here, Max. So this is where the 2 test starts, and it's up out wildfire.
Oh, we've had some dubious luck with the op today. We've seen some great success. We haven't seen any crazy success, and we've seen a lot of failures with it too.
You're right. Yeah, no one's really popped off right now, but I'm actually this far into the bracket. The teams have made it to. We should definitely be seeing some fantastic plays and shots from both these teams. But Odin setting up the route already over the A site using the lockdown. So, but forcing from all the way back into hallway. He's on tripwire as well, but good shots from him. But he's still not died to the molly as they enter in on Amax.
Oh, but look at the blast going on through, able to make their way onto the side. Frizzy goes down. This is the first that we've seen. But look at this wildfire trying to hold down with the op down in hands. Not being able to find a clean shot on Heaven's side. Waiting for the reversal. But might be a little tough. Everyone's still alive on Wave Runners. 4 ults in hand. Defcon waiting down below. This might be a gigantic save that we have to see from Exodus.
3v5
No.
not an impossible position, but yeah, they decide to opt against it. They do not. Yeah, they're just put out the darts to possibly fake like the Ellie's still there, but they'll just still mid and they'll just try to catch some exit frags. Okay, I don't mind this at least.
I don't mind this at all either. Eli, though, is waiting down below for anyone to peek up in CAD. The upper might, but he would also be in a 1v5.
Doesn't have the paranoia, but doesn't have the TP. It doesn't see anybody at the side. Puts the initial shot start. Oh, they hear him, but they will not kill him. So at least he stays alive. And a 2-2. Man, these games have gotten closer and closer here.
Absolutely have gotten closer and closer. And so far, again, it's the battle between the Rays and the Sova. Sova, this is his best map by far. And now that we might be able to see some more Odins and Ares coming out, we're not going to see it from either team here, but once that comes into play, one team is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows just how much prowess they can have, but I've saved the opposite. Absolutely crucial. We'll see. The Dart is able to find so far. Doesn't find anything initially outside Wave Runners, though, consider they're holding down by A with 2 there. Sova, at least with Dart, will cause for rotation. It tries to read the play. Doesn't actually find anybody in trees either, but the site is open, possibly taking with the Cypher anchoring it. But Defcon able to get one, peeking it through main here, Max. From on the site.
EXO has a 1v4 to deal with once those cages go down. He's able to find one. No, can't confirm. That's going to be huge. Frizzy's so low on health too. But he has different friends to work with at least. Attackers have the site. Rolling Thunder dedicated to a single lit raise. That's going to be a big mistake as Zero's still on top of Heaven. But what about this Jet? Could use the Blade Storm. Could confirm a lot of things right now. Surrounded completely. Might not be worth it. Vandal at hand. Needs to get back to avoid the drone. Might check hell though. Oh, hello.
Yep, there was no way that was what happened, unfortunately. And as soon as he spotted him too, he wallbags him through the heaven as well. Considering how low he was too, it would have just taken one shot. But they're at the end. Exodus comes by with a really big fight, and although they open up the site for the 1-for-1 so far, them constantly maintaining heaven and tree control is genuinely what led to them, at least having a chance to make sure they made control, because the breach has actually altered into wine. He was completely unfocused on who was behind him, and they're playing 2 on site, Max. So Connor tough position and shot from behind them. Tough.
It is tough. Wildfire, though, throughout all these rounds has been able to keep the op, though. Which
is impressive, right?
Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, because considering you saw before you bought for the save and even this one, although the op hasn't had much of an impact that we may have wanted to see, but at least he has it, so we know there's the potential that one of these rounds we could see some sick flicks.
I hope we do. I want to see some sick flicks. We haven't really seen a whole lot today. In fact, the most crazy shots we've seen have been from a Marshall.
This is true. Because considering, I believe it was right at the B main as well when they popped in, and Bobby did weave it through the smoke as well. But Marshall's, sorry, not even Marshall, but like even the sheriffs, right? We've seen those absolutely disgusting headshots that they were able to bring out where they look like long road Texas Rangers.
Oh, but that op shot's just gonna barely miss the skull, and it doesn't matter. Beckham's able to confirm it. Instead, they could be able to pick it up if they can get past Market. But no, Marketplace is gonna relegate away. Zero, someone else to worry about on Speedway. Gets traded out instantly. How did the Omen get there? Huh?
What?
Oh, okay.
I'm confused. You are, if you get triple at the end of Blast, he'll at least get a trade now. Becomes a 1-for-1 spike not into the hand, considering it's dropped right outside of door bar.
Did Omen use his ult?
I believe he did. I did hear like a little
Oh, I didn't hear it at all. Blast though in a 1v1. EXO 0 kills as of now. Can confirm his first. That's gonna be a great lead for Exodus.
And they still managed to actually keep the op at the end of all of that. And Exodus, like you mentioned, the first ever lead. And if From is able to actually get an initial pick or probably fight for the alt orb, they will have every single ultimate online for them on the other end. For Wave Runners, they do have Hunter's Fury along the Blade Storm do so could possibly use for some initial picks, but the Hunter's Fury, I think, will really be what they need to perhaps clear out some initial sight lines if they're going to get aggressive. As pushing around A, but Blade Storm popped instantly, Max.
Wildfire prepped and ready. Recon Bolt. Oh, Recon Bolt does see them. He has to get away. Doesn't want to lose the op twice in a row there. Look how careful everyone's playing right now on both teams. Blast kind of being a little rambunctious. Trying to push up by himself. No trade potential. On the other side, it's going to be a Phantom, but talk about Cat instead. Eli with a triple paranoia might be able to find one. If he does it in time, he's able to find one. Blasts away, but no, even through it all. Blinded completely is going to be traded out.
Unfortunately, but at least he still go for the one pick, but that last second, considering he's pushing out a door, he knows there are people right in front of him, and considering he's so close and they're still able to see him, but showstopper here by Frizzy. Shots out by Storm, so alt for alt, taking out, peeking onto hell, but ooh, Doobie's there, has him at the sight line, watching it onto the site, peeking it back and forth, but Dart taken out. They know exactly where he is, and that's what I wanted to see when you peek someone down in hell. You drop down 2, now 1 at a time, so you don't give them the advantage. Exodus maintaining the lead.
Well, we've seen this story before, Rav. Doubling the amount of points Exodus hands over Wave Runners. After what we'd seen last time, I don't think we can count any team out yet.
Thank you. You're right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll grind them in the... Oh, I can't do it right now.
Ooh, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit throaty there.
I'll grind them in the dust.
Yay?
That's what Omen says.
I know, but he's just so dark and grungy, almost like the emo kid who never grew out of his face.
True. It's like my parents.
It's not a phase, mom.
My mom is still in the grunge phase.
I love that. That sounds absolutely fantastic. Your parents sound like such fun people, Max.
No, they're cool. They're cool. They're chill.
Oh, yeah, they're like super radical, bro.
Oh, heck yeah, dude.
Heck yeah, bro.
You know what is also really chill?
What's that?
This round, it's taking everyone so long.
You're right. It's Wyvern decided that they didn't want to get opt immediately, nor did they want to like go for aggressive trades either. Wildfire, at least at the back, like with a good defensive position, it gets smoked out the trading card to Furies. The whole it was the flick we wanted to see.
Holy, your wrist has to be broken after that one. Good lord. Beautiful frag coming through. Control the site. Bowhouse uncontested. Does get contested through a trade. A soul for a soul. Wildfire now sheriff in hand. Pushing up a little bit more aggressively. Looking for a few more, but it doesn't matter. B-Mate's uncontested with Blast getting a double. You have to get that plant down. Might have to save that off again. What's Wildfire going to do? Molly's in hand. Might be able to find one right across the other side of their slow orb. No, not even slow down. Blast is able to find it. Make that across the board. Wave Runners found their way back.
It was crucial for Wildfire there to clear out B main and land that shot, so at least they were able to make it 2v1 going into Boathouse. They had more than enough time to defuse, considering the spike had just went down. But that was a trade that needed to happen if Exodus had a hope of bringing this round back. Damn. Now, by the way you're looking at it, like it is, a Wave Runners are slowly making the way back too. But Exodus down bad right now at the alt economy. On the other end, the Oaken will likely, I imagine, use the lockdown to open up a site. Exodus on the save.
And we're gonna see Exodus on that save again, Rav. You're right, and they're playing really aggressive with it. Obviously, this is a round designed not for them to win. They have to put in some economic damage with it, but is that even gonna be possible with a judge on top of Cat?
I mean, considering they're actually pushing Cat right now, so likely not. But hey, if they manage to do so, maybe. I wouldn't count anybody out as of yet. This is Valorant, friend. People do just the darndest things.
True. Very, very, very painfully true. Interesting rotate coming through. Not sure what the plan is for Wave Runner's side. Oh, it looks like they're going to go dedicate the A main.
Well, Tripwire is there along with the camera as well, but you can use the lockdown so that'll immediately give away the position of what they want to do. They'll smoke out the site. They have one hold down into Wines, but they're actually not entering. They gotta wait for them to enter off. But From is not covered. He has the he has the sheriff, and can't do much with it. Puts the pot shots down, but dies.
Op still in hand though. Beckham, not so much. Having the Phantom right above is Wildfire with the sniper, ready to scope down the skull of that Jet. Penetration shot's not gonna work. Sheriff in hand though. Whole bunch of stalling out. Time is running out though. You have to see what Doobie can do. Otherwise, everybody's able to find a different people. Wildfire's gonna fall. Two more on top of Heaven. Beckham might be able to climb up there and get one. Lava Plume's gonna stall out one. Able to find another one. Triple kill for Beckham. And that's gonna be a flawless.
Doobie doobie doo, doobie doobie doo. Wave Runners. Get. Really? Okay.
What?
You have. Okay. Oh man, Max, bro. This is so painful, fam. So, for anybody who didn't get it, thank you. Our producer got it. That is the theme song from Phineas and Ferb for Perry the Platypus. Whenever he.
Oh.
Watch Phineas and Ferb.
That was after my time.
My time. You're younger than I am.
I was watching The Simpsons by then. Oh, but hold on. Oh no.
Everybody's seeing the yellow and black here, Max, because unfortunately they're all blinded up by the paranoia, and the purple is not too pleasant either. But nope, but it just results in one pick, and that's on Exodus as well.
Man, call him a transformer, but I don't see any bumblebees all throughout. They have to go through mid and see what they can do next. Look at Zero. Oh, he's in an aggressive spot. They all push mid en masse. He can either find so many and win the round single-handedly, or he might just stall himself out. And it looks like with the dedication to A main, he's going to be waiting there for a while.
Oh, moving in. It's a full push, right? Like you mentioned. A main 5 there. They smoke out main entryway, but all the way at the end, they're watching the fight. They place a turret just to make sure. But as they enter onto the site,
we gotta talk about Brittany.
one after another, uses the C4, gets the 2 kills. Smoke's still not gone down yet, but Ilya comes in. Smoke dissipates, spots a 1, but back in with the super high angle, catches him off guard.
This is going to allow Wave Runners to bring it back 5 and 5. It's not over just yet. We might see a repeat of last game.
Yes, sir. I believe, as they say, famously in Bollywood, the movie is not over yet in English, essentially. I will say in Hindi, but I don't want to. But and
I love Bollywood.
I know Bollywood's just a fantastic place and a really good time. It has its flaws and its ups and downs, but makes the content.
Did you know that Hollywood films are the number 3 highest grossing part of our country for movies?
Really?
Hollywood's number 2.
And Nollywood's number 1?
Nollywood is number 1. Nigerian film.
Nollywood.
Holy. Look at this. They already have full control of the site. I think by now Exodus have realized they just cannot win on these rushes. They have to play a retake.
Yeah, because considering they already invested the Rolling Thunder into it along with the smokes and the flashes, right? Almost all of Exodus were not there, so good call by them to at least not commit to it. But now what matters is the retake, Max, like you mentioned. They're coming through market, right? They put some initial shots down, but Exodus flips, but Wave Runners playing a lot safer. More often than not, they would usually come out through, they usually come offside and possibly try to battle Wave Runners. But this time they opt not to do so. I like this call, but considering they're on the save, right? So they have the gun advantage and the side advantage. Let's see how they take it.
Oh, they're already losing bodies. They have to go for a gigantic save yet again. They're all pushing forwards. Beckham with a triple. And the knife wildfire with the sheriff itself. But it's too little too late. You got to save yourself, bud. And that's going to be now Wave Runners taking the lead.
Honestly, if I was Wildfire there too, I would have actually got in and tried to, at the last second, he's managed to get a gun, saves his economy, will probably by 4 shield, and 1 more for a shred. I like that. Caught by Wildfire, Lace trades out a little bit back and forth, but now, Wave Runners in prime position to possibly make a 7-5 half, and our Exodus are as well, but now it is Beckham with the op in his hand on the attack as well. So, this could get fun. Oh, there it is. Oh, now we see where the drawing is, right there on the table. That's cool.
Brimstone has such a nice beard.
I wish I had a brim beard, bro. Mine gets a little bit scrappy. Wrong. But I figured out a way to actually make it more healthy, Max. So what you gotta do is when you're combing it, you gotta make it like with your little comb, you gotta do like an up inwards and then down position.
Comb?
Yeah.
No charges.
I've never combed my beard. Yo, comb my beard? Okay. Yo! Oh, never mind. The knife almost found a connection there. Not gonna be enough though. Missing connections on Craigslist. It's gonna be Wildfire with a reverse shot coming through. Holy moly. But look at this down below in hell. Full control for Wave Runners onto the site. Exodus find themselves in that typical spawn or typical stall on top. Though Showstopper's able to release some of the pressure on the hell. But it's a huge back and forth. 1 left alive for Exodus all of a sudden. They were a lead by so much, but it's gonna fall so quickly.
But now, like you said before, Wave Runners in prime position to possibly the 7-5 half, as I believe I switched settings before, but still, I still seconded the score, which is what matters. But now, on the other end, considering what kind of show Wave Runners had on the attack, how well coordinated they were, and the way they actually planned out their pushes, right, along with the retakes now onto the defense, it'll depend on whether they bring out to, because Exodus is honestly nothing to really scoff at either. The retakes on their own were actually really well done. They had some really sick shots come in, and we saw one like really super sweet flick come out. So hopefully we could see more. Maybe I would want to, as we are heading into a small little tech pause, Max.
That's right. Hello, we are back yet again. These last few rounds have been utterly insane. I mean, the chaos that has gone through on Ascent, we see all the time, but this time it has been really interesting. Some shots that clearly shouldn't have connected. Oh, goodbye. Shouldn't have connected. And the Showstopper 2 go in the hell, alleviating all that pressure. It was a beautiful pimple to pop. But let's see how this goes down with Molly in hand on side of B main. Oh, and Throb has suffered so much this game and still suffering. So little health left in Wildfire. Over down to the side, an angle that I'll check out. Triple comes through. But just a classic.
Comes in through, avoids the mollies. I've seen this a lot from Jets, but not like this, because they saw wave runners. They were all stacked one on top of another. And Exodus, watch them make it so that we haven't even have. He gets off, and we'll see it again. That was beautiful, and a triple, nonetheless. And now Exodus have the overall economical advantage. But they have to put it to good use. The wave runners have to stay safe. We'll see what the hold looks like, Max, as they're all holding on A. And looking
a buy up completely from Exodus side. We do see one sheriff coming through from wave. But look at the default in play. Are they expecting the aggression? Probably.
Yeah, they put it up. Come at Frizzy at the back. I was gonna put out the grenade and call for reinforcements, saying 1-2, 1-2. I got a bogey in front of me, but the bogey's dissipate.
Not quite. But free control of B again. Except for those coming in marketplace. That might be a bit of a problem.
Yes, sir. Exodus at the end, playing it a lot more faithful. They actually opted to not go on the site, considering B was completely open. They just absolutely had no idea. But on the other end, though, mid, a complete gunfight is happening back and forth between these two teams.
That's right. These gunfighters have been really good. Classic in hand, able to cut down a little bit more of some of Exodus, but not enough to confirm fully. 2v2 though. Double Sova in play. That's the scariest part of it all. Plant's gonna go down on A though. We gotta wonder, where's the Jet? Hello? Hello?
Oh, you hear him drop. My brother, you gotta turn up your engagement.
Exodus! What was the plan?
So unfortunate. Jets has 2 health on the other side, Max. I'm assuming they were hoping that Sova could have held it down by himself until the Jet got there, because he wanted to come around for the flank, but was a bit too late. Exodus, give up a lead.
That was so strong. They went into that with just classics and they came out on top. Oh, I'm sorry. No, they didn't come out on top. So it was the push through the buy up, and they were able to come out on top, but barely. There was still some economic impact going through. And look at that. You can exactly see who fell because they had to go to sheriffs.
Fortunately not, but now considering with Exodus, they were hoping to win that round, and considering they did not, so they would have to opt for the save. But a very aggressive bunch of wave runners pushing out through B main. They get every single one.
Holy crap. Now it's going to be up to Wildfire. He has been the lurking master, the playmaker for the team. They have no idea where he's at. They have a relative idea that he's in A. Peckham pushing up. Little does he know, to the left. Headshot goes through like it's nothing. Hot knife to butter. But there's still a few more to worry about. Solid Snake peeking his way through. Going to be detected by the turret. Killjoy knows. But not going to go for it just yet. They're going to try to stifle her a little bit more. Rotating around. KJ Molly's inside of B main, but not on CT. They're not prepared for that. But also the spike is in their possession.
Yes, sir. It's right outside of B main. So, considering right now, they're just making her long way around the wildfire. Oh, along with the alarm, but I spots about takes a bunch of damage right to the face. So, exactly where he's coming from. And considering Killjoy is holding a really aggressive angle right down by mid.
30 seconds.
Peeks
Wildfire. Wildfire. Oh no.
He spots his gun and he's donezo bunzo.
And that's 3 Wave Waters now 1 point away from match point. I'm not match point. I'm sorry, double digits. Not quite match point yet.
So 2 away, I believe you mentioned. Did you say 1 away, Max? See, this is why you don't count on stream, bro. We talked about that.
Yeah, it is 1 away.
Oh, there you go. You right. See, I thought they didn't update the score, but they just updated it now. See, that's why I should have counted on screen. You know what? I'll just start talking and go away, take over the cast.
I mean, this is my favorite scoreline right here. And also, we do see a lot of potential ults coming back very soon, but we have one confirmed one that could be used. That's Wildfire of all people.
Standing ahead.
So we're looking right
Never
now.
mind.
We're gonna go for the same exact push and push through being made to get 2, and it's just not punished. But look at this here, Max. Exodus are on A, so it's completely open.
It is completely open. No KJ utility there. It's all gonna be on B. I'm just gonna push on forwards. Has the spike in hand. Not gonna be necessarily planting it too much for long though. That could be a bit of an issue going down. Doobie and company though, top of heaven. Biding their time could be the chance to bring themselves downwards at least a little bit more, but once inside Y, that could be a huge issue for everyone inside Cat. There's an entire team still left alive except for one. Blast is able to find one, but no! Elijah gets detained instead. This could be huge. Zero needs to push, find the confirm. Maybe find some more, but no. They're all gonna back off. They realize they can't win.
They decided to go for the save. This is not even a bad call at all. I mean, okay, I respect you considering Elijah also has 5 health too, so they don't know, like, because going into this map right now, right? Look at the econ. So go to this round right now. Go look at the econ so far for Exodus. It is a little bit broken too, with 3 being able to save, and I believe Frizzy actually had her econ actually full by yet again this round, so it's not too bad at all. But bit of a broken buy for Exodus. On the other end, the Wave Runners. That was such an interesting round, Max, considering they just give it up.
Out of my way.
Okay,
We haven't seen a lot of punishes come out from either team. But this could be a great chance to redeem themselves in the punish game. Everyone is outside A main. Jovi's trying to fire shots, none of them connecting. Wildfire has the blades, they could go up and find everybody. The Hunter's Fury in retaliation. Elijah and company holding down the front line. Oh, never mind, maybe not. Trying to find this fight to go down. Instead, reverse Hunter's Fury, trying to stifle everybody. Able to find one. Beckham goes down, maybe 2 more. No, but they're brought down to half. This could be great.
It's not down yet. They haven't planted it yet. Here, Max,
Why haven't they planted?
We're not to go down. Elijah's waiting for anybody to come through trees, but nobody is. But still, a minute after their name, they're gonna plan it out for sight. Let's go one after another. They're peeking it through heaven. Wave Runners is taking every Exodus. No!
Wildfire!
Wildfire left in hell.
Why was Elijah waiting? One left alive now. They had ample opportunity to do so. Angles were covered inside door. Wildfire now finds himself in a 1v3. So either he can face check inside a tree, which he opts to do, and he's going to find the Killjoy, finds them, but there's still 2 left alive for him to deal with. He has to go for the reload. 2 inside heaven, baits out the plan. This could still work. He has 25 seconds he has time to play with. But no, they peeked up too much. He has to watch out 2 different angles. Recon Bolt detects him. One behind green, seems to know, able to find out. 1v1. Can he find the final one? He has to drop, maybe find the top. No! That's going to be 11 now for Wave.
I always consistently say in those very tight positions when you are a team with a man event, especially with a 3 or 2 or 1v1, especially with a 2 or 3v1, never give the person those 1v1 advantages, right? You do not want that to happen, because if they win out, you immediately lose everything you held over them, which is the possibility for a double or triple peak. And at least we were able to get the trade. But now by the end of it, looking at it right now, Wave Runners, man, 11-6, at least able to clutch it out. Backing still with op in hand, econ advantage, and Exodus. I believe if they don't get this round, they will have to be on the save for the next. So this is necessary.
Beckham could find a really good shot here. No, the Cloudburst coming like an atomic bomb. It's gonna be 2, 1 misses. Still, no one's gonna peek up. They're just distracting Beckham. Oh, maybe not though. Elijah dry peeks it, gets caught out, punished.
Thank you, Beckham. That flick of the day that red flick of the day has brought you by Bandit like Beckham. Beckham, up to.
I know exactly where.
But everyone else is dead on side of what Wave Runners. What did I miss?
Wave Runners. Oh no! Wildfire barely able to get away with their life. We've seen so much meltdown, brass and steel turning against Wave and Runners now. They're the last 2 alive. Sova and a Jet. They could peek up. We've seen some really shaky post plans here for both defenses. I'm not really sure if they're going to opt to do it. Wow, that was ideal. Beautiful work. Beckham's able to find one. Plant goes down. It's all left alive in a 1v3. We almost saw Beckham do it before. Could be able to do it again here. Finds one. Maybe make it 2. Gets away just in time with the draft. Op shot somehow misses. That could have been hit. But he knows the pre-fire spots. One behind Bowhouse. Could try to find the pre-fire there too. Cypher's waiting. He has to go to the other side. It might not be worth it.
He has no smokes. Only 2 up draft spots. Cypher at the back. Gets taken down. And from will finally clutch it out. We're saying Exodus needed the round. They do manage to do so with 2 left alive. So at least they keep their hopes alive.
This is getting a lot closer again. Exodus need to keep the momentum going. They've been able to be fantastic about getting onto a site. Their post plants look good. It's the middle area where they struggle.
Yeah, just being able to maneuver around and getting out of the site, like you mentioned, right? Just wherever they decided to commit, Wave Runners takes advantage of that and punishes them immediately and fiercely. Now Wave Runners on the save. There's an opportunity for Exodus to possibly come on back to use the knives as a right at the beginning, but Oaken over the same play, and that's what I wanted to see. They punish the aggressiveness because sending it to pistol. Wave Runners know this is their round to lose.
That would be bad if it was, right? Oh! Brum is able to put it back all onto the line. He had a slow start in the first half. It seems like he's finally waking up. Cyphercam's going to detect a third. Might be a great time to go for A, and look at where the spike's heading. But look at this. No, Beckham's pushing up. Might be able to find the spike. Sheriff in hand. Is anybody watching? No. But if they rush in time, they can go for a fantastic flank. He's able to find one. They're essentially trapped.
Which such huge doctor still, but doesn't get any tag. Actually tags at the race quite a fair bit. But the door is closed onto him. It is a 3v4, Max. So definitely not an impossible situation. But two of Ravens at least have guns. Elijah comes to the back, loses out the trade, doesn't get the shot. No! And now it makes it 3v3. It makes it a lot more even. But out the back, he comes in through heaven. And now they're both stuck in hell. Although no grenades, but Wildfire has the knives and treats back into some acupuncture. Just one left, and Bala wins. So
holy. There you go. Now you just have one more point. In Exodus, they have to really play a little flawlessly here.
Wow. I mean, I said it before, Wave Runners, this was their round to lose. They were on the thrifty nonetheless. Although they had some shares as a full shields, but through initial picks, and although even Exodus really punishing their initial aggressiveness, still managed to clutch it out. And honestly, all credits go to Blast from that round. He going through trees and getting 2 picks through heaven, able to drop down and win on the tree as well. Really good stuff from them. And now Exodus, bit of a broken by only the TP, and on the other end, 2 TPs the name for Wave Runners, and 1 more coming online if initial picks.
Oh,
comes
knife is
in the air like an angel of death. Takes along with all of Exodus, and there's just 1 person left, Max.
And that might be the entire game right there. Wildfire now finds themselves last one alive. They had a lead for so long, but it's stolen away. Trying to find some pre-fire shots from spawn side, surrounded. They're coming up. They're looking for the execution. The Sova's going to come by, not confirm it, but with 2 health left and a 1v2, it seems unlikely, but Wildfire might be able to do it. He's going to slowly approach his way onto the far left side of the map. Oaken coming in for an attempted slow flank. It's essentially a 1v1 here, but no information for Wildfire. Blast hiding at a very odd angle up on top. You would never expect it. Slowly pushing through, waiting to go on by. Doesn't matter, it confirms, and Wave Runners make their way further into the Pit of Valor tonight.
Wow. What started off as a very back and forth map here, Wave Runners were able to take the lead. Like you saw there too, but the Exodus were looking really good on the defense, right? But unfortunately, Wave Runners are not punished, like you mentioned before, for the unparalleled aggression of the defense, pulling that same B main play about 4 times now, and just catching them off guard, right? Just shutting down everything Exodus wants to do.
Absolutely. And I think Wave Runners punished the game so heavily in that second half. That's what let them catapult their way to the top. And now I'm wondering, are they going to be able to take it all tonight in the Pit of Valor?
I mean, looking at it right now, they're in prime position to do so, right? They're looking at a fantastic team with solid coordination and the aggressive plays I find which catch so many of these players off guard, right? Good shots combined with just fun play styles. They can take it all the way, Max.
Absolutely. I think they can too. But you know what could go all the way as well?
What's that?
Food into my stomach.
Yeah, you're right. But I think it'll be time to immediately get that into your stomach, Max, as I believe my tummy's rumbling as well. And I don't have my trusty drink control with me, drinkcontrol.com, GLG10 at checkout, to be able to supplement myself. So with that, I believe that it's time for us to take our leave, but fear not, friends. We're leaving you in fantastic and much more attractive hands. That being Endless and Stripe taking over for the semifinals and the grand finals for tonight. So the matches that you absolutely do not want to miss. With that all being said, I have been Ravish Ravis, the most ravishing man of the internet, joined here by Miss Joe Keglanek. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll have some more value for you right here on GLG.
Invincible.
You made a monster. You made a monster. motion in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone,
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Welcome back, beautiful people. This time it is Strive with a beard, minus the hat. I hope you like this look a little bit better. And Endless is still looking beautiful as always. We are here in yet again another best of one matchup. Before we get to the best of three finals, it's going to be a best of three escalation finals here, a first for GLG. So don't you dare go anywhere because it's going to be absolutely juicy. And we're going to be watching the likes of Uda Loopers versus Wave Runners Endless, brought to you by Nascent United. $100 prize pool on the lines here tonight on a Wednesday Pit of Valor. 73 teams, man. This is it. It doesn't get that much better. It's looking good. I'm pumped up. And map number one is going to be good old Ascent.
And on top of that, for those that are just tuning in or maybe just simply forgot, exclamation mark giveaway. They are giving out, Ascent United is giving out a t-shirt. So exclamation mark giveaway in the chat for your chance to enter and possibly win a whole free t-shirt. And I mean, here we are in the semis, Uda Loopers, Wave Runners, two teams that we've seen time and time again here in our Pit of Valor. But going into this one, Strive, I mean, you thought you could get away from this one, but who is gonna win?
Man, like these teams, we know Wave Runners, familiar names. And for me, man, I am feeling amped. I want to see what these teams can deliver. Familiar faces, right? We got the likes of Beckham that I've seen shown up before. And you know what, Endless? I see familiar names on that side too. Sideswipe. Hello?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll rewash this after. I'm like, wait a minute, Strive? We played in beta days. Or he might not remember me at all. Sorry. Cruxy too, a very familiar name. Is that a CS player, if I'm not mistaken?
Both of them.
Yeah,
Cruxy, Sideswipe, actually both former teammates of mine. Actually, I didn't even know they were playing under this name. And Infamous, he's been known in the Valorant scene as well. And on top of that, Bear Z, pretty known as well. Bake Show is the only player on the side of Uda Loopers that I haven't really heard of. But nonetheless, I feel like this is going to be an excellent matchup. But I'm going to have to side with my former teammates on this one.
I'm with you, man. These guys, I know for a fact, Sideswipe is a tough player. He delivers. Cruxy too, a familiar name for me. But at the same time, let's appreciate the likes of Beckham, Doobie. These names ring a bell for me, and let's also appreciate the fact that these guys have made it this far into the bracket. So things are heating up. Map 1's going to be Ascent, and just a bit of a background and some history for you guys if you haven't had the chance to check the brackets on Battlefy, which we always recommend you do. Lets you kind of understand where these teams are, what maps they've won, and how they got to where they are. Uda Loopers beat Agoji 13-11 on Icebox, so we got this. Someone got to play Icebox and maybe even cast it. And Wave Runners beat Exodus 13-7 on Ascent. So they're coming in hot on Ascent. And is that going to be a differentiating factor, Endless? That is what we're going to see here as we get into Agent Select. Insta Slap for the most part, getting done on the side of the Uda Loopers, and with Cruxy sitting on Jet, last one standing, and there's the locks all across the board, and we are getting Astra, my dear.
And oh my goodness, I mean, Astra, always a good sight to see on any map for that matter. And interesting enough, Cruxy is going to be locking in that Jet and Sideswipe onto the Phoenix, which I'm used to seeing Sideswipe play more so of a Jet or an Opper role. I see him play a lot of Sova as well, but interesting to see him kind of switch it up. Maybe he's not going to be opting for the side of Uda Loopers this time around, but Uda Loopers starting on that defensive side with Wave Runners on the attack, and I'm curious to see who gets that early aggression going.
Yeah, I'm all about that, especially on Ascent, a map that's quite large and kind of reminisces the Dust 2 days. And as we get into it, for me, Uda Loopers, that early information is going to be really nice to see if they go for those peaks ahead of the game, kind of recalibrate themselves early on and focus on, what's Wave Runners going to pull out of their back pocket on round number 1 and 2, and even into the third, depending how these rounds pan out. And look at this stunning flyover. This is the vacation that I haven't had. I'm getting this cinematic view. Beautiful. And Endless, for me, let's see how this works out. I'm looking forward to these pistol rounds. It's going to really set the tone for the rest of this matchup.
Don't even get me started on having a new vacation. I mean, I've been waiting for this whole COVID thing to die down. I feel like everyone has been, and it can't come sooner enough. And right off the bat, you can see Wave Runners taking things slow, working towards that long A, but you have one Cruxy already pushed towards one, and he's going to be holding this passively as Wave Runners kind of decide and figure things out, try to reevaluate the situation. They're not going to get a lot of presence known at A, and they don't get a lot of info either, but they're going to be lurking into the B site now.
You can see the activation from Astra trying to pull them in, but no one is available. So the good old suction cup is good in the hood there. Another orb is placed down, and that is going to not yet be used, and they're going to go collapse right onto B now. Full-blown. Cruxy's going to try and grab an orb and rotate over there. That reveal so good. Bear Z1 onto Oaken. Close left. Getting the numbers up. Wave Runners only down to 3. Can they make it happen? No, they cannot, as Bake Show and Infamous 1 a pop here with Sideswipe the man to clean it up on that Phoenix, and that was a flawless round number 1 and a quick one. Wave Runners absolutely shut down Endless.
That was a flawless retake by Uda Loopers, and I mean, I don't want to say that Wave Runners has a huge task in front of them to overcome this Uda Loopers squad, but it seems like it's going to be, as they start off strong completely, not even losing a single person to start their pistol round, and now they're just going to bonus. They're going to get a couple of Buckies in hand, a Ghost, and even an Ares, surprising enough.
I'm all about that. I mean, we'll see if it makes it work for them. Oaken, he's slightly cooking over the campfire, but gets away more or less unscathed, down to 96 hit points. They're going to regroup, recalibrate. Spike down towards spawn. They're going to pick that back up, and they're looking like game plan here. Try and get some early information. Don't commit too early here. Wave Runners being disciplined as best they can, albeit they are in a bit of a gun deficit situation, and we'll see what they choose to do.
And you can see Wave Runners trying to default towards to that B site once again, having their breach lurking around mid, but Cruxy ready for that peak, and he does get one along with Bear Z, getting that Bucky kill onto Beckham, and now Bear's gonna sit back, has the shock dart in hand, and does it do damage? It doesn't really do a lot, but look at Doobie trying to peek in, but Oaken comes out and trades with him. Sideswipe getting that initial pick, gonna be able to get sucked in, and Oaken getting Cruxy as well. So now down to a 2 versus 2, but there's not a lot of health on Blast, but he is playing up close with the shorty, and it can do a lot of damage.
Oh boy. But the two pump there, yeah, see, that's the problem. He went for the peak aggressively. Much better if he let them walk out maybe with that long Ares gun. He would have had a chance, but Oaken there, 26 hit points, Bucky in hand, Endless's favorite weapon of 2021. He opens it up and leaves it down to 1. He's so lit though. Bake Show, Spectre, Firepower. Can he make it happen? Taps gets off and oh no! He can't do it. He gets the burst off, but only gets it down to 33 hit points. Bake Show gonna sit on that, and that is round number 2 for Uda Loopers.
I mean, huge value for Wave Runners, I'd like to say.
Mega.
Like we talk about that all the time, and because Uda had bonus guns and Wave Runners were essentially on a full save, they were able to bring it down to 1 player left. And you can see Cruxy opting up here, and the rest of the Uda Loopers looking to buy whatever they can, aside from Bake Show, keeping that Spectre in hand. Meanwhile, on the side of Wave Runners, here comes their push. Full buy round. Let's see what they can do.
They got to make this gun round count here. Infamous Astra in astral form there, dropping everything so quickly. Obviously not his first rodeo. He's basically got his muscle memory down on that, let me tell you. And posted up towards the team, heavily positioned to get on that execute, but there is so much Astra utility everywhere on that site, and they're gonna go for it. Fearless into sight they go. Cruxy still trying to clear B main yet again. Cruxy loves those orbs, man. He's all about it. Bake Show not getting a chance for the reveal, but he's getting spam left, right, and center. Blast destroys him. That is so unfortunate. Beckham posted up on top of his perch, gets a 1-piece for himself, and this is it. Wave Runners now with guns in their hand are looking very strong.
And one fun fact with Infamous as well, he is the person that started this whole Odin gang thing, and I'm expecting to see a lot of Odins coming into this game. And Cruxy with the op in hand, now Ares. I mean, they're forced for the retake, but Blast has been doing an amazing job preventing them from coming back into this round. A huge 4K here for Blast to secure their first here, and on top of that, Uda Loopers are now broke.
Super poverty stricken, and now they're gonna go with a very light buy. They got to be conservative and play smart and kind of figure out, okay guys, what's the plan here? We're looking pretty healthy, right? The other team is really stepped up their game, and for me, I'm gonna see if they can get early info with those sheriffs, and it's gonna be a gong show, honestly. Uda Loopers are gonna be in for a mega surprise.
And right now, I'm expecting them to get a little bit aggressive, but look at Wave Runners all towards that A site. They're going to be executing relatively quick here, connecting the orb. Beckham already running into sight. They're going to be able to close this door, and they are going to get this bomb down. And 5 versus 5 retake for Uda Loopers. Can they make it happen, despite all of them essentially being on pistols?
We'll see. Spike now planted. Numbers are even across the board. No one is out of the picture yet. Bake Show and gang coming in on the big flankeroni there. Oaken gets one onto Bear Z on the flank. Can he get one more? He is so lit, but that turret is just doing its business. Cruxy dashes. All those orbs paid off for the 1 kill, but Blast, the monster, sitting on 3 kills at this point, and they know exactly where Sideswipe is due be. Oh no. Poor Sideswipe gets absolutely devoured through the wall there.
And Blast, let's talk about his play so far. I mean, 8-2 to start things off. More than double of everyone in the server. And, I mean, back-to-back rounds of just absolutely shutting down Uda Loopers. And right now, I feel like they need to find a solution for him.
Oh, they do. Blast is just delivering time and time again. He gets in sight, and his crosshair placement is on fleek endless. We see Defcon kind of suffering with Doobie and Beckham on the bottom there. They're going to have to gas it up, but still, 2-2 respectively. Infamous still sitting on that Odin. Was able to deliver in the last round with that spam through the door on the left side there where the switch is, and that's a lockdown. Is it going to be a bait or a take? That is the question.
Right now, you see the lockdown coming in, but it does get taken out. And still, Oaken just playing it passive, not overextending towards that B site, and Blast already teleported towards that A, and they are going to be able to execute onto that A site while Oaken tries to lurk, but Bake Show does connect to him through the wall. And now, 5 versus 4 retake in favor of Uda Loopers. Now Wave Runners just have to play it passive.
Blast is so confident with that TP. They put the lockdown, the beta that rotates. Blast went right into sight. He could have easily gotten blasted from heaven, but fearless he was. Defcon is going to try and keep them at bay in heaven, but Sideswipe comes swinging out the door. Shock darts from Doobie lined up. He's done his homework tonight, and it's not enough, unfortunately, as Sideswipe takes control of Generator, picks up that kill. Now down to a 2v1 Jet to keep Sideswipe shielded. with Cruxy there, it's nothing but gravy, analysts, as they pick up round number 3.
And I don't know if you noticed, but right away, Sideswipe goes and saves that Odin for who other than Infamous. I mean, Infamous,
Right?
again, creator of the Odin gang, and he's going to prove that yet time and time again. I feel like it's going to be an Odin game all around for Infamous.
When in doubt, buy the Odin, my dear friend. That's the solution, especially if you're a Sova, because it seems like Sovas have an obsession with Odins.
They do, especially with that recon early on to that B site, being able to spam through main. I feel like that is a huge factor as to how the Odin comes into play. But that's not what they're looking to do. As you can see, Sideswipe pushing out of that B with the run it back, able to connect to Oaken, and Bake Show starting things off as well, getting another. So right away, they put themselves at a 2-person advantage, but Defcon looking to answer back, getting one pick before getting taken out to Bake Show as well. And there comes that Molly from Sideswipe, all down to Blast.
Cruxy was almost in for a bit of a surprise from Blast, but Sideswipe was there out of mid to help him out. He picked up that nice kill towards mid as well with that fire, paid out really well and took Beckham out of the picture. So now 4-2, Uda Loopers have stepped it up on the defensive side, looking healthy as a squad, and they are keeping their guns, building that economy up, which is going to be so good for them as they progress onwards here.
You can see Bake Show setting up all his lineups towards that B site, utility-wise, and he's waiting for them to just attack this B site, and I feel like they're going to be entering that direction as well, as all 5 members of Wave Runners stack towards that, as A has not worked the past 2 rounds.
And they're playing very patiently here on the attacker end too. Wave Runners are kind of getting their bearings together. They're grouped up heavily towards B. They have been very mobile though, so I will say they haven't always committed to the site they group on. They're trying to get early intel and finesse their way back around the map, and they're doing just that again, going towards tiles. Owl Drone coming out from deep, and nothing else spotted by them. That slippery, annoying turret is just revealing left, right, and center. Oaken takes a little bit of a tickle, and they're gonna regroup, and by the looks of it, hit that short to A pinch, which there's only 2 members there, so not a bad option consider, but there is a fast rotate available in spawn as well on Sova.
And I like their setup right now. The B players, they're playing very passive at Boathouse. Meanwhile, they are floating that Sova towards that spawn, which, oh my goodness, Cruxy starting things off with 2 picks, and Doobie finally taking him out. Still evens out the situation, but now it forces Uda Loopers in a bad spot, as Bears has to wait for his team. But shock darts are going to come in a little bit late. Doesn't really connect to anything. So now it's all up to their retake ability.
Patience now. They got to regroup and work smart. Uda is tied up in terms of numbers with Wave Runners. We see Aster dropping utility as well. Bake Show coming out from the door, puts a turret to make sure no one's peeking him, and he's going to advance onwards off of that. And now here is the collapse. Silver Dart doesn't reveal much of anything at all. They figured out they got to be long and under hell. And at that point, Bears dropping down. Blast keeps that true, and this is the Rolling Thunder. The denial coming through. Infamous has 100 bullets to his name, now down to not as much, and this is it. Hunter's Fury 2. Endless. We talked about in the last matchup that time Hunter's Fury makes it almost impossible, and they make it happen here. The attackers hold it down, thanks on par to that. Oh, Bake Show! So good!
Oh my goodness. Was that necessarily the play to, you know, hunt them down? I wouldn't think so, considering the economy isn't that great for the side of Wave Runners, so losing those 2 guns does hurt them quite a bit. And, I mean, 3 members of Uda Looper still able to buy here, and like we were saying, exactly. I mean, having that Hunter's Fury pop at the right amount of time, down to a 2 versus 2, and having a teammate there to protect you from the push, I think that was well played.
Oh, super well played. Everything about that was beautiful. I loved it, and it brings them up now closer and closer to Uda Looper's. Cruxy now, the Orb Hunter himself, sitting with knives out at mid, well positioned, getting ready for any kind of funny pushes. There is 2 there. Sideswipe connects with the 1 clap, but Doobie, I like the trade. This is beautiful. Although not necessarily buddied up, they were positioned to support each other, and they do just that, keeping the numbers even. We'll see if Cruxy goes for some next level plays here with those knives with a dash in the air.
Here.
You can see he's close up mid, so once this smoke disappears, that's where Blast might need a little bit of attention and focus towards that mid, but it looks like he's going to just fall off completely as they're going to regroup towards this B main, looking to execute. They do spot one towards stairs, but Cruxy getting Beckham early on, so that allows for a little bit of hesitation on the side of Wave Runners, as they could be on the flank for all they know. But look at that. They're re-clearing mid now. Gonna head towards short. And they're gonna just take it by storm. Bears hears that, calls it off for his teammates, and here comes the rotations.
Yeah, Bears being very patient, and this is it, man. These OGs know what's up, right? They get the pick and they fall off easily as a Jet. You can get super gassed up and go ham, try and get more picks, but they're disciplined and they fall off. Cruxy does just that. Hunter's Fury, Bears gets the one tag, which is still good, and now with the spike being planted, let's see if the Uda Loopers can retake. They have the advantage too. Shock Dart does a little bit of a tickle, if that. Another one to follow up, and they're still holding firm here. Doobie is going to send that recon dart, get the information. No, Cruxy misses it. Oh, unfortunate, as the number is still looking now even. I take it all back before I can finish my sentence. Does Oaken have it in the bag, holding down generators?
And here's the drop, and that crossfire that was set up by Oaken and Blast was just absolutely perfect, as Oaken basically won them that round, holding that entirety of tree room, getting that pick, and repositions himself to be able to help out his teammate in Blast that's stuck in hell. And the second he heard both drop, they knew that was the perfect crossfire.
Oh, so good. Blast was so patient, knew that Oaken had his back out of generator, and they baited the drop, and it was so well executed all around the board. And now this puts the defenders, Uda Loopers, in a heavy save situation. They're going to play light. There's tons of firepower. We'll see if they capitalize here. And you can see now too, knowing they're on the save, they're going to aggress and try and get early info.
And this is the right choice, knowing that Uda Loopers is on the save, to not go towards that B side, as B allows for a lot more closer angles to kind of hide in. Meanwhile, that A site, it has the range game available for Wave Runners, and because they are on that buy, they can play that range game and basically hold down the round. As you can see, oh my goodness, if only Beckham knew that there's two standing right behind the smoke, as he does get flashed and completely blinded at that. So Sideswipe taking advantage of that, getting the first kill on this retake, but that still leaves 4 members of Wave Runners with full guns to hold down this site.
They have a lockdown available on the side of Uda Loopers to execute. Phoenix has run it back. Astra can also divide the site there, but no, they decide to fully conserve that. They're not in a position gun-wise to capitalize off of it. They're going to hold on to those ultimates, and that gives Wave Runners the opportunity to get round number 5. Coming back, bouncing back now, 3 consecutive rounds in a row. They must be feeling pretty good, Endless.
And that was not what you wanted to see from Bears, as he could have flanked Blast, but I guess the Sheriff is just pretty inaccurate sometimes when you miss that first shot, and as he kept trying to spam away, he was unable to connect, which allowed Blast to just flick back and take him out.
Yeah, the Sheriff can be a bit of a pickle sometimes. It's critical to land that first shot and be disciplined. And here's a running back there, Oaken. He's going to drop the Nanostorm, but he's coming swinging. Sideswipe, one more flash as well. Gonna swing, can he make it happen? No, nice pre-fire, denying that. And that is critical to destroy that, run it back, not give any kills or even damage off. So good. Wave Runners must be feeling good after holding that push off.
You can see Cruxy already posted up B main with that operator in hand. So that's a little bit dangerous if Wave Runners decides to peek that back. And nonetheless, right now, Uda Loopers just playing it a little bit more passive. They're not going to get overly aggressive here, as they do have complete B main control. So the defense is already shifting to that A site. Cruxy has the first point of contact into that B site, but he does have that dash if they were to end up there. But calls are coming in. There's a bunch of smokes coming in at that A site. They do see one, and Infamous again with the Odin. Getting one. Knows one's up close.
Oh, yeah.
Him as well.
Spike down
And 3 kills for Infamous, all down to Oaken, which Bake Show is going to end that early on, and they tie this thing back 5-5.
Infamous heavily aware. Here's the updraft and knew, wait a minute, there's some funny business. It wasn't main. He wouldn't updraft arbitrarily. He's got to be on top of that box. Looks right away over, and that was so well executed. He got that double 2 lined up, showing the Odin is a beast of a weapon.
And once you get that thing going, it kind of plays a mental toll on you, because if you're going up against that, you're freaking out, you're panicking. It kind of speeds up your heart rate a little bit. And look at Cruxy rotating that operator towards that A site, but to know ones avail, and everyone is attacking that B. Infamous already spraying one, doesn't get the second, and Beckham trying to hover above the molly. Gets knocked down to 1 health, but it doesn't matter. Bake Show finishing him off, and Doobie as well. And he's going to be able to hold down this B site. It is not open for business. Bake Show with 3 huge kills here, and Bears finishing things off once again. And they regain that lead, 6-5.
Last round before
Bake
the switch.
Show's bakery is closed for business as he holds down that muck like it's no one's,
Need a drop.
well, business. Damn, that was interesting. Easy peasy here if you're Bake Show playing on that site, making the magic happen. And now 1 round away from halftime in this best of 1. Keep in mind, finals are in a best of 3. There is no second opportunity here. The OODA Loopers against Wave Runners. It's do or die endless.
And ideally, they would want to even things out on the side of Wave Runners. Five rounds on that attacker side is very respectable. Despite what happens this last round, they're entering the second half in a very good showing. I mean, 5 rounds already, that's pretty big.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, you gotta give yourself some ups for that. Look at this trade situation out of short. These guys absolutely caboose behind each other, supporting Bake Show, the monster. Previously playing on B is now come on over to Tree Room, vibing. No one is really peeking him, so he decides, you know what, I'm gonna kind of recalibrate myself, get ready for a bit of a rotate, and he, you know, being the right play here as they're regrouping back towards B. Defcon opens it up onto Bears and leaves it down to only 2 OODA Loopers members, Astra and Killjoy. Killjoy and Astra both have ultimates available that they can use, and you got to use it now. All or nothing. It's last round endless.
The lockdown is going to come in huge, but I mean, look at what Wave Runners have. They have the Hunter's Fury in hand to be able to destroy that. And I'm not sure how much, you know, Astra's wall would really help out in this situation. In fact, I feel like if they did use it, it would make it more difficult for them to kind of run into the site. But nonetheless, let's see how they play this out. Infamous already ready towards Market. Gonna go ahead and break that door, and like we said, here comes that lockdown, and oh my goodness, the Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder are activated, and it's all left down to Infamous.
Infamous zone still makes it happen there. He's gonna weasel his way through, tries to jump up, but Blast is 1 step ahead of the game. Looking right at Market, picks it up here. Even set here, 6-6 at the end of the half. Endless doesn't get that much better on Ascent. This could be anyone's game, and I'm loving the competition.
It's been a great back and forth battle, and this is what we expect at the semifinals right now, right? I mean, winner of this match goes on to play a best of 3 in escalation, and I mean, that's going to be a blast to watch.
Oh man, it's gonna be a first for GLG, a first for me, and for you guys. I mean, keeping it real. What other tournament or event lets you do escalation for grand finals? Like, come on, man, gas up GLG here. Question marks in the chat if you like that, and you know what? If you guys are all about it, we'll do it again next time for you guys.
And we might even do, I mean, we haven't fully confirmed, but if it does get sent to the 3rd map, we might even do a spike rush to end things off, and $100 to finish things off on a spike rush. I feel like that's, you know, what more can you ask for?
Except to be so tilted. Imagine on a spike rush. Oh no. As Beckham equally trying to tilt the mid players as he's holding it off, getting aggressive there. Has support. Defcon is behind him to take out Sideswipe. And this is what Wave Runners want on the defender side. They have the advantage. They got to let them get a Doobie and Oaken. Their placement so good. Leaves it down to only 2 Bears. And Cruxy, poor guy, 10 HP at top short. He is pinned.
Defcon gonna end his life before he starts to suffer, and Wave Runners take the lead. Strive 7-6.
They've shown up, they're delivering, pistol round in their back pocket. Now, question remains, are they gonna go for the buys? And I think they want to really secure it. They're not even gonna bother bonusing. Spectres in hand, full armor in hand, not leaving anything to chance. Endless.
And that's probably the choice to do so. I mean, Wave Runners, I mean, down 7-6, it seems, or they're up 7-6. I mean, the scoreboard looks a little bit different.
I think that was correct, Endless. I'm pretty sure they picked up that round.
Yeah, they did. And right now, I mean, Infamous protecting his teammate from getting this bomb, but that breach flash comes in. Defcon taking complete control there, but gets traded out. Oaken there, and Blast as well to support the team. And I mean, that leaves for two members of OODA Loopers, and Infamous and Bears, with which Bears not a lot of health to work with, but Blast, what smoke?
Yo, Blast is aware. I mean, this guy has $10 million headphones and he's got it at like 2 million volume. He heard everything that happened there. He's like, I don't even need to have any fear. Smoke, no smoke. I'm just gonna swing. And he went full blown with a frenzy. I mean, that's beautiful, man. So well done. Blast delivering 19 and 8 endless, a monster.
I mean, yeah, 19 to 8 to start things off. I mean, Oaken not far behind him. 14 and 10 right now. And right now, Bears on the side of OODA Loopers needs to pick things up, as, I mean, the team needs to start working together. There's a lot of trades or picks that are just given off without any potential for trades. And Infamous getting that open pick, but Beckham utilizing that breach flash once again. But good thing Infamous is there to bail his team out of that situation, getting a second pick to start things off, and now they have a one-man advantage.
I dig that aggression, man. That utility coming out of Jet, dashing into tiles, supported by the breach flash. I mean, that's a way to keep it honest. Madubi keeping Cruxy honest too. Doesn't even let that spike get planted. Feeling healthy there. A bit of a burn coming out. Sideswipe keeps door on lock, closes it, jumps across too. And at this point, Spike is dropped in sight. They're gonna grab that, get it down. Ample time on the clock. Let's see if the retake is possible from Wave Runners.
Bears starting things off, but that shock dart coming in and absolutely destroys Infamous, and Blast gonna finish him off, and now down to a 2 versus 2 situation. Shock dart to prevent Blast from peeking through heaven. Bears getting things done, but now it's the battle of the Sovas, and oh my goodness, that was a little bit close. Bears able to hang on with 6 health, and they bring it back 8 to 7.
That was so good, Bears. I like his crosshair placement. He was about to get strived, as I call, which is when you pull your utility out at the most unfortunate time and almost get clapped in the forehead. But no, he made it happen. He moved his crosshair to the right place, knowing he's going to swing wide out of that smoke, picks it up, and this is it. A bounce back after a 2-round show from Wave Runners. OODA Loopers on the board one more time.
That's what they wanted to do. Blast doing a good job to try to keep his team in on it, but I mean, Infamous at the end of the day was a little bit too much that round. Getting the 2 opening picks, which were huge, and then Bears to finish things off with a 3K. And you can see the wall has been activated officially from Astra, and the majority of the team kind of stacked towards that A site as Sideswipe and Big Show try to lurk towards that B site, making some noise and presence known.
They're gonna finesse their way back to A now. They're split up, but still numbers even across the board. The rotates as well. Keep your eyes peeled on that minimap. Wave Runners are situated on the outskirts of A. Ideally, they want to play a retake situation here. Beckham, fearless peek. I like it. I like it. I like it. He gets the information, gets the peek as well, and gets that kill delivered. That's what you want here. Now they have the numbers advantage. The Endless would tell you at this point, play the numbers game and play as a team.
And Defcon continuing to do so. Gets another pick onto Sideswipe, which once again, OODA Loopers, they're not grouped up enough to be able to trade that pick, and it continues on. Infamous and Big Show, completely separate areas. Everyone is way too spread out, and now Bears gets instantly dinked down to 25 health, and he has no choice but to attempt to save this, but time is not on his side, and I don't think he's going to be able to do so.
No, he gets one, but it don't matter when Defcon is there. Classic in hand and takes him out. 9-7 now, approaching the infamous double-digit tipping point where the scales start to get a little bit heavier, in this case on the side of Wave Runners. OODA Loopers still healthy. They're battling back, so this could honestly be anyone's game, as we saw from the first half results, Endless.
And at this point, OODA Loopers got to be thinking, what's going wrong? Why are we losing these rounds? And it's simply because they're not really in any sort of buddy system. They're just getting picked off one by one. And when it comes down to it, I mean, they're just giving Wave Runners the opening picks. And on that defensive side, once you get those picks, and if you don't get traded off, you're in a complete control. Like, all you have to do is fall off, play the site, and wait for them to execute.
Yep, and we'll see at this point, they're still favoring this A site. They're all about it. That Astra utility is like a highway in. The smoke, one dissipates. Oh no, Oaken, shoot my friend. He's right in front of you. Gets the swing, gets the one. Nice positioning and patience. I love it, Oaken. manages to pick up 2, and they're held to the outskirts of sight here with numbers as well to their name. It's pretty much free. Oaken, look at this guy, man. His mechanics are so good. Can he get one more blind? No, but he's still in a great position. Full hit points as well. Yeah, man, this is it. This is so strong, dude. I'm like, Wave Runners are unstoppable, Endless.
Right now, their defensive setup has just been to the T, and the trigger discipline and peaking discipline that they've had, it comes to show, right? Like they're not overextending, they're not giving OODA loopers enough info, and because of the lack of peaks on their end, OODA loopers are thinking, okay, maybe they're playing for a retake. They're just going to enter site. They're not fully committed to clearing all their corners, and it comes to bite them as Oaken. I mean, just hiding in sight, getting 2, and eventually getting the 3rd, and just being able to just swarm that retake, it just helps a lot.
Cruxy decides to get up in the air nice and early, and unfortunately that updraft falls back down to the ground. Nothing really earned from that, albeit not too big of a deal. Just one bit of utility. Beckham getting slippery. I love Beckham's verticality. He's making use of all the different parts of this map, and kind of, you know, honestly, I would be the last person to check that top angle, let me tell you.
And look at the aggression they've already shown. They've cleared B completely. The rotations are coming towards that 8 site. And Beckham trying to make Big Show pay, but Big Show a little bit more aware than he thought he would have been, getting that pick onto him. But look at Defcon trying to flank, but right now OODA loopers have done a very good job swarming site. Cruxy, knives out. Doesn't matter. Doobie getting punished instantly for being up close. And right now, so far, flawless round for OODA loopers. 5 players still standing, but Oaken gets Cruxy as he just jumps.
Oaken 2 woke now. They're stacked up. Oh man, this guy, quick sharpshooter. Oaken has been delivering with both the Vandal and Phantom getting spammed through, as Infamous gets a little bit overzealous, and he picks him up, jumps up on the box there. Fearless he is. And the OODA loopers pick up a much needed round at this point, Endless, closing that gap one more round closer. Man, this is getting a bit sticky, my friend.
I mean, it is, and 10 to 8 right now. Kind of a little bit of back and forth here, and Defcon gonna be able to buy up, but a light gun, or no, actually, he gets dropped. So Beckham still has the knives out, so he's gonna go ahead and just buy full armor and go ahead and activate those. But right now, OODA loopers just need to play together, like we said. They can't get picked off one by one. They can't give Wave Runners that early info and that opening pick.
No, they got to be smart, and they at the same time though, look at Wave Runners. They're sitting on ultimates, right? Jet's already activated the knives, Sova Hunter's Fury, and Omen has the ability to weasel around anywhere he wants to go. This utility is going to be pivotal to push them to round 11. They got to make use of it, or they're going to lose that opportunity. And that's, for me, Endless in this game, it's critical. Holding on to ultimates, yeah, I get it. Sometimes you want to be smart given the situation, but it's a use it or lose it for me. And sometimes we see people hold on to them for just far too long.
That's what we don't want to see ever. And I mean, it comes to a play where, sure, don't use the ult if it's, you know, a waste. Don't use it for the sake of using it, but use it to help your team. And if there's any opportunity to help your team with your ult, you best use it, because again, if you die, you're just gonna have it next round and the round after. I mean, you got to utilize it.
And they're going to go and utilize this A site to their advantage, but not if Defcon and Beckham have something to say about it. Sideswipe. Pin the generator, has bears to support. That fire doesn't make it up the top. Yes, it does. Oaken, he's burning slightly. Amazing usage there. And Cruxy, oh boy, can't see. And he does get that door closed just in time and gets away as well. With 13, they got to get the spike down, Endless.
And Blast getting a crucial kill there. They need to be able to pick up the bomb and plant it. And they're going to do just that with only a few seconds left to spare. And now Doobie knows both are stuck towards that site, as the Hunter's Fury was active. And look at this shock dart. It doesn't do enough, and he doesn't expect bears, but it doesn't matter. Puts it down to a 1 versus 1, but Sideswipe able to hang on with 39 health and bring it one round closer to tying things up. 9 to 10, still in the favor of Wave Runners.
Doobie, that was a vibe. That flick shot, I was like, wait a minute, he's not going to clear his close left, and he just connects that from downtown. Flicks right over, but that clutch, not possible. Sideswipe holds it down from green boxes inside and makes that happen there. And this brings Oodle Loopers, like you said, one round closer to tying it up and making this map even more juicier. This is it, man. I mean, let's talk about this for a second. As we hit a bit of a pause by the looks of it. These teams tuck pause potentially. I don't see anyone on the DC analyst. What's your thoughts here, given how close it is? For me, I'm going to say I'm loving the early aggression from the attacker side. They get a nice pick and they capitalize off of it. At the same time, though, let's see Oodle Loopers, right? Down a number now on the defensive side. What's it going to take for them to put the gas on here?
You know what? I really liked the couple of rounds earlier when Wave Runners got that early aggression and they forced Oodle Loopers into a site and they were on the quick flank. But right now, it seems like Oodle Loopers has kind of matched that intensity and they've gotten aggression early on and kind of pushed back the Wave Runners side in terms of the defensive setup. And right now, it's working out in Oodle Loopers' favor. But I would like to see that aggression come back because it's kind of a back and forth right now. And I mean, right now, they've kind of broken the trend of, you know, one round for Wave Runners, one round for Oodle Loopers, and it's become 2-2. So can they keep it up? As they already hit that double digit, they want to maintain that and prevent Oodle Loopers from gaining any type of momentum. So I think they just have to get more aggressive again.
I'm with you, and I will say the attacker side is loving that A, it seems. They love to get onto A quick, and they execute, but at the same time, I like what Oodle Loopers did that one round with that mid pinch, or that B push. Like, that type of, you know, mix-up is what's really going to deliver some rounds here, and I truly hope that they can do some more of those, and kind of leave the attacker side down a number, of course, but also guessing as to, you know, what do these guys have in their gas tank now? What kind of funny tricks do they have available? Are they going to rush a mid, rush a tiles? They're going to get aggressive like we saw Bake Show do at Long A? What's in the book? And that, for me, is going to be one of the deciding factors to see if they can, of course, keep the Wave Runners in their place.
And I feel like that's the case. And remember, starting into this half, we were sitting there saying, okay, Bear Z has to pick things up as he needs to help his team perform. And look what he has done so far. He is alive and awake. 14-14. He has been resurrected from the dead, and he has joined the party. And right now, one round away from tying things up. They're going to default closer to that B site, but they have Oaken to worry about.
Oaken playing that aggressive point. Is it going to be that same flash push that we were talking about? Yes, it is one. No, Bake Show is ahead of the game. That was what I was hoping to see, but it got denied as Bake Show sends him packing, gets that advantage, and this is it. Beautiful. They're not committing. They got the pick. They said, guys, wait a minute. They're going to expect the push. Regroup, recalibrate, and we're going to go back and decide. Is A the play or B? And by the looks of it, they're going to fall right off, regroup as they've pulled some rotates over too.
But look at Blast already close up mid, but the Owl Drone's going to be able to clear him out and force him back as Infamous trying to peek him. He's going to go ahead and teleport to the other side, and he does get knocked down to 20 health. If they continue spamming, they might just get him. And the Shock Dart finishes things off as Bear Z, knowing exactly where they are, and they're able to tie things up now, 10-10.
That denial on that B main push was pivotal, Endless. That was really the determining factor. Bake Show picking that up, and unfortunately, Defcon has to put that trick in the last page of his playbook. Definitely don't use that one again, because I think they've figured out when there's not too much information or reveals happening towards B main, there's some funny business happening, and I love it that Oodle Loopers picked up on that and denied it. So well done.
23-12 for Blast right now. He's doing what he can to keep his team up. But here comes their save round, and Oodle Loopers, they're going to go closer towards that A site, and Infamous back with the Odin. So the Odin gang is back, ladies and gentlemen.
The Odin back in full effect, sideswipe, point blank, run it back. He goes back to his original form, full health. Infamous, the guy knows how to Odin. Finally, Defcon sends him packing. Oaken as well, the Sheriff monsters. At this point, Wave Runners have a potential to come back. Defcon, though, less than 50 hit points. Oodle Loopers still have Hunter's Fury, but keep in mind that Rolling Thunder and Lockdown going to be pretty nutty depending on where these guys decide to go on the retake.
And I feel like that Lockdown is going to draw out that Hunter's Fury on the Sova, and because of that, that basically becomes a 2 versus 1. But look at that positioning from Bake Show, ready to close things off, and no ult is going to be activated this round. But what a close round for Wave Runners, able to secure guns and have a fighting chance to, you know, bring it down to a 2 versus 2. But ultimately, Uda Loopers had better positioning, and they were able to close this off.
Yo, Bake Show is more like Gong Show right now, delivering massive results. 20 and 12 here. At this point, Uda Loopers must be feeling so good they could smell victory 2 rounds away in this best of 1, and they're going to advance on from here if they pick it up into the best of 3 escalation finals. Endless.
And that's where it comes, you know, you kind of think, does it mean anything if they win this, like, and have to play escalation? Does it kind of show any strengths in escalation game or
do you
even a
mean?
spike rush?
I don't even gauge myself on my competitive rank. I keep a separate tab on my escalation wins. I'm currently immortal in escalation.
Oh, very cool, very cool. And I mean, maybe you should be fighting in this tournament as well. But look at this, DB trying to jump spot it to bait out the peek into sight, hoping that they don't check the top right corner where Beckham is standing and ready to rumble.
50 seconds. Everything's quiet, and this is where things get a little bit scary. Wave runners have advantage, so Uda Loopers are going to have to execute, pick up a kill, and hopefully even it up. Look at this joust happening towards mid at market. Killjoy and Omen gonna joust it out there. Bake Show does not connect it. He's down to 91. He knows Blast is near. Swings. Yes, sir. 1 HP. Connects that nice flick over to him. And that brings the numbers. Oh, Sideswipe, who's not doing the sharpest on the scoreboard, now gets a 2K. And this is it, man. Wave runners are getting swamped. The Sideswipe cooks Oaken on the fire and leaves it down to Defcon to hold off this barrage. But there is 4 Uda Loopers to make business of.
And honestly, I feel like Sideswipe already kind of moved on from this match. He's looking at, you know, a midnight snack for that matter, and that's why he does burn one to the ground in hopes to roast him and have him as a snack. But 12 to 10, match point for Uda Loopers. Can they close it off here, or do we expect a rally from Wave Runners to tie things up and potentially send it to an overtime?
The blade is kind of dulled Endless on the side of Wave Runners. I don't see that pizzazz. They're just getting picked off and finessed so well by Uda Loopers. And now with 1 round away, they're going to be playing a passive post. Cruxy is posted up in one of the slipperiest spots on the map here, watching for that push. And we'll see, is that going to come into effect? Will he actually pick up a kill from that? But you can see the defensive side not even playing A. They're just so centralized, grouped together as they're swinging as a squad, as Bears gets onto Defcon with trades coming from Beckham, evening it up. At this point, they're kind of retreating back to post and playing it a bit more traditional.
I mean, they got a 1-for-1 trade, and now it has the pressure on the side of Wave Runners as they have a man down. And I mean, they're still hunting for that extra pick to be able to put an advantage ever so slightly on their side. But Sideswipe, not going to allow that to happen. Run it back is available now as well. And we can expect him to use it to enter one of the sites to create some space for his team.
With 55 on the clock, numbers looking good for Uda Loopers. 3 ultimates available as well. That's Jet and Eyes, Hunter's Fury, and the Run It Back. This is huge for Game Point to have those 3 bits of kit available. If they use them correctly, man, it's going to be tough for Wave Runners.
And right now, look at the spot Beckham is in, and here comes the Run It Back. The Recon comes out as well, and they're going to go ahead and get him down, which only puts down 2 players and make that 1 in Oaken against 3 players of Uda Loopers standing true. This is not looking good. He knows 1 is towards that long as the turret is spotted. And does he know Sideswipe is there? The flash misses the first time around. And, I mean, he's going to have a hard time trying to execute.
Destroyed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oaken now is down to 88 hit points. There is 3 alive. Hunter's Fury as well. This is basically signed, sealed, and delivered via FedEx Express, as Oaken's not going to be able to make the magic happen. Gets the 1, but yeah, Bake Show posted up, gets the trade, and that's GG for a massive comeback from Uda Loopers. Endless. That was a stunning game to watch.
That was huge, and it was a lot of back and forth that we saw. However, ultimately, at the end of the day, Uda Loopers came out stronger as the better team, and they close off this match 13 to 10, and they advance to that best of 3 escalation showdown.
Should we tell them yet that this is just a ruse?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
spoiled it. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. It's not April Fool's yet, but I can't do that because we're gonna eventually go to a break. You guys, are like, I don't want to see a best of 3 escalation. This is lame. I'm gonna go home and go to bed or something. No, you stay tuned. It's a traditional best of 3, okay? But happy April Fools to everyone. I hope we got you. If we didn't, I mean, maybe next year we'll figure something else out and try and pull another fast one. But that was a great game. I love the comeback from OODA Loopers. They delivered, and when it mattered the most, when it got to double digits, I got a little bit worried. I'm like, wait a minute, OODA Loopers are down. They're down by 2 or 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. It was 10-8, 10-7, but they came back and they made it happen. It's just so good to see familiar faces show up and deliver in this situation, and off they go to the grand finals.
Definitely. And I mean, again, stay tuned, grab a snack, grab a drink, use that code GLG10 to get yourself 10% off of Drink Control, which is one of our sponsors for this event. And again, thank you to Nascent United for upping and sponsoring this Pit of Valor this Wednesday and bring that prize pool up to $100. Exclamation mark giveaway as well in that chat. It gives you an opportunity to win a t-shirt that they are giving away. But stay tuned. We'll be right back after the break.
You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
Here we go. Invincible.
You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Can you dig it?
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Oh, I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey. Yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now when it come on, and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that long wait. The members of OODA Loopers are finally back and connected, and they are going up against Grapefruit Techniques for this best of 3. And for those that haven't heard already, this is going to be a best of 3 in escalation.
The only game mode we play here on GLG from today onwards is going to be escalation. That's also new news. For those of you who didn't hear it before, you're hearing it now. If you're going to sign up for Pit of Valors, any tournaments, the Moonrise event, whatever, it's all just basically going to be escalation, and we might sprinkle some Spike Rush in there. So these teams ready to get to it. As you can see, it definitely says escalation on the top. Yeah.
All joking aside, no, we're going to be playing a regular best of 3. First map is going to be none other than Icebox, and OODA Loopers having to sub in someone for Bear Z in BBG Critical, who is a player for Built by Gamers, and this roster is looking even scarier than it was before.
Tell me, Endless, what is it about BBG that is to fear?
I mean, they are a top tier 2 team, and they've played quite some time now. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of a new scenario for Critical to be entered into this situation, but they know each other very well on that side of the team. And I feel like it'll just be like a comp game for everyone, right?
Oh, for sure. It's going to be fun. I mean, this is best of 3, so there's opportunity to kind of breathe. Some redemption chances, too, across the board here. Now, you guys can see Uda starting on that attacker side, and Grapefruit Technique GT here, abbreviated, going to be on the defensive side. I'm looking forward to it, albeit no Viper, so super sad Panda there, but we have the Sages, so Wall Plant is in full effect.
I mean, what other strat is there to play? And for those that haven't seen the glitch yet, Reyna is going to be Sideswipe here, but his name is not visible for some reason right now. So if we refer to Sideswipe, you know it is the Reyna on the side of Uda Loopers.
Fantastic. And as we get into it, Endless, they're posted up for what looks like a beautiful B pinch. They're creeping through tube, posted up at long as well, and they're going to wrap right on around here. Tons of contests here. Zebro has a Sheriff 1 clap potential. Can he get it? No, he can't.
Oh.
1 claps and Sideswipe as well at the top there onto Thomas, and they're going to wrap that B nice and easy with Playboy Joe as well to actually get one before that happens, but it's too little too late. It's all down to good old Sideswipe to get that spike, and I apologize, not Sideswipe. Yeah, no, it's Sideswipe. I'm good. My head is in the right place. I had a moment there with that blank name, and that's Bake Show to clean it up. So round number 1, easy getting on site for Uda, and they picked that up. Really well done.
Oh my goodness. And just to let you know as well, I mean, I'm not sure why Bake Show allowed for, I think it was Foreplay to come through and get that pick onto, I believe it was Infamous, but he was their kitchen, able to prevent that kill, but I think he fell asleep a little bit and just waited for it. But nonetheless, he is able to get that kill, and they are able to secure that first round, and looks like they're going to stack heavy towards this A site now.
This is it. Uda Loopers in a great position to get on with it, and they're doing just that. They're going to continue with their plan as Bake Show opens it up onto Zebro. Nice taps there. Unfortunately, Sideswipe gets denied by counterpart Reyna. Niliaz there playing that. Gets a bit of a hug from Sage before Foreplay gets eliminated, so that bit of utility used, and in effect, Bake Show as well, trading a hug back to his teammate. They're going to get that spike down now behind the wall, and this is Wall Plant, but on A, changing it up Endless.
And look at what Infamous has in hand again. I mean, I don't think until today we've really seen the Ares come into play. Yeah, we've seen the Odin plenty of times, but the Ares, I don't know. I mean, he's really taking that whole Odin gang thing to a different level now with an Ares gang too.
The Ares is a special weapon, right? Once it really takes gas to get it going, right? But once it does, it's pretty darn juicy. The critical thing with the Ares, like any other gun, you want to get that head dink right off the gate, and from there, one of the next 30 bullets coming at you at rapid succession are ideally going to clean that up for you. So that's round number 2 to Uda Loopers, picking that up, and look at that. We managed to fit the full names in the bars. Doesn't get that much better here in this best of 3, guys.
An early start here for Uda Loopers, but here comes that full buy round from Grapefruit Techniques. They've made it all the way here to the finals, but look at Foreplay up close, and oh, the knives just missed. But look at Sideswipe and Infamous getting the first 2 opening picks, and it doesn't even matter about that wall. It forces Grapefruit Techniques fully to fall off as they have 3 members left, and they are just falling out. One by one, pinched absolutely like crazy, and Bake Show flawless victory, and this was their bonus drive.
Brutal. I mean, when Joe missed that shot, I was like, oh no, this is happening. He's just going to get pushed further and further back. The rest of the team got pinched out from B, and that is a operator down and handed over to the likes of Cruxy, sitting at 5-1 right now. So he gets a free gun, 5.5K. This team is so well fed financially. It's a great start for them.
This is very dangerous for Grapefruit Techniques, as like you said, the economy for Uda Loopers are booming, and here they come, full guns against Grapefruit Techniques pistols. I don't think they're going to be able to hold them down, but again, pistols have proven us wrong in the past. They've gotten good value, getting people down and turning, I guess, situations that shouldn't be a thing into, oh my goodness, as I say that, Zebro coming in huge with 2 1-digs. Will he get the possible third? And just like that, they have the man advantage. And could this be their first round?
Zebro popping off with that Sheriff nice and early 2-1 claps, and that feels so satisfying when that Sheriff makes the connection. Just gets you super gassed up, and it gives Grapefruit Techniques a chance here against Oodle Loopers to pick up the round. Critical now has finessed his way on to B, gonna put that spike down in default. He has tons of opportunity as to where he wants to play, but by the looks of it, he's gonna regroup with Big Show, posted up with that operator that was handed over to him from the likes of Grapefruit Techniques. So all is good here for them. We'll see if they can make it happen.
And this op is going to be, I feel, the biggest deciding factor of this round. If he can get that opening pick and force it into a 2 versus 2 situation, that will be huge and critical. Doing the favor and doing that instead. And now, Bomb is being stuck and they don't expect it, and they're able to clear off the first round.
I'm all about that. That is teamwork. Nilias supported, and they got on that fearlessly. That's what I call synergy. Really good job and good communication by them, and they pick it up. Had they gotten off, that could have panned out very differently and opened up some opportunities. So I'm happy they stuck it. Grapefruit Techniques back on the board. They have weapons now, so Joe has his hand at redemption once again.
And I'm expecting Oodle Loopers to do something a lot faster now, considering they kind of all opted for rifles. And I mean, you can see Cruxy already ready for this mid. I feel like he's going to do some sort of a dash play to get some early control, or maybe just get that heavy mid presence early on to be able to dictate the way this round ends up.
We can see the Hunter's Fury comes out nice and early, but no one really connects off of that. All is good in the hood here. Everyone's still sitting at full hit points across the board as well. So that means no reveals, as Hunter Fury will also reveal the enemy location. Joe tries to go for a bit of a bang there. Not too much available, as Cruxy now sitting on top of Tube. Nilly is holding patiently. No real action with a minute left on the clock. Oodle Loopers has the entire map to themselves, and the decision is completely open there. But Zebro to bring the numbers up. This is fantastic for the defensive side, unless they got to hold firm on this advantage if they want to win.
And you can see Astra lining up all the smokes, ready to go. And they're going to be executing onto this B site. Good thing is, Grapefruit Techniques have 2 close towards that B site already, but unfortunately, due to their positioning, they're forced to play the retake.
And now Patience foreplay double kill, lines it up 3K, and now down to one last Oodle Loopers, which is Sideswipe, but Thomas makes quick work of him, and that is a flawless victory, and that gets us 4 ultimates granted on the side of Grapefruit Techniques. Jet, Sage, Reyna, and Sova now active, ready to go. This is going to be a great round. Choose, or if they choose to activate those ultimates here.
My goodness, what a play from Foreplay. How patient he was, just waiting at the top of site, and that wide swing at the end of the day, able to get 3, including the bomb planner. And they're able to secure their second round there. And I mean, the round before, Zebro with the Deagle, and the round after, Foreplay, just absolutely willing their team to kind of bring them back early on.
Gigantic Playboy Joe endless with Thomas. That is just stunning to open up the round. And yet again, Grapefruit Techniques, still no ults really used on their end, are leading one more time. Oodle Loopers down 2 members, but there's a res here. Big Show bringing Reyna back to life, the impact agent that we'd like to see in this game here, as Infamous is forced to fall as he's revealed. Things may tilt back here as Oodle Loopers have one more member in the party now.
And still, 1-man advantage for Grapefruit. As long as they play passive and allow them to execute and play together, I don't see a reason that they can't tie this thing up right now, because it looks as if Oodle Loopers are committing to that A site. They're going to grab the orb. Zebro starting things off with a pick onto Sideswipe, and the wall does go up, but the plant isn't able to be stuck. Critical getting a pick finally onto Zebro, but Playboy Joe with the knives activated, going to be going for a pick there, but Big Show coming in huge, puts it down to a 2v2, but instantly gets evened out. And it's all left down to Critical, the sub, who's going to be able to recon the back of site, but he won't expect Thomas to be there. And oh my goodness, the paranoia does miss. but Thomas still cleans it up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Endless, but Grapefruit Techniques came off of a massive rally in their last game. I think they were down 10-1, and they came back on Ascent and won 13-10.
They definitely did.
I mean, if that's not a statement and really like the definition of team spirit, I honestly do not know what is. That's so commendable, and like to me, that's going to be a driving factor for them. They have so much gas in them at this point. They want this.
I mean, everyone wants this at this point, but their momentum that they've gathered from the last map of Ascent is absolutely huge. And Cruxy, this time around, opening up a pick onto Thomas. But look at this flank from Nilly. He could get timinged from their Sage, who is lurking towards A, but at the same time, he hears them falling back. He's going to be activating that ult and sitting back, hearing the rotations back towards that A side as A is relatively clear.
All's good in the hood. Niliaz aggressiveness onto Cruxy opens it up nicely for them, evening the numbers across the board too. We see Sova on the side of Uda Loopers has that Hunter's Fury available. Bake Show going for the wall plant, but now favoring yet again towards the A. And we see that retake coming in here. Double Leer as Nilly trying to get into sight there. Gets tagged up. He is sitting on Empress. He needs a kill to recharge his health. Gets a bit of a hug from Foreplay. He hides away from the recon as well, so he is in a great place. Can he swing it? No, not in time, Endless.
And Foreplay still lurking towards that mid, ensuring that there's no flank coming in. And right now, it's a little bit of a standstill as Uda Loopers. They have site control, but they don't really want to aggress too much to lose the numbers game as it is even. There's still the Hunter's Fury, but here comes that ult. Foreplay able to ult and res Niliaz, but critical and side swipe. Even that out, and it's all down. I mean, to 1 in critical, and just like that, they're gonna lose the round, and Grapefruit takes their first lead here of this best of 3.
I gotta ask the honest question here. What is a Grapefruit Technique and how do I learn? Because these guys are just delivering round after round. Like, I mean, I know how to eat a grapefruit. That's about the extent of my knowledge. I'll be brutally honest with you, Endless.
I'm not sure what type of technique it is or what it even entails for that matter, but
right? I
mean, grapefruit.
But you want some of it.
Exactly. I'm not sure. I mean, it just sounds like a refreshing type of drink right now.
Oh my God. I'm down if that's what it is, but this is a refreshing match, Endless. We see Joe Redemption sends counterpart Cruxy packing his bag. He is off to his home and he's just chilling at this point as Nilly is there to support as well. And this is huge, man. Make that 3 and they're up in numbers. And we still have a minute 23 on the clock as Bake Show, he's just going to camp out on top of his wall. Lawn chair and a mojito, all's good for him.
And right now, Uda Loopers are just absolutely getting picked apart, and they're losing people early on, and there's no trades. There's absolutely no trades coming in, and it's punishing them. And Grapefruit is understanding their play style, knowing that they essentially like to peak 1 by 1 and play a solo type of game, and they're absolutely taking advantage of it.
Totally, and with 52 on the clock here, I have a feeling Uda Loopers really just wants to maybe pick up some exits, finesse their way through this. Yeah, Joe, to further that up on Critical, who was trying to make his way into B, sends him away. Big Show now, unfortunately, his lawn chair cracked into pieces. Can be used to make that mojito, keep it chilled out. With 33 left, I expect Bake Show just to do his best to survive, Endless.
I mean, 1 versus 4 situation. He does have control of that bomb, but look at Zebro. He's already close by, and I don't think Bake Show is going to expect it whatsoever. Knife out, and Zebro able to build a little bit more of a cushion for this lead. Up 5-3 right now on that defensive side.
Zebro the lurk, bro. He counteracts and gets it, and that is 5 rounds in now. Keep your eyes peeled. Uda Loopers finally have accumulated some ult points, sitting on a Reyna and Astra ultimate. What happens from here is to be determined. They are unfortunately in a position where guns are not aplenty, and I would be not surprised if they decide to conserve those ultimates for a buy round, Endless.
I mean, right now, they definitely need some sort of momentum to be built here. Critical, owl droning down that B site, and it looks as if they hear the orb being obtained, and you can see Foreplay again on the top of the site. I wonder if he's going to be passive. Oh, he actually crosses on top of the double box. I don't think he meant to drop there. but this might be a very dangerous angle. But the wall does come into play. He does slow it to prevent from falling off that site, but unfortunately there's a lot of, I guess, support from his team to be able to help him get away.
Sideswipe, be careful. Look to your right, my guy. There is your counterpart, Nilly, who sends you packing, and that's so brutal as they're just swinging left, right, and center, endless. What is happening here? OODA Loopers just cannot make anything happen. They're getting swung, retook, everything under the sun here at this point, and there's no response.
6-3. OODA Loopers not sure if they have any sort of response right now. But Cruxy does have that op in hand now. The $5,000 investment is in play, and they really need to work a pick off of him.
They got to finesse it, and they have to do it as a team. But finally, they are on a bye now. They have an opportunity to kind of rebound. We see Cruxy trying his hand one more time at that operator, but Joe, after his bit of a rough start in the beginning, he lost that round 3 operator and handed it over. He's been holding on to it ever since, so making an impact with that, and that is critical here as Nilly going on the aggressive point one more time, keeping it spicy, and this is it. This is how you keep the attackers really on their feet and not expecting it.
You want to keep them guessing, right? You want to be in those random angles and make them pay for it. And Nilly able to do so, but Critical there to trade things off. But on the other side, Thomas getting sideswiped down, and they get a 2-for-1 trade there. But there is that res that comes into play, so they're able to res up Infamous, and still back to a 4 versus 4. But it's a little bit of a standstill again.
Patience is a virtue. With a minute left on the clock here, they have tons of opportunity to make the magic happen. Numbers are even as well. The Cosmic Divide there is available, and if I'm not mistaken, has not been used yet. Nope. Only thing present there is the Nebula, which is blocking off the nest area, and now Spike being planted as well, and the Zebra posted up in the back of sight. Patience is a virtue as he is posted up on Critical, but no connection there as Joe, through the corner of his smoke, gets his way into Nest, but there is a wild Infamous on the lurk. Nice passivity here from OODA Loopers. This is it, Endless 2 versus 1, and yes, sir, that post-plant positioning was super good as Infamous nearly falls to his death, but all good. 2 HP survives.
Man, that was a little bit close here, and you can see a little bit of a disconnect for Critical. I'm not sure if Bears Z is back or that he just needed to restart his game for certain reasons, but hopefully they rejoin us soon and we can get this going.
I hope so too. And let's kind of talk about the current situation and what's been working, what has not been not. And actually, wait a minute. I hear the timer ticking, so I think we're back into it. So not even. Forget it. Let's get back to the action. Save the analysis for another time, Endless.
And it seems as if Critical is still going to be AFK. And look at that early push from Nilly. He knows one is AFK, and Cruxy able to get that bait. Unfortunately, not able to connect to Nilly before they get that pick, but nonetheless, it was a 1-for-1 trade, and they're still looking really good as long as they stick together and execute quick.
Unfortunate. I don't know why they decided to unpause or how that happened despite Critical's AFK-ness. So, but they got the trade, so it evens it up, kind of makes things okay. On the side of the Loopers, though, we still have that Cosmic Divide available on Astra. Reyna has Empress too, so this is a good opportunity to siege and capitalize, but keep in mind, Jet and Omen as well are available for quick rotates as we see Nebula activated yet again one more time onto Nest to deny that entry point. As Thomas opens it up, Cruxy operator in hand, one piece, and now he has knives too. Sideswipe, not even deciding to activate Empress, gets the one onto Joe the Opera, and the advantage now in the side of the Loopers.
And the only thing right now I would say is both those players on Grapefruit are on that A site. Zebro getting that final pick, and it brings it down to a 1 versus 2. Still in the favor of OODA Loopers, but they do know he was at that A site, so they're going to go ahead and plant on that B site and just hold for a post plant as Zebro trying to make his way to B.
And this is it at this point with Spike down and only the lonesome Silva Zebro to retake against 2. It's going to be tough, and you can see Sideswipe so well positioned, goes for the swing, knowing that Zebro's not going to expect it, picks up that round. It's basically free for them. Gets him the 5th, and we are on our way to half here, Endless, with maybe a 6-6 end, and a good bounce back. Is Critical back? Yes, by the looks of it, he is, and all is good here, finally.
I mean, that's good. I like the fact that Cruxy still played off of him despite him being AFK, getting that open pick onto Nilly, who got a little bit greedy, knew he was AFK, went for that pick anyway, and wasn't expecting Cruxy to be right there.
Really well done, well executed. And this is it. Last round, the Loopers are sitting on 4 ultimates. Cosmic Divide, an Empress, a Hunter's Fury, and of course, the Jet Difference available. And here it is, the first one getting activated. They got to use it or lose it as Zebro gets a tag off, and a third as well, and Nilly as well to open it. This is massive for them. With so much time left, they've managed to dismiss 2 of the Loopers on the attacker side, which gives them a lot of flexibility.
And knives are active on the side of Cruxy. He's going to be able to dash in and go against Playboy's knives, and he does get Zebro, but he is still inside, and Playboy Joe wins this fight.
He wins those endless day in and day out, and that is the end of our first half. 7-5 grapefruit techniques, bringing it home. I you know what, honestly, if Critical wasn't away for that one round, I honestly think 6-6 would have been so viable.
It definitely would have been. And again, keep in mind, this is known to be a more defense-sided team in a team map, in a team environment. And now that you have Uda Loopers switching to that defensive side, will they be able to hold it down? Or do you think they're just going to crumble and it's going to go straight to map 2?
I got no clue, man. I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. I'm not even going to try and say like this. These teams have made it here for a reason, and these guys are competing at very high levels. So for me to sit here and make a prediction, it'd be foolish of me. More than anything, I want to appreciate the gameplay and take some notes myself, because both these teams so talented.
They are, and they've made it all this way to the finals. And look at this presence towards that B site. Cruxy spots a bunch of them, has no choice but to fall back, but he does make that call for his team that they are coming towards that B. And Critical gonna go ahead and come in with that Aldrone to make sure no one is there. And you can see how passive everyone got. But look at Sideswipe trying to come in on the flank and instantly gets destroyed by Thomas, who had a classic. And at long range, you would usually think the Ghost is more favored in that situation, but they prove it wrong. Cruxy able to even out this trade, but not until he gets knocked down to 48 health.
No hugs coming out as well, and this is the classic Thomas to respond back now, evens it up one more time, endless, posts up, trades everywhere, and that is the suction cup, as Doctor would call it, not connecting much at all. Big Show is just vibing on that wall, having a great time for himself, watching yellow. They know there's one there as well. Zebro gets taken down to a very little amount of hit points. Omen 2, lit, Spike as well, in hand. They're going to go for the plant, but if they get swung on, that's going to be troublesome. Oh, no, he comes around the corner. Big Show. Oh, tough situation, but Infamous to seal that up and bring it home. That is a super round from the Loopers.
That was so close, and the way he was standing on that wall, he had no vision of him lurking up close, and because that happened, Beisho just gets absolutely taken out. But luckily, Infamous was there to take Thomas out, as that would have been such a bad round to lose.
That would have been absolutely brutal. And listen, let's, at this point, look at the guns on the side of the Loopers. They have so much firepower to the name. They're down one round. It's a huge opportunity for them to bounce back. Nilly does not get denied by the wall, goes full swinging, but Big Show has more bullets, has more firepower and fire speed. He does get responded though by Joe. Critical has a hunch there's some funny business happening here as he gets his way over to B to reunite with the gang, and here a 3 versus 4 retake opportunity. We'll see if they can make it happen. Now 3 versus 3, Infamous, the Ares God, continues his barrage with that weapon that you love so much, swings as well, and this is it. Endless for the attackers. It's looking really strong.
I mean, 2-3 scenario. Uda Loopers still have to retake this site, and Foreplay just being patient in sight, waiting for it. Sideswipe able to get Thomas though, but not until Zebro trades him off instantly. And 8-6 right now in favor of Grapefruit Techniques. It was an even 1-1 trade so far in this half, but here comes a buy round for Grapefruit Techniques.
Keep your eyes peeled though, man. Every single time we get into these buy rounds, the Sheriffs are just absolute disasters. They come out swinging and they connect the most nutty shots. So I never dismiss ecos anymore. Honestly, it's so tough to say that firepower is the answer, but yeah, okay, maybe this time a bit of a troublesome situation. Only one sheriff, and given the current gun power on the side of GT, it's going to be good. But no! This is it, the denial of frenzy. You don't even need sheriffs, man. They open up the pick, they get him out. No gun, though, as they're still going around. Nilly, one, tries to devour, but gets slapped. The dismiss would have been a better choice. Thomas as well. Trying to get the concuss off. No one is there to receive. Swinging, Thomas. Nice positioning there. Oh, man, poor Critical. He thought he was okay, but not so much as he gets absolutely devoured.
Let me squeeze through this little crack to pick up a gun.
Poor guy. He's like, I can do it. I got this. Oh, wait.
Gonna do it
The
too.
infamous. He's like, well, I'll try now.
Oh my goodness. Left down to a 1 versus 2 situation. Infamous, nothing but a frenzy. But Zebro is here. He's gonna recon the site. And unfortunately, gets taken out right away by Foreplay. And I mean, 9-6 so far for Grapefruit Techniques. They're looking absolutely strong right now. And Oodle Loopers really need to start picking things up. But luckily, this is now their official gun round here on that defensive side. So I'm expecting them to show some sort of resistance.
I hope so too, but let's be honest, I think we've escalated far beyond the point of Foreplay. We are deep into this game, and things are heating up as we're entering the double-digit realm for GT. Grapefruit Techniques delivering on this first map, Icebox. It's a beautiful thing, man. Icebox map number 1, ain't nobody complaining.
Exactly, and I mean 14 and 11 start for the Jet on the side of Uda Loopers, but the rest of the team, they need to be able to pick things up. Playboy, he's been absolutely huge, and Cruxy just gets taken out, but finally there comes the trade for Sideswipe, getting that 1-for-1, and now they just have to hold true.
Keep it steady, keep it honest. Numbers are even, so it's no one's game just yet. And at this point, oh man, they're regrouping back towards A. This has been a bit of a disastrous take for them. GT has gotten on the site sometimes, but they've also fallen short. The Loopers have been so successful, and this is it, the denial. Not even getting anywhere near site as they're automatically taking out the Foreplay. I can't say that without a straight face. I got to keep it together. Foreplay is out of the picture, and this is now a 4 versus 3 opportunity for the defensive side here. Oodle Loopers desperately need this. They got to play smart as GT is choosing to continue the press onwards to site. They're uncontested for the most part, and this is great. The discipline on the retake endless is what we like to see, and we know Sideswipe and Gang are a disciplined bunch.
And I feel like Sideswipe essentially just said, listen, we don't want any Foreplay that round. And they just want to get to the real thing, right? I mean, Foreplay can only last so long, and Infamous coming in huge with that Odin, securing their 7th round, and that's their official buy round there. So I'm looking to see more of a trend here as, I mean, I'm assuming Infamous is going to continue on with that Odin.
I think so too, and they pick up round number 7. Grapefruit Techniques got to recalculate their game plan here. This ain't working out, and the Loopers came back, and I love that opening pick that Sideswipe got with that operator from what I believe was from the depths of sight. So really good. Eliminated the Foreplay nice and early, got down to the nitty gritty, and gave him that opportunity to pick up round number 7. Onwards we go. Guns all across the board except on the attacker side. GT, a little bit of a gun disparity to say the least.
And I mean, now that I'm noticing this, Grapefruit Techniques, right? I mean, there's no way that Playboy Joe and Foreplay, I mean, 2 names on this team, you're gonna tell me that's not planned?
I don't know, man. I think it's just a really happy coincidence. That's what I'm gonna go with. Oh no! Critical! He goes for the Whifferoni! Cannot connect on top of Tube, and they go close range. The Judge, Endless's dream gun. He has nightmares about this day in, day out, as Infamous keeps that Odin that he delivered so well on Ascent. And at this point, 2 versus 2. We have the Empress, if I'm not mistaken, is active on the side of Grapefruit Techniques. And
But
that's going to
look
be
at this
huge.
lurk. Watch this lurk. Infamous about to get flanked, and oh my goodness, Nilly whiffs!
Endless, this is like the craze that I had with the XM1014 back in the CSGO days, because I watched way too much of Jeff. Like, at this point, Infamous is going to normalize the Odin for us, and I'm going to see that picked up. At least I'm going to buy it more often, just to have some fun. Super powerful weapon.
And the way he's using it really well, and there's a reason that he uses it. People might think, people that don't know him, oh, is he trolling? Is he just having fun? But no, he can actually use that gun, and it does punish them, as you saw that last round. Nilly basically missing his shot the back of his head and just instantly gets punished.
I guess absolutely slapperoni there, Endless, and moving ahead 9-8. This is a huge comeback for the Loopers. They have Sage Res available, as well as the Hunter's Fury, and to hold the site with that is going to be awesome. They want to conserve that until the point where it's truly necessary, either for the retake or for the denial of plant. But no, Bake Show says, we don't even need that ultimate, my guy. Takes out Joe, the Impact Opper, and brings it even further. Sideswipe, 1, 2. He had his drink control, but no, Thomas takes that away from him with another one as well. And the Sheriff is monstrous. Infamous yet again. Delivers, but trades left, right, and center. Somebody sign this guy, and in the contract, in bold print, must only use Odin will be spelled out.
And right now I'm thinking, okay, does he go find an op or does he just keep the Odin? But obviously if they have an op, that is the goal to get it, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get one. But nonetheless, he still saves the Odin, and it's all tied up in the first map of this best of the grand finals. Sponsored by Drink Control and Ascent United for $100 prize pool for the first time ever of this Pit of Valor.
It's a beautiful thing, and you know what else is beautiful? We have a beautiful event being covered by our production team and casters on Friday, the Moonrise Tournament. So be sure to tune into that. Keep your eyes tuned on the socials, and let's get into a let's say double-digit determining round for one of these two teams, which will drive us towards the tipping point. And there's a tag, Zebro, but no counter coming out. He's still keeping it, not going to give up on the shot, and that is unfortunate. But Sideswipe still managed to deliver despite the chaos of the Hunter Furies.
And right now, Sideswipe has been doing a very good job getting those opening picks, and once again puts Grapefruit at an immediate disadvantage with only 4 players left to kind of work something. And right now they're still sitting back. They don't have a lot of control. They don't have mid, they don't have B, and on top of that, they don't really have A as well. So they're kind of scrambling, not sure what they should do.
And it's pretty much listed every part of the map and said they don't have it. So what do you want these guys to do, man? Like they gotta get something together.
I mean, that's the issue with not having early on aggression, right? They don't get enough map control. They lose that opening pick, and now Infamous gets the second as well, which Thomas finally able to get Sideswipe down mid, but then again, they're still so far back at mid. They still have so much to clear.
Keep in mind, Cosmic Divide is available. I want to see that get used on this defensive side to deny entry, or at least, deny the entry more than anything, or even on the retake. It'd be fantastic to see that utilization. I have not fully witnessed it to its full power yet, as they're going for what appears to be the massive air up, but Cruxy posted up. Good placement, dashes away. He realizes, wait a minute, there's something going on. Nice flick, Cruxy! The CSGO, how can I put it? Seasoned vet delivers with beautiful connections, and Infamous yet again. Honestly, is this guy on the scoreboard every round? It seems like it.
And Infamous, I feel like he's utilizing that Odin to the point where Grapefruit Techniques right now are kind of afraid of it, and they treat it as if it was an op.
Yeah, he's fearless too with it, man. I think he's for him, it is an op. He's just like, I'm gonna swing with it. Whatever happens, happens. Honestly, I'm good with it.
I mean, look at him, 19 and 12. He merges into this game finally with that Odin, and it's really punishing the Grapefruit Techniques offense, as they haven't had a proper solution for it yet. Now they're kind of in a random broke buy, maybe in order to buy for next. And you can see Sideswipe spotting a couple towards that A, and he's gonna make that call for his team.
Getting into it, Infamous yet again on the scoreboard. Makes quick work of Zebro and Endless. What is even happening at this point? Jet is now tagged, albeit gets a heal, but Infamous again swings, man! Does this guy not know how to be patient and just hold an angle? He's just so fearless.
And I don't want to even kind of dismiss the fact that he dinked Playboy Joe down to barely any health, who eventually got healed by foreplay. But prior to that, as he dropped, he got dinked down to, I think, like 15 health.
That's just, yeah, I mean, so unfortunate. But now look at the current situation. The Loopers rallied back. Grapefruit Techniques was delivering such strong rounds out of the gate. But for me, like, Infamous, this guy in the Odin, 21 and 12, dude. I don't think he's bought anything except an Odin.
He hasn't, and I mean, don't fix what's not broke.
No, definitely not. In fact, you got to embrace it and just keep going on it. And you can see Sideswipe is supporting. I like the Cosmic Divide denies that entry to the Cubbies respectively and allows them to open it up nicely. Sage gonna res Joe as well to get him back, and it's an opportune time to do just that. Keeping the numbers even, and off they go here. Cruxy holding it firm onto site. Cosmic Divide holding it. Nice positioning. So unfortunate. Sideswipe, man.
Going on?
Unless he's awake.
What is Cruxy doing?
This is it, man. This takes me back to the days when we were all playing together and just kind of getting into the beta days, and Sideswipe, just a monster and continues to deliver those rounds day in, day out. And this is it, match point.
Honestly, I feel like what Cruxy did there with the dash and the updraft was just a little bit of an ego check. Match point for OODA Loopers. They've come back with the Odin in hand, and they've just absolutely crushed all hopes from Grapefruit so far. But hey, last time Grapefruit was in a pickle like this, they did come back. Remember, the last map they played, they were down 10-2, and they came back and won 13-10. So can they do it? Absolutely. I wouldn't count them out just yet.
No, neither would I. The pressure, in fact, is just starting to build. This could be the deciding factor for them to get them to push themselves out of their comfort zone, go beyond their limits, and deliver some rounds here, as Nilly is doing just that. Chooses to play aggressive post behind this wall. Question is, can he connect a shot off of it?
And look at Big Show gets picked off by Nilly, and just that little sliver of a crack, he's gonna get picked off because of it. And right now, that was not a very good smoke to kind of prevent Critical. He does spot some crossing towards that tube, and here comes the wall. They're breaking down the wall. They're gonna get some kitchen control, trying to work something fast. But do they expect Infamous in that smoke with the Odin?
Infamous is that guy when you play in a 10-man and he just keeps buying Odins and you wonder, is this guy for real? Am I really getting slapped this hard? That's the kind of feeling I would get. And look at the situation now. It's so unfortunate as Jet is tagged down to around 20 hit points as Cruxy to further that delta between these two teams. And that's it. Joe, dismiss out of this. Sage gets the self-heal off, but it's a 1 versus 2. Reyna is lit. It's going to be irrelevant, though, if they pick it up and get the kill. Cruxy in the air. Lear up close, and he's coming around the corner. One clap. Cruxy to bring it home. That's map number 1 on Ascent Endless is signed, sealed, and delivered, good sir.
That flash from Reyna coming in last second and absolutely blinding him. And then Cruxy with that floating movement after that updraft with that one dagger straight to the forehead, secure that first map, Strive. And man, I think we're in for a very, very good best of 3.
I think so too. If that map has any hints of what is to come, it's only going to get better from here. And we are now moving on to map number 2, which is going to be Ascent. Now, I mentioned earlier, this was a massive comeback for Grapefruit Techniques in their matchup before this. They came back 10-1 and won 13-10. So for them, we got to ask the question, is Ascent going to be the differentiating factor? Are they super comfortable on that? And is it going to be an opportunity for them to take us to map number 3? That's going to be the part to be determined. Thoughts about how that panned out, Endless? And, where do you think that the Loopers went right? And really, what was the demise of Grapefruit Techniques? For me, I'll take it back to 2 factors. Sideswipe's 4K, which I think was the second last round, that was monstrous. And Infamous just on that Odin was a monster. That's my determining factor, period.
I 100% agree with you there. I mean, Sideswipe round after round has been getting that opening pick, which kind of forced Grapefruit to hesitate on their attack, right? They didn't really get a lot of control early on, and then on top of that, by the time they were, you had Infamous there mowing them down, doing his job with that lawnmower of a gun. And all he did, I mean, it sounds like a freaking chainsaw, man.
It does, dude.
You just launch it and you just hold mouse 1, you get everyone down. And that's exactly what he did. And one thing as well, Ascent, keep in mind, OODA Loopers did win off that map as well, and they've gone quite aggressive early on in that as well. So I'm expecting this to be, honestly, a bloodbath.
I think so too. And we're getting words that from production that it looks like Critical has left the lobby, which hints us that maybe Bears is coming back. So the gang, the OG gang, may be reunited. We're going to see how that works out, if that's true or not, or, maybe we're just getting our hopes up just given the lobby leave. So that's to be determined. I want to talk about Ascent now, Endless, and how this has worked out. I remember when Ascent first came out, I remember playing with some of these guys, especially like Sideswipe, Mario, those guys way back. And it's been a hot minute since then, but we started playing Ascent, and very quickly we learned the important areas in this map, right? We talk about market control for the B-Rap. We talk about getting control of short as a take. These types of areas will always be important and are pivotal to take sites respectively. I'm curious to see the composition for these teams. Are they going to go for that Cypher or the Killjoy? For me, I love that Killjoy utility, right? It pans itself so well to that usage of the turret. There's so many opportunities, and I think composition for me, really, let's put talent aside for a moment. These teams are so close in terms of skill level. The comp is going to be a huge driver.
I think it's going to be huge. And I feel, the comp is going to be a big factor. But out of the Sentinel game, I feel Killjoy is probably the most chosen agent on Ascent. I don't really see, Cyphers fitting into the meta on this map. Killjoy just having that lockdown alone and being able to retake sites with the mollies and post plants, even just holding down a site and preventing and delaying the attacking side, I feel is a huge factor for this map. And we've seen both teams. I mean, we didn't really get to watch, we only got to watch Uda Loopers play Ascent, right? So we're not too sure what everyone has to offer. I mean, we know Uda Loopers gets aggressive early on, but I don't know if they have a counter for it.
That's going to be interesting to see. Ascent is a map that's heavily driven by information, right? More than other maps, dare I say, because some of the other maps have a bit more portability and flexibility in getting around. Ascent is very divided, right? You have a site on the left, a site on the right, and mid down the center. Whereas some of the other maps are a little bit more cohesive in such a way, right? You talk about Bind as an example. You have a bit of a uniting factor between the short link. You have the teleporter, so that lends itself to a bit more of a lax gameplay. But at the same time, that early information from the defender side is going to be critical. Makes me wonder what the composition is going to drive. And we saw, I think it was 2 games ago, if not the last game, there was a beautiful breach flash peak combination at B main, which was so nice to see. And that type of utility usage is going to lend itself to early control and early kills, which, for me, I will say, drove a lot of the results that Uda Loopers delivered on this last map. They got so many kills early on that it really left, unfortunately, Grapefruit Techniques kind of begging for mercy. They couldn't do anything.
And to kind of talk about early control, I mean, really brings to mind of what Drink Control is, and they're one of our sponsors here. Use code GLG10. I can't stress that enough. It gives you 10% off your purchase, and on top of that, I mean, for those that don't know what Drink Control is, it's a meal replacement. It's something that is kind of a pick up and go as you're gaming. You don't have to take a break to eat. Just drink some of the Drink Control and you'll be ready to go. And on top of that, thank you again for Ascent United for sponsoring this event, bringing our grand total prize of this week's Pit of Valor up to $100. They actually doubled it, so it's up to $100 this week. And again, exclamation mark giveaway for those that are interested in winning a free t-shirt, because they are giving one away.
You best be hitting that. And of course, you also best be hitting up them socials. Keep in tune with what we're delivering here week in, week out. This Friday, of course, there's a Moonrise tournament happening. So our production team and casting gang is going to be leading the charge on that, keeping you guys in the loop on how that entire event pans out. For my fellow Canadians, Good Friday is coming up with Easter Monday to follow. So for those that are at home, nothing much better to do except to relax a little bit in the evening, kick back and watch some good games. That's what it's all about on a Friday. And it's going to be something fun for us, kind of branching out from the GLG pot and moving in towards supporting other events and streams. So that's really exciting, and it's good news for us too.
And now jumping into Ascent, I mean, all the players right now are all in the lobby. They're just looking for a 3-minute break, and they're going to take that really quickly. But as we do that, Strive, teleporting through time. This time, I'm sure he has something to tell us. What is happening? What's happening? Who's going to win this?
I'm back. I don't know. To be honest with you, I want to go to map 3, man. That's my end goal here, right? Forget the prediction side of it. I have nothing, honestly. Like, I've time traveled so much, I'm just burnt out from time travel. My brain's just fuzzed at this point. I go, I come back, it's just everything's a blur. I only know what happened right before I left. So no predictions coming out of Strive tonight, but I will say, for me, it's going to be about hitting up map number 3. I want to see redemption from Grapefruit Techniques. This is a team that came back on Ascent Endless and got a 13-10 win, being down 10-1. I mean, if that's not a statement on its own, to me, like, we're in finals. We're in a best of 3 finals. If you want to show up, it's the time to do it not only on map number 2 to give yourself an opportunity, but to do it on the exact same map that you're able to bounce back on. That to me is going to be so sick to see.
And Descent is one of those maps, like we talked about. It could go either way. We've seen it be defensive sided, we've seen it be attack sided, but all in all, I mean, it's been a back and forth, and I think it's just overall a relatively even map. It really depends on your team's play style and aggression, right? And like we said, we've seen Grapefruit Techniques bounce back from being down 10-2. So we know they're able to essentially keep composed when it gets tough. And on the other side, we also seen the ability of OODA Loopers to be able to close out a match, and they did it in fashion. Especially, remember, Infamous has that Odin in hand.
Oh my God. Well, whatever Infamous decides to play agent-wise, as long as he has an Odin, all is good here. I think these agents are ready up. We're sending it into agent selection now. I foresee the one thing I will come back and say in terms of my visions from the future is the comp-wise, right? I'm expecting the Sova, the Killjoy. I'm looking for that Reyna. I'm looking for the Omen, and I'm looking for maybe a Jet as well would be super good. And I think most of my predictions are coming through, albeit we see the Phoenix, which I think is still very strong on its own. And lately, I find myself really loving the Phoenix gameplay. Phoenix's utility really promotes up close and personal engagements. You're not sending flashes or anything from downtown. Whatever you choose to do, you got to be around a corner. And that lends itself to a very aggressive playstyle and almost forces you to commit as a Phoenix, which is, again, a really nice agent to see because you can almost guarantee that Phoenix are going to be the first one in.
And I don't know if this is going to be a factor or not, but Bear Z. He is officially back on the squad of OODA Loopers. But what I question, is he warmed up or has he cooled off?
No, I think he's smoking hot, man. Having his situation, I'm sure he wants to come back and deliver the win for his team. Unfortunate, you work so hard with these guys, you probably scrim, pug together, and you're preparing to get, into these matchups. They have VCT tomorrow, so they definitely want to build a synergy as a squad. So for Bear Z, this is a redemption, right? He wants to get back into it, and he wants to make his team proud.
You're right. You know what? After thinking about it, there's nothing a little bit of foreplay won't warm up for him, right?
No. Oh, geez. And oh no, you did it. You did it. And what is going on? We said, I don't know about Cypher, and here's Foreplay playing Cypher. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. I'm looking forward to seeing the site setup. This is, again, guys, keep in mind, these are not, this isn't gold one play, right? These guys are high tier players, and it's important to take notes and understand how they're setting up. And more than often, as we progress further and further into rounds, it becomes easier and easier to kind of, dare I say, decipher the cipher and understand where they're setting up, how they're setting up sites. And that's going to cause you to adapt and have to kind of use your brain a bit before you just continue on with your typical site take procedure and be able to adapt to the utility placement.
And exactly that. And I mean, could this be the time we see the difference of a Killjoy and Cypher? And I mean, sure, I guess you can run Cypher. I mean, don't get me wrong. As long as you have a Sentinel on this map, it does wonders, right? But
for sure,
out of the two, I honestly do believe that Killjoy has more value on this map. And the ability to slow things down. And that's what you generally see top teams use.
I'm on board with you, Endless, as we see that Recon Dart opens up some information towards long A. They're grouped up, and look at Cruxy, the fearless leader. Man, this guy is so aggressive. Walks right down grass, doesn't even care about top mid. Opens up a pick onto tiles, and just like that, he falls away, regroups with the team, and there's a number advantage in their favor. So GT now on the attacker end, down a member, not what they want.
And that's what, I mean, back to it. Cruxy gets that opening pick, which was huge. But then you have Sideswipe there that aggressively peeks short and dies. And now, I mean, evens out the situation. Good thing, though, that the Cypher on Foreplay is extremely hurt.
Yeah, it's going to be good to get him out of the game nice and early. He has very little hit points, basically one pistol shot away. Bears to open it up, gets a Recon Dart. No one's there to receive that. Oh, but Playboy Joe from the side to take him out in the back of the head. Big Show to trade that. Alas, there is the Nebula there. It gets out of the picture, and this is it. Cruxy gonna get on top of it, and here's the Shock Dart, the big Clutcheroni. No one's there to receive, though. They've gotten off the bomb. Does he have one more in the gas tank? Doesn't even need it. my dear Endless, as he picks up that round for his team. GT bouncing back, and they're able to string round number 1 in their favor.
Man, that was so close. I mean, they were almost able to get that bomb halfway, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The entirety of Grapefruit Techniques there to finish things off, and they're going to secure the first round here and start this off 1-0. They're looking for that revenge drive.
Oh, they want this desperately, and this is what I'm talking about. Bear Z is back, and it's a chance for them to ideally take this all the way and close it out. We'll see if they can do it, though, and he's coming into a great opportunity. This team has set him up for huge success. Playboy Joe, though, Ares, the gun that we love oh so much, as Cruxy is yet again repeating history, comes on the flank, gets the dink off, but that poor classic is no good. Ares Bonanza, Endless, as they close that out with so much time left on the clock. That was an absolute gong show at B main.
I feel like Infamous has sort of influenced Grapefruit Techniques here, and coming into this third or second map for that matter, entering the third round, 2 players on the Ares, but Infamous has that Odin in hand. He's going to show them who the big brother is.
Boy, this is it. Now, is it going to be the Odin that wins or 2 Ares? If honestly the Odin takes out 2 Ares, I'm going to be smacking my head against the wall.
I don't know if it's about the guns at this point. It's more so who's behind it, and we all know Infamous can use that gun, and look at him. He is ready at heaven to get something going.
Gets the drone out of the picture in about 1.1 seconds flat. Gets 1 kill as well. Bake Show Nanoswarm 1, 2, as Joe finally swings around with that Ares and dismisses him out of this picture. Leads it down to a 2 versus 2 situation here. Endless. Spike in hand, Jet, knives available as well. Bears is waiting patiently for Jet to reunite, get together as a team here. Look at that beautiful drone as well. Gonna spot it out. He knows it's going down on generator. Does he get the tag off in time? That is to be determined.
2 versus 2. You got Sideswipe here, lurking towards tree. Does possibly spot one, and Playboy Joe, a little bit too much for Sideswipe, and now they know Bear Z is towards that heaven. And you can see Playboy Joe coming towards grass, trying to make some noise, make Bear Z hesitate. But he does know he's still there, and he does get that opening pick, but Playboy Joe comes out with that wide swing and gets that trade, and 3-0 early start for Grapefruit Techniques.
Bear Z had the right idea. He put 1-on-1 together. He wanted to turn it into 2 1v1 fights. Didn't want to open himself up to 2 angles. He did just that, but the wide swing was super well done. That brings round number 3 for the Grapefruit Techniques squad. And still, Jet sitting on those knives, so that's going to be an opportunity for this round. But he's picked up the judge. So this is going to be the close range Jet and Dash technique, I feel.
Playboy Joe, 7-1 Strive. I mean, is there any better start you can expect right now? And knives are out. He's going to utilize that as well. And you do know he has that judge in hand. So he's going to try to work possibly something towards mid. Bear Z going to try to wide swing. Spots 1 tiles. And Thomas doesn't want to be re-peeking that, as they all are ready for him. But Sideswipe doesn't care. He's ready for the fight.
Swipe is like, no, it's okay, man. You go. I'll swing it for you, bud. All's good in the hood. As Nilly, the former Reina player, now takes out Infamous with a brief and quick phantom shot there. Bake Show, patience is a virtue. Gets one, but no. 4th place swings, and the Nano Swarm is just so strong, endless. And that's it, man. That's a wash, as Nilly is able to make some magic happen. But wait a minute. Hold on here. This is Cruxy, the Ghost mid pusher maestro. He's going to get a main gun off of this too. A primary, picks up that phantom, reload, 0 bullets to his name, and off he goes in hopes of retake.
And look at the health on Thomas, but it doesn't even matter. Thomas with 6 health swings, doesn't care, and absolutely catches him off guard. And they're going to secure their 4th here, but here comes that buyback from OODA Loopers. And could this be the bounce back they were looking for?
They gotta wake up, man. Honestly, the way these rounds are going, it's panning out to be so strong for Grapefruit Techniques. And unless I'm gonna say it because you haven't said it yet, a commanding start here for this team.
Commanding indeed. And look at this, Zebro and Playboy Joe. Tell me that Infamous hasn't essentially influenced them to the point where they're both running Odins now. And this might be a little bit scary for OODA Loopers.
was like, wait a minute, this Odin thing, it works. Team, we're doing it. Buy them.
Basically, and now that plan essentially kind of backfires for OODA Loopers, as now they have to worry about it.
Yeah, tough situation, but hey, they're still okay for the most part. We see that mid aggression we talked about in pregame coming into play now. They're getting right on through. Thomas is going to try and get through that door, has to reload, and here is a Nero theft to go for the big reveal. We see sideswipe, nice connection there with Bear Z onto Thomas, and here is the big swing coming around the corner. Z bro makes it happen onto Bear Z. Yo, sideswipe is so good right now. He's feeling himself and delivers 2K and leaves it all up to Playboy Joe. 33 hit points, an Odin, and a Dream.
I mean, Playboy Joe stuck at pizza, but oh my goodness, Make Show comes on that flank. But tell me, Infamous was not hunting for that, showing him who's boss and who owns the Odin gang. And they're able to secure their first round there. Infamous getting the kill, but all thanks to Sideswipe that round, holding down that CT push onto B.
Infamous be all about that life. He delivers one more time, still has an Odin, so he's okay. I feel like Infamous is like, you give a kid a teddy bear. For Infamous, that's the Odin.
Basically, and I mean, Foreplay having a Bucky in hand right now while the rest of the team does buy. But look at Cruxy. They are stacked towards this A site. The run it back is active, and they're going to go through, able to get two. And Cruxy nailing the third as well, but Cruxy's still up close with the knives out. And he's going to go for more, but he doesn't expect to be close. And Thomas getting the next two. And I don't know if that was a good idea. They got 3 opening picks. Why continue to push that?
Yeah, I don't know what Sideswipe was thinking. That wasn't the play, right? He fell off. He only had 2 knives in the arsenal. Died. At that point, Sideswipe should have been like, wait a minute. It's 2 against 1. If I swing, I got no backup, and I'm probably going to get killed because I can't take 2 out from 2 different angles. So not the best decision in the books, but still opportunity on the table there as Omen is sitting on around 20-odd hit points. Thomas, that is. And here comes Playboy Joe holding a nice angle. Bake Show eliminated. Joe clears his corners, which we like to see, now down to 11. Both these guys now have basically nothing to their name.
No health, but they still are in this. But look at Infamous. When you're at such a low health, the last thing you would want is to hear an Odin come in. But look at Playboy Joe's positioning. He doesn't matter. Infamous just trying to spam his way around and down to no health. Thomas almost gets that pick, but Infamous going to be able to save his Odin.
Did he actually drop the Phantom, then he got the kill with and pick up an Odin after?
I think he went back for the Odin.
Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, that for me is going to be hilarious. Let's see what he's got in his hand here as we get that tab key pressed down. Yeah, he picked it up. It's like the kid with his teddy bear. I'm telling you. He's like, no, my Odin. Stop. Pause the round. Don't defuse. I need this.
I feel like he just ran out of bullets after killing logs, and after that, he just wanted to drop for the Phantom. He got that pick, and there's no way he's just going to leave his Phantom or his Odin just sitting there, right? He's got to pick that up.
How quickly Infamous places all of these orbs down, I'm just like, wait a minute. This guy's like probably got tons of hours on Astra. Like, he knows a thing or two. It's like, I haven't played enough Astra to really understand the utility usage and knowing where the utility is most effective, but it almost seems like he's got it down to really a textbook play endless.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of Astra players nowadays, and I mean, being a new agent and a little bit more tricky to use and kind of understand, it's good to see that Infamous has picked it up.
I'm happy about it, and it gives us the opportunity here as on GLG to learn a thing or two. That shock dart, massive foreplay. He gets a little tickle as he's down to around half the hit points there, and there's the Cosmic Divide to block off Long and the Hunter Fury as well. Lockdown gets destroyed as a result. Cruxy opens it up onto foreplay. Bears onwards and ahead. Here we go, 3-on-3 swinging. Good unison from Joe and team as they compact Bear Z into an absolute brick, sending him to the dumps, and that is another round for Grapefruit Techniques.
That was huge, and Playboy Joe was a huge factor in securing that 5th round there for Grapefruit Techniques, as he was just kind of all over the place, getting 2 kills there as they're trying to re-enter onto site. And right now, it kind of forces OODA Loopers back on another save, with Bear Z being the only one that can really buy.
save upon save endless is what it feels like sometimes, and in this case it's tough for Uda because they gotta definitely go big, but they have sheriffs in that frenzy. We've seen Cruxy do work with that frenzy time and time again on the aggressive mid dash, but by the looks of it, not happening this round as the whole team is kind of caboose near tiles, ready to make sure mid remains uncontested.
And Foreplay getting sideswiped this time around as he only had a sheriff in hand. And there's that opening pick that they were looking for. They're going to go ahead, aggress towards mid, and look at that dash. He misses the knives, but Bear Z misses all the deagle shots anyway.
Oh my god, and this is so unfortunate so far for Uda Loopers as they're getting picked off one by one. And it's down to merely 2, but keep in mind they do have 2 fairly lit team members. Zebro, Shock Dart, or Recon Dart actually strong as well. Oh my god. What are you gonna do at that point? You get revealed, you step on a wire, next thing you're in a puddle of mud.
That was just unfortunate, and I don't know if Bear Z should continue using the sheriff, as we've seen it 2 times now. Just absolutely not able to hit his shot with it, and he needs to be able to pick it up here because $200 to his name, 2-7 right now. His team needs him, but remember, he's been a second half type of player, and he's always come clutch so far.
Agree, and he's got to maybe give his arm a little bit more time to warm back up. There's still ample number of rounds here, 4 in this half, plenty more before we get into it. Cruxy shoot and a dash away, but by the looks of it, they want to go right in. They're going to commit to this B take as Jet jumping in the air. Nice connection from the likes of Sideswipe before he gets traded out. Locations revealed, Joe gets away. And no, he's right back down to logs and off they go onto site. Pretty easy so far. And an uncontested spike plant.
And they're going to get 4 players still standing with full health basically towards that site. And Uda Loopers has no choice but to play that retake right now. And Infamous trying to clear towards Market. But look at Playboy Joe once again sitting at logs. Do they check it? As they do know there's a couple in B main. But Infamous gonna throw out some smokes. Gonna pull them in. And Bake Show starting things off with that opening pick.
Oh my god, Infamous. It's almost like every time Infamous actually gets a chance to get a kill, it's almost guaranteed. I honestly very rarely see the guy lose a contested Odin kill. It's kind of mind-boggling, really. It's next level, man. Like, this guy went 20 and something last game with an Odin. Now 5 and 6, second frag. Like, Infamous, tomorrow at VCT, I want them to stick you, and you can only use an Odin, and it's going to be a disaster. This guy's a monster, man. I love it. I love seeing this. This is so good, man.
I can't wait to see how they perform tomorrow, but nonetheless, right now, this is the matchup that's on their mind. They want to win this and possibly end this in 2 maps. I don't think they would want to send this to the 3rd map, as you don't want a team like Grapefruit Techniques to gain any type of momentum.
No, not whatsoever. They want to keep them at bay, not give them a chance to kind of regas them and get back into it. And now off they go, grouping up towards mid. The control here, very strong. Owl Drone into short as Foreplay and Cruxy 1 apiece, trades back and forth. And here they are, grouped back to what looks like still short and mid, actually. Not really contesting. They want to open up one more pick, ideally. That would be fantastic for them, Endless.
Right now, Bake Show playing passive in grass. Just holding that short, making sure they don't take control of tree room. And it is still a 4-on-4, but right now Grapefruit grouping up. They're looking to do something all together. And it looks as if they're just going to walk up mid. And I don't know if they're going to be ready for it. They're going to hear that flash. Door is closed. Cruxy's attention is towards that door now. And he's going to be able to get that opening pick with the nice flick onto Thomas. Ball back towards Boathouse, and Bear Z is there to support.
This is really good for this team so far. I'm liking the layout. Uda Looper's in a great position to contest and hold because Cruxy was able to open it up nicely. Great job, Zebro. He hears him dash. Cruxy 1 step ahead of the game. Will he check his left though? No. Joe comes around and finesses him ever so nicely. Coming around the bend now. Bear Z is awake. Our lonesome Bear Z gets a kill and leaves it. Oh boy, that dink. Poor Joe. He's hit a little bit, gets the spike down for the money, which is really good for him, but there is 3 people that are going to be pushing him in about 4 seconds flat.
And the second they get that pick, look at where Infamous ran. He ran straight to his Odin, and he's going to go ahead and pick that up.
This guy's got everything Odin in his life. Odin coffee cup, Odin sweatband. Odin sweatpants, Odin t-shirt. He's just decked out top to bottom. Odin drip drip.
He went to pick up that op, but he dropped the Odin to his teammate and basically was like, look, listen, you pick this up, I'll get that op, and we'll save 2 of the most expensive guns in the game.
It's a deal. Otherwise, I'm gonna throw. Okay, bud. Cool. Thank you.
Basically. And look at his positioning.
Too, man.
Yeah, every single round he switched up his positioning. And that's going to catch Grapefruit Techniques off guard. And look at where they're all grouped up towards. They're grouped up towards that A site. So if they do choose to come in here, they're in for a big wrath coming from Infamous.
And I'm glad they're not really getting too deep into it so far, right? And the run it back as well is going to try and keep them at bay. That side swipe. Gonna molly close. Good molly too. Gets a good amount of fire damage off, and Cruxy there backs him up, and that's beautiful, man. That's teamwork. That's synergy. He pulled the bait, and Cruxy is able to get that kill, and this is what loopers need. They want to bounce back at this point and hopefully end on a 6-6 half endless.
And that's a good amount of discipline, good teamwork, kind of organized there from Uda Loopers, getting that opening pick and just falling off instantly. But now they have to just play passive. They can't overextend, and if they do, make sure you're in a buddy system because you don't want Grapefruit to open back up that round. And Zebro trying to do what his older brother is doing right now with that Odin this time around. No Ares for him, but he's going to have a battle here towards Infamous.
I want to see what this Odin can deliver as they have 35 on the clock here. Not too much breathing room. Now down to 30. They're going to have to execute, get on site, and you can see Astra activates the bubble, and all's good so far. Tried to deny some entry, and here is that dart, and off they go, Endless into sight. Cruxy holding tree room firm, comes out at the perfect time. He's up in the air. No, misses the right click. Unfortunate series of events, and now with merely 10 left, they're able to get that spike down. And here it is, the Hunter's Fury. This would be so good if they can get it. Yes, they do. Bear Z at the right time. Connects with the 2K and makes it happen. Bear Z, my friend, is live feeling good.
Well, I don't know if he's watching the stream, but every single time we've told him, you know, he has to kind of wake up, he does, right? He does exactly that. And right now, I mean, he's definitely come back to play, and obviously you got to save the Odin.
The Odin save is a thing without any more questions at this point. If there's an Odin, it's being saved. But let's appreciate Bear Z here. He doesn't. Let's say may not be killing it day in and day out, but when things get critical, he's there to support, and he was able to do that one more time for this team. And we are on our way to a potential 6-6 half and a good bounce back from the Uda Loopers.
And right now, can they even this up? I mean, again, 7-5, 6-6. Not a bad half for either side, as we've seen the map kind of go back and forth, whether it's defense or attack sided. And you got Nilly this time around. Gonna do the run it back. Gonna be able to get into that A site. And that Omen's gonna TP in. They're gonna get the door closed, and he does get Infamous right before it runs out. And that leaves Uda Loopers in a little bit of a tough situation, trying to get in this retake as Sideswipe gets taken out as well from Playboy Joe. And now it's down to a 3 versus 4 because Cruxy got the kill.
Last round, Cruxy 1-2. The lockdown as well from Bake Show gets 1. Cruxy 3. Devouring these guys like it's nothing, like it's drinking water, my friend. And he picks it up and brings that round number 6 home for Uda Loopers and ties it up here. A spectacular first half and a good bounce back.
I don't know. Could this be a potential 2-map series? Boy. Right now, I feel that Uda Loopers have picked up a good amount of momentum, winning the last 4 rounds, coming back from a 6-2 deficit to tie things up, entering this attack side. And I mean, you've got to think they're feeling good.
I'm sure they're feeling good. They're feeling great. This is it. This is finals best of 3, and it's not an escalation. So round of applause for that. I'm kind of happy it ain't an escalation because we'd be done in exactly 1.2 seconds.
There's no spike rush right now, or?
I mean, yeah, maybe one day we'll do that, but this ain't no spike rush, no, unless I'm missing something.
I wish. The third map is going to be an icebox spike rush. Oh my God! Say that 3 times fast.
Spice rush. Hello. Oh man.
And right off the bat, I mean, they're playing things slow, not getting overly aggressive. Playboy Joe up close, short. And Zebro gonna be able to spot one close down mid. But here comes the Molly and Shock Darts. They're not gonna really do a lot of damage here. But there is a little bit of a pinch happening here at mid.
Pinching and everything in between.
Oh
Cruxy 1 and
my.
2. What in the Pete just happened? That was so good. Everything about that was so like Cruxy. I will say, man, I think if I can go back and rewatch some of these rounds after this, Cruxy on pistol round has delivered nearly every single time with at least 2, if not 3 kills. Endless.
Exactly, and he's been a huge factor coming into this. And I mean, they're officially able to take the lead for the first time on Ascent right now against Grapefruit Techniques. And I don't think they're looking to slow down anytime soon. Infamous has the little baby sister in hand in the Ares.
Keep the gas, press to the floor. Don't back off now, because we are on our way to a potential 2-0 sweep of this best of 3 series for a $100 prize, sponsored by Nascent United, delivering the goods and delivering the giveaway too for us here. And off we go with ample time on the clock. They're grouped up towards short and A endless. This is an opportunity to collapse on that site. They want to, again, go back to their roots, open up a pick nice and early, and then finesse from there. And we've seen OODA Loopers time and time again. Traditional CS players are sticking to their roots by working those picks.
And it's interesting enough. I mean, on a save round, ideally you like to go towards that A site if you know your opponents are saving. Just because look at how many close-up angles you can get towards that B site, whether you be pushed up B main, whether you be pushed up, you know, close to sidewalk, or even in logs, being able to get these shotgun kills. But Infamous, it doesn't matter. He has the Ares. He's not scared whatsoever. They're going to go ahead and execute onto this B site. Cruxy going to clear out Boathouse. Bake Show continuing on, getting another, which puts him at a 4 versus 3 advantage here. And they're going to get that bomb down and play for the post plant.
This is a huge opportunity for OODA Loopers now. They want to get this round number 2. It'll give them a 2-round lead against GT. With Sova lit down to basically nothing, it's going to be really, really good for them. And off they go. We see the hold coming out from backside swing. Bake Show 1, but Zebro is there, piggybacked on Thomas to trade. Cruxy holding firm from double boxes in sight. The dart recon gets destroyed. Nilly 1. Deagle through the wall makes Infamous nothing but powder, and he is now pinned in a smoke. Goes for the swing and good positioning. Bears supported by his teammate. Bring that home. That is 8-6 endless. We are approaching a beautiful buy round opportunity, and we'll see if Grapefruit Techniques has anything in the tank to fight back.
And it looks like they're going to go ahead and buy up this round, but on the side of OODA Loopers, do they just bonus? I think that's the best bet because, I mean, they did lose quite a few members the last round, and they can't really afford to full buy here. So the idea and the goal here is to do as much damage as possible to the side of Grapefruit.
That would be ideal, and it's the best way to get value and work as a squad, of course, but you can see they're grouped up heavily towards A. The Owl drone destroyed, but Thomas gets lightly tagged, forces him to fall off, and they're waltzed out to sight, pretty free. Spike being planted.
And right now, I mean, I was surprised that Sideswipe didn't get revealed there with that dart just up towards that heaven.
Right?
But right off that bat, look at them. 3 players on the post plant towards the side of Wine. They're going to be able to take site control here, but their goal here is just to do damage, like we were saying, and they're doing exactly just that. Oh my goodness, as that happens, Playboy and Niliaz getting 3 kills, and Thomas almost gets knocked down as well, which he might actually go down. He is on the bomb, but they're not going to be able to spam him, and he only had 1 health.
Tough, and tough. But hey, they get it, man. I mean, that's beautiful for them, and they're able to bounce back and get that round for themselves. And we are potentially frozen endless. Is it just me or okay? No, that we're back. We're okay. Valorant servers right just had a bit of a hiccup. Someone was sitting on the cord.
It happens, man. And on top of that, here comes the buy round officially for OODA Loopers. And will Grapefruit equalize here and tie things back up? Or do you think OODA Loopers will be able to take the advantage and build more of a cushion?
I'm torn here. It's so close. There's nothing. Oh no, but that early damage is detrimental. Killjoy down to less than 50 hit points. That's a problem, endless. Like all things considered, that's a huge deal. it's going to be an impact at this point if Grapefruit Techniques can capitalize on that. There ain't no Sage here to heal, so it's all or nothing here for OODA Loopers.
It was a huge amount of damage, but keep in mind, he still has that lockdown, so he can make that impact. And there is no ult on the side of Grapefruit to be able to destroy that early on. So that being said, they're going to be able to utilize the lockdown to get into sight. Cruxy already lined up, ready to go with Sideswipe lurking towards that mid, waiting for that short flank.
Here it is, the lockdown you were talking about now active in full. Thomas going to send out the paranoia, nice and close, falls away to heaven there. Cruxy getting burned, cooked, dash into the site with smoke on the generator now. Bake Show puts his turret in front to hopefully clear out the site. Get a tag off, and yes, it does. Thomas, who made it into sight, gets Cruxy and opens it up for Grapefruit Techniques. Molly, fire, shock darts, everything underneath there as poor old Thomas splatters to his death, leaving it to a 4 versus 4. That lit Killjoy still in the party as they're coming swinging foreplay, denies the entry by Sideswipe, and this is it. They have the advantage, able to even it out here. We'll see if they can continue to retake. With 14 left on the clock, it's going to be really, really tough for them to get on site and plant.
It's going to be extremely tough. No time nonetheless, and Foreplay and Niliaz are able to hold down that site and lock it down on their own. And right now, tie game once again, 8-8. Man, this is what we were expecting, right? Strive back and forth.
We're going for a wild ride here, Endless. It's literally that back and forth, back and forth. You can see the scoreboard, 2 rounds and 2 rounds respectively on this half. And can we see that trend continue where 2 more now go towards the attacker side of OODA Loopers? Or is it going to be a rally back from Grapefruit to take us into double digits? That is to be determined. No Odin in play yet, so Infamous is 100% not having a great day.
And right now you have Sideswipe with a Vandal in hand, along with a run it back to be able to use. I think he's going to do exactly just that, as they don't want to count this round out. And right off that bat, the knives are activated on Cruxy, and the run it back does get Zebro, who has that Odin, and he takes it out. And right now, Foreplay stuck on steps, trying to make a play as Bears, or Bear Z for that matter, is spotted with the reveal.
Joe to further the lead now and help his team bring the advantage up for themselves, and that is another one for him. He's awake, no operator, but that's okay. He still knows how to flex that rifle, and it's up to Cruxy now, posted up in sight with what looks like to be an Ares, holding the angle on sidewalk. A dash in, that's troubling as he gets one before he gets traded by Foreplay. Good synergy from this team, swinging, leaves it, Sideswipe in a clutch position. He thought it'd be on the left, but it turned out to be from the right, and he is out. Grapefruit Techniques now 9 rounds, Endless.
Oh my goodness. Had he had stayed on that right entrance, that would have been just absolutely huge. He put himself in such a good positioning, but he did think that they were trying to split on him coming from that left door, and unfortunately the timing just didn't work out. And Grapefruit Techniques once again rally back, and they're going to take the round advantage here. And 3 so far on this half.
That's unfortunate. That monkey area is so difficult to hold when you're as one being retaken by 2 people, if not more. It's tough to know where they're going to swing from. He had the right idea. I mean, he did a 50-50 roll, and unfortunately it was not the right play. We get to follow this beautiful shock dart parading its way into mid, and no one there. But Joe says, "Yo, I'm here, man. I'm gonna go back right into market. I'm just gonna chill." There was a shock dart coming. There's some funny business as Cruxy is burning down to 92. Blind as well. Gets away in 1 piece. So that's really good for them. No major casualties just yet.
Infamous once again with an Odin. But this time around, Cruxy able to get that opening pick, which now forces the rotation for Grapefruit Techniques closer to that A site. But do they capitalize on that? As you can see, they're already rotating off closer towards that mid. And the rotations kind of split 1-1-2.
We see this time and time again, this floating Sova, and that's the Cosmic Divide now activated. You can see it on your screen, dividing basically the map in half in terms of sites and defender or attacker defender side respectively. And this is going to be interesting. What are they going to do off of this Astra play? Given the current situation being on the attack side, they have more or less a free waltz into B, but that main entrance is blocked out. So going to be interesting to swing by. Oh no, but wait, there's a narrow alleyway. Zebro! 1-1 together, despite not being able to hear. He connects on to Bake Show, but they're not deviating from the plan unless they're going all the way through.
I feel like once Infamous gets in sight, this is going to be a very dangerous scene. As you can see, oh my goodness, the Hunter's Fury coming out, but Playboy Joe taking him out as well, with now left to Bear Z on the flank. Can he clutch this out, as it's essentially a 1 versus 1 right now, and there's just simply not enough time.
Brutal situation, and that takes Grapefruit Techniques to double digits, 10 rounds to their name. So unfortunate, time not in their favor, Endless.
I feel like we're possibly going to see a map 3.
I think so too. Very well put. But same time, OODA Loopers, these guys know how to game, man. I'm not dismissing it, honestly. We might see the map 3, yeah, sure, but same time, I'm rooting for them. These guys have a great opportunity here on their hands.
They do. I would never count them out, regardless of the team, because again, both these teams made it to the finals. They both deserve to be here, and they're fighting for $100. So it comes down to who wants it more, and what they're willing to do, and kind of change. And it also kind of depends on if they're able to figure out the defensive side in the favor of Grapefruit right now, because they're just getting shut down round after round.
Yeah, they're getting denied, but this is a good change of pace here. Grapefruit Techniques opens up a nice and early pick on Sideswipe, who's been struggling on that Phoenix this game. We saw him show up heavily on that Reyna. Nearly continues the barrage and takes out Infamous, the Odin Master himself. And here is Bear Z now, setting that owl drone, spots one, tag, foreplay, goes on the swing. Poor Cruxy was like, wait a minute, he won't swing off that, right? And nah, he fully did. Demolishes him out of the picture, reveals foreplay's presence still there. Bear Z gonna hold this angle. He's gonna have to flick down though if foreplay decides to swing this.
And right now, Bake Show just holding that, and oh my goodness, Nilly has just come in huge with his positioning. I mean, getting 4 kills that round, that was absolutely huge, and it looks as if OODA Loopers are gonna take a quick tactical timeout here to talk things through, because what's currently going on is just simply not working.
No, it's in all honesty, if I'm kind of picturing Sideswipe's voice, he'd be yelling, saying, "This is unacceptable. What are you guys doing?" And he'd be like fully tilted. I can picture it in my head. But like honestly speaking, the way this is panning out is it's brutal, right? This is a team that they know they can frag out. They have high frag potential, but they're just falling to the mercy of these aggressive pushes left, right, and center on the attacker side, and they're not getting any value or any trades out of it. They're not buddied up. And for me, I'm just trying to understand here, what's going to be the differentiating factor on this defensive side, right? Do you play the full retake or do you get aggressive early? That's the question that we need to answer, and that really OODA Loopers need to answer if they want to get themselves aligned as a team.
I feel like they just need to get that opening pick and just regroup, right? Right now, they're getting the opening pick and they're still so far spread out that at any point, if Grapefruit Techniques peak, I mean, they have the opportunity to even things out and potentially just get away with it. And that's been happening round after round, to the point where they just completely open the round back up, despite OODA Loopers being the ones that got the first pick.
100%. And we'll see if, some of that has kind of set in with this team. We see Playboy Joe holding the angle. He gets the owl drone, can't necessarily decide. He doesn't want to get spotted, so picks it and falls off, and this is it. Sideswipe, his chance at redemption, run it back. Onwards he goes into sight here. Pin in there is Thomas, and he gets eliminated. Sideswipe now is awake and feeling good as Nilly responds back onto Cruxy, the impact player we've seen time and time again, evens out the numbers. And now the bomb, unfortunately, is down deep inside of A.
Playboy Joe lined up with that operator in hand, getting another pick onto the side of OODA Loopers, and leaves them with 3 people left standing, all committed close towards that A site. And right now, they're too far committed to the point where, should they fall off, as you can see, the Sova's trying to lurk back in Bear Z to see if there's any flank coming in, but there's Sideswipe trying to execute onto site one by one, and he gets instantly opt out. Bear Z finally getting a trade, but it could be a little bit too late as he's in a 1 versus 3 situation.
That was kind of like, in a way, LMSy Endless. I don't know what the plan was there. Bear Z was still back in long A, and he just kind of went onwards to site by himself, Infamous. I don't know what the thought process was there. Not the best move in the books.
Definitely isn't a good decision there, and I don't know what they were doing at that point. Maybe they've just absolutely given up on this map and are just choosing to do, a lot of individual plays and trying to make something work. But it doesn't seem to be the case, and it looks like OODA Loopers just simply don't have a response or solution towards Grapefruit's defense, as they've just been absolutely great at holding it down.
No, they've been flawless at that, and we are now sitting at match point here, which would send us to the third map, which is going to be split. So interesting if we get to that point, but let's see if OODA Loopers has one more push in the tank to hopefully bounce back and take us to an overtime.
Right now, you see Nilly trying to get an early pick going. The mollies are traded back and forth with Sideswipe and Nilly, but no damage is done on either end. So right now, kind of hesitating. Bear Z and Infamous getting 2 huge picks to start things off, but Nilly quickly there to trade things off. But it's still a 2-for-1 for OODA Loopers. So as long as they start grouping up now and they don't lose anyone else without a trade, they should be able to secure this round. But it doesn't seem the case. Nilly equalizing the situation here, and now it's back down to a 3v3.
Onwards we go here, Endless. There is still a lockdown available for OODA Loopers on Killjoy. Recon Dart, off it goes, connecting the tree. We see Playboy Joe jumping mid-air, Kobe fade away. No one is there to respond. He actually takes some damage there. Playing Sidewalk now, they've definitely put 1-on-1 together. They're going to deny the entry back over. He's going to finesse his way, jumps in the air. No one is there. No more up traps either at this point. Can they retake?
And 3 versus 3 still. The lockdown coming in on the side of OODA Loopers to force a delay on the side of Grapefruit. And I mean, Playboy Joe trying to get aggressive, does get taken out, but here comes Nilly, gets taken out finally, and Big Show closes things off with a crisp, clean lock on to them.
Easy peasy, my friend, and this is what we wanted to see. It's never too late to bounce back. Question remains, do they have 3 more in the tank? To be determined, but off to a good start. The snowball is hopefully building some momentum here.
I mean, 12-9, backs against the wall. OODA Loopers, they have no more room for mistakes, and look at their economy. They're full bot here, 3 players on light armor, and that could be the deciding factor alone.
We'll see if it is. That'd be very unfortunate if it ends up being that on its own, but hey, we see Nilly going through, running back, fearlessly gonna run right there, clear it out. And this is unfortunate so far, as they've already picked up 2 early kills, but Infamous choosing to stick to a more traditional weapon. No Odin this time, planting the spike. It's here, Endless. All or nothing. We'll see if he uses that Cosmic Divide.
Oh, he's got the Odin still.
Oh yeah, well, you're right, 100% right.
That's his real gun.
That's all he knows how to use, man. No, I'm kidding. He knows how to use everything, but he just likes that Odin.
Oh my goodness, Sideswipe coming in absolutely huge, delaying and distracting, coming from Infamous from Hell, and they're just going to be able to finish off this round, bring it back to 10-12. So, man, I don't know if it's because Grapefruit is getting overly aggressive at this point, but hey, it's whatever's going on, OODA Loopers, it's working for you guys. So 2 rounds away from tying this up and potentially sending it to overtime.
I mean, it's getting pretty touchy now, and let's be brutally honest. At the same time, right? Hunter's Fury available, Bladestorm available on the side of OODA Loopers. There is a Neural Theft for Grapefruit Techniques. They're gonna need a kill to be able to use that, though. At this point, anyone's game.
They're gonna go ahead and owl drone towards this B site, making sure B main is clear. And Infamous starting things off with a big pick onto Nilly. And this is the man advantage they want going into it. The reveal isn't going to happen. 2 players are up close mid, and Bear Z gets taken out without a trade. And yet again, they're going to be able to equalize. And look at the health on Infamous.
Oh boy, oh my!
Play just completely shutting them down. And this is going to go into a possible map 3 as Infamous down to 12 health and is lonesome against 3 players of Grapefruit Techniques, which has absolutely a lot of health. But we've seen him play and come out victorious in some of these rounds. But again, 12 health, man.
This is it. Patience with 44 seconds on the clock, 12 hit points to his name, and an Odin and a Dream for match point. to get into sight here going to be so tough. And he, on top of that, he's now fully tagged, and Thomas makes quick work of that, and off we go. Endless. That wraps up map number 2. We are now heading to the deciding factor. Third map. It's going to be split, and whoa.
Okay. This time, this is too short. It's too short. I was gonna say,
I barely left my house. Like, I made it to my front door on that teleport on that time travel.
I just wanted to say, take your time this time. Figure out what exactly is going on. Tell us who wins. I mean, we need to know this information. It's coming down to the wire, Strive. And I mean, going to map 3, it's been 13-9 the first map, 13-10 the second map. Maybe 13-11. Is it climbing? Climbing?
If it does, that's going to be amazing to see. But we're going to be going to the third map very shortly. And at this point, anyone's game. I ain't going to even talk about it. I just want to be able to bask in the glory of this best of 3 in these close best of 3s. So I think we're going to cut to a very, very quick break and come back. So it'll be super snappy, guys. Get yourself maybe a snack, maybe a drink, use the bathroom, and just come back right to your chair. Gives us all a bit of a time to recalibrate, regroup, and we're going to be back shortly. So sit tight. We're going to come back to you with some more gameplay in record time. What did I tell you guys? Record pace. That was like what? All of 4 minutes, if that. Like, guys, we're quick here. We're gonna get you into map number 3. Moving onwards and up here. Wow. Onwards and upwards. Apparently, time travel also makes you lose your ability to speak English. So, this is the final map in this series. Whoever wins this, obviously, is getting the 100 bones. Sponsored by Nascent United. Thank you again for bringing that to us and Drink Control. This is it, guys. Off we go. Both these teams are pretty much settling in, about to slap that live button, and let's split. Any kind of preliminary thoughts? I myself don't feel comfortable really talking too much about where I think this is going to go. This match is so close as it is already between these two teams. For me to sit here and confidently give you a prediction, just null and void. Really and honestly, it's going to boil down to ultimately which team can frag harder. Truthfully, that's where I think a lot of this lies, is who's able to connect the better shot, right?
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the side of Grapefruit Techniques, right? And they've come out strong after losing 13-9 the first map on Icebox. They came back on Ascent, which again, another scoreline of 13-10. I mean, coming down, remember, they were down, I forget what team they're facing, but they were down prior 10-2, and they came back and won 13-10, and now they beat OODA Loopers 13-10 again on Ascent. But now we're moving on to Split. We're going to jump into agent selection here, and let's see what type of comp they're going to be running this time around. And do they go Omen or do they go Brim?
I don't think Sideswipe wants to play Phoenix anymore. Good choice. Going to Jet. So Sideswipe digging deep into his agent pool, keeping it fresh in all 3 of these maps. First one Reyna, second one Phoenix, and now playing Jet. So his duelist pool is definitely looking strong. And off we go here, ladies and gentlemen, playing Split for our final map tonight.
And I like that Sideswipe is back on the Jet, and I'm used to seeing him play that Jet, which I was kind of surprised when he wasn't early on, right? And now he got Cruxy on to the Raze. But what really catches my eye right now is the breach on Bear Z, and I'm all for breach, especially on a map like Split, being able to stun from so many different areas of the map. And then on top of that, the flashes. We've talked about that before, Strive. 3 flashes on that breach. It's completely scary to even play against.
Playing against a breach is one of the most frustrating things. You're blind, and guess what? You're still blind.
I mean, I don't know if you guys seen that clip from Bossy from Pugstars, and I think it was in one of the tournaments. I think it was the qualifiers or something, where he just got consistently team flashed and flashed from the enemy breach 3-4 times in a row, and it was just unbelievable comms. It was just, I'm blind.
It's so cringe, honestly. But now, what could end up being a bit of a pickle here as they're grouped up towards heavily on A, already collapsing up ramp towards Heaven as well. 2 members sitting at the bottom, and they want to get Heaven control first before they get it, and they get it. They're all the way in, screens endless, and wrapping. Sight is free.
And Bakshow just gets absolutely pinched there. Cruxy has a boombot left to go, but look at Bakshow getting another utility kill in that Nano Swarm, but now they're getting flanked towards Heaven. Sideswipe trying to work his way down ramp, trying to make a play happen. Thomas still passive in sight, down to 2 versus 2. He has to get bombed down, and Playboy Joe gets the better of them. Sideswipe, though, however, able to get this bomb at least halfway, or he's actually just going to stick it. Oh, he gets baited off of it. And right now, Playboy Joe just gets instantly headlocked, and Sideswipe getting that first round for their team. OODA Loopers, much needed to start this 3rd map.
Papa Sideswipe hopped into a little bit of Kovacs, some aim lab, finessed his shot, and delivered the veteran Clutcheroni here on round number 1. This is what they need. They're gassing. They're going. You know what? Honestly, Sideswipe, Phoenix just wasn't your night. This wasn't it. You got to stick to that Jet and even that Reyna. And so far, feeling good. We'll see if this momentum carries onwards. We get into round number 2.
Sideswipe has just been that type of player to essentially kind of understand. He has to maintain aggression. He's not very active when he's kind of playing a more support role, or he has to be the best duelist out there, and right now he's showing that case. But Playboy Joe getting that pick, but Bear Z there to trade, and here comes the breach flashes. That flash gonna do some damage and delayed, and he gets that flick onto Zebro as well. And oh my god, Infamous.
Here we are again, the man with a dream. Either an Odin or an Ares is all it takes. 4-play, nice cage. Here's 1 and 2 respectively. He himself tries to finesse, yes, makes it happen through the edge of that. He's swinging, and Big Show, 1 step ahead of the game, has the bigger gun and more firepower. Gets round number 2. This is what Uda Loopers want. Starting off this matchup very strong.
And 2-0, early start. They want to erase everything that happened on Ascent, as they just weren't really all there as a team. And right now, they're playing well together. They're going for the trades. And, I mean, it's amazing. It's working out well. 2-0 early start, but here comes the buy round for Grapefruit Techniques.
This is it. They're going to go for it, and we really hope that they don't prematurely lose this round. And they can smarten up as a team. It'd be really nice that they can counter this buy situation. Oh no, one more time. That is Infamous sitting at the top of ramp. Gets some early damage out. It's just a tickle though. 4-play gets hit ever so slightly, but he likes it. He's good. And off he goes inwards to sight.
I mean, Nilly trying to make something happen. They need Heaven to prevent a peek from up top. And they're going to go ahead and get this bomb down as Uda Loopers has opted to play for a retake towards that A site. But right now, Cruxy working his way, trying to clear ramp. As you can see, Infamous already in Heaven with an Ares, ready to go.
Posted 1, 2, 3, and that leaves it only down to Cruxy with Bear Z posted up at screens. Crossfire position. There is 5 up. Grapefruit Techniques on the verge of a flawless round.
And it's not looking likely for them to be able to do anything here. Maybe not even get 1 down, as Playboy Joe ends all types of dreams, left all down to Bear Z with a judge in hand, and he should have to die to this bomb or be able to pick up possibly the Ares. No, he's gonna go for the bomb.
Light work when you are Grapefruit Techniques, counteracting and getting this pivotal round. And off of this opportunity, they have guns too. So this is going to be nice for them as they proceed into round number 4. And we can almost expect them to carry that momentum ahead on the attacker side. Bigger weaponry, but wait a minute. Papa Sideswipe has the Operator. Infamous has the Odin. They're going for the buy, and they have armor. This is it. This is the battle of the map for me.
I feel Infamous is going to pop off here with that Odin, and this is not a very, big map in the sense of areas to really fit in, and there's not a lot of angles. It's kind of all narrow choke points, and Infamous is going to be able to do a lot of damage there. And look at Sideswipe, very passive, finally getting into that op, like I was saying, and he gets that opening pick, which is absolutely huge for Uda Loopers.
His patience is unparalleled, honestly. He didn't even fall once for those fakes, and his reaction time was on fleek. He went for the third. No, unfortunately, cannot connect it. Zebro takes him out. Unfortunate, so unfortunate. I truly thought he was going to get that, and that evens up the numbers here. Grapefruit Techniques. There's the Blade Storm available on Jet to capitalize, but no need. They have full weaponry. Save that for a bit of a more tricky round. Bear Z concusses towards ropes, and he's holding steady in Heaven. The rest of the team kind of reuniting back towards A. It's going to be a bit of a pinch onwards here. We'll see if they can hold off the push, as there's tons of Killjoy utility on site.
And look at their Heaven control already, as Uda Looper is playing passive. Bake Show does spot them, but unable to connect. But there's Infamous with the Odin, but it does get knocked down to 26 health. And this is not looking good for Uda Loopers, as they don't have health on their end. And they're going to have to give up sight and allow Grapefruit to essentially get in there and get that bomb down.
And offwards they go. Spike is now planted in a 3 versus 3. Make that 3 versus 2. Playboy Joe takes out the low HP Infamous and Cruxy. Here he goes into sight, jumping, swinging, has support from the rest of his team. And this is down to the likes of Bear Z. 1 man, 1 Phantom, and 1 Dream with 2 on site. Comes around the corner, gets 1, but Nilly quick to react. He's like, I gotta swing, and he did it. And hey, a victory dismiss to close off the round.
That was a very nice try, and I was really hoping Nilly didn't overextend there, trying to re-peek. And he didn't, right? And all in all, they played off of each other. Bear Z does get a very nice flick on to Playboy Joe, but Nilly able to close things out, and they even this up 2-2.
This is as tight as it gets, my friend, and Playboy Joe sticking true, going with the judge in a desperation buy situation. He chooses to hold on to it, albeit he definitely wants that operator. We see the early utility come out. Nice side swipe, one
the
clap. But
trade.
Joe coming out, counterpart jet on jet action, right click and support. This is so good. It gets the third as well. With Zebro, they quickly wipe the floor up and leaves it all up to Big Show in a near flawless round.
And now knives are still out for Joe, and he's gonna secure the 4K to bring them the first lead of the third map. And I mean, right now, Oodle Loopers, they have guns once again, so this is a good determining round because look at the economy for Grapefruit. They're jiving.
Jiving is such a good word. I love that. Jiving indeed. And at the same time, they have, look at the utility availability and the ultimates here on the side of Oodle Loopers. Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, Astral Divide, or Cosmic Divide, sorry. And the Showstopper too. So we'll see if they can capitalize on that aggression and make it happen here.
I mean, they do have 4 ults, and that Rolling Thunder, I think, is going to become a big factor in holding down a site, but it also comes down to the picks. Infamous getting that first one onto Nilly does fall off, go towards mid just to make sure no one is lurking, and that seems to be clear. So they're gonna go ahead, give up the site. They have the numbers advantage. Bake Show evening that out even more, making it a 2-person advantage. And do they use the lockdown? No. Cruxy gets that Showstopper, gets locked on to Playboy Joe, and now look at Thomas and his positioning, playing for the Molly and the ult.
Oh, there it is. It's coming. Such good timing. It's going to burn, but he's sticking it all the way. It's not enough time. Cruxy going to sit in it. And with... Oh, man. That's so unfortunate. 1 second earlier would have been the deal, man.
It would have been. And I think if they really played that out a little bit longer and just waited, they could have probably baited out the ult as well.
Oh, man. That's tough. That's super tough. And yeah, I'm feeling the pain of that. I really thought Thomas was going to bring that one home.
It was close, but once again, they are able to secure that round, and they're slowly chipping away at the economy for Grapefruit. But look at Thomas, still at $6,700 to start off this round, and he's going to be able to utilize that, maybe even get his teammate an op. But right now, they all have rifles.
And there is the divide across, dividing that map again one more time between the attackers and defenders respectively. 3-3, minute 20 on the clock. Tons of opportunity as they're regrouping back towards the B site, creeping their way through mid, down through Ramen, and here they go to reunite in main. There is utility there from Astra to block some of the entryways. We'll see how they utilize that as they get their way onto this new rejigged split.
You can see Infamous hiding in that B site with Odin in hand, and he's going to be ready for this. And he's just going to hold an angle. Unfortunately, has to fall back, but Sideswipe getting that opening pick, and oh my goodness, Playboy Joe kind of stuck there in sight. Finally gets taken out by Bake Show, and it's all down to foreplay and is lonesome, and they don't want any of that. They want the real deal.
They got the real deal, and they get that 4th round too. And the Loopers are battling against a very notable team, and they're honestly not getting away with much at all. Every single round and every kill is a mission. There's nothing free being delivered to them here.
And right now, again, finally getting down into their economy. But again, Thomas still has a lot of money here, so he does choose to drop a teammate, I believe, and kind of even out the economy ever so slightly. But Sideswipe with that operator has been absolutely huge for the side of Oodle Loopers, getting some crucial picks on the retakes and to start off early rounds.
We'll see if they can do it one more time. No, Sideswipe early aggression does not connect there. Nothing but a busy tone. Foreplay picks up that camera and off he goes to meet back with the rest of the team. Hopefully still actually holding on outside of A. Doesn't want to give up too much information up ahead. Rest of the gang kind of spread out. They want to really work a pick. GT finessing onwards. Trade as well in rope, and up they go again. And still Brimstone holding that spike towards mid. No real commitment from the attacker side just yet.
Sideswipe being passive towards that B main, waiting for someone to overextend, and it looks as if The Raze is about to peak that very, very shortly. And Foreplay to follow on right behind him, not far off. But look at Bear Z, flash ready. The second anything happens towards that male, and Sideswipe able to get that first pick like he was looking at it. And oh my goodness, Rolling Thunder, here they come.
And wait a minute. They Rolling thundered, but decided to hold back on the gas a bit and gave opportunity here for Infamous yet again to flex his Odin skills and Foreplay to respond back respectively. And this is an opportunity now, numbers advantage for OODA Loopers. GT though is deciding to go heavily towards A. Brimstone's going to get onto site. Jet wants to kind of make an impact in terms of numbers, but ain't there nobody on ropes? Everyone's coming through CT.
And right now he's got a Molly and a Dream for Thomas, but I don't know what Jet is doing. I think he's just waiting and possibly flanking that Heaven. And you can see the ult coming in from Brim, but they're going to be able to get into sight. Playboy Joe able to isolate out Cruxy, and now it puts them in a very good situation, 2 versus 2, and they have the perfect crossfire coming into this.
They do? No, not if Infamous has an Odin though, man!
Never mind.
What crossfire is going to stop you from Infamous? None. None. Line up all 5 of you. Crossfire, make a star pattern, an octagon, a parallelogram, whatever you want to call it. It don't matter, man. The guy delivers time and time again with that Odin.
That was just absolutely insane. And I mean, I thought, you know, great crossfire. I mean, there's a whole 180 degrees that they have to essentially clear out one by one, but Infamous with that Odin. Too many bullets at such a short period of time. He's able to secure their 5th round here, and they have a 2-round lead cushion, essentially.
And this is, it's going to get juicier and juicier as we progress through this matchup. The current situation, if we look at it across the board, is fairly even in terms of finances for the most part, albeit the OODA Loopers are sitting on a bit more finance, so a bit more cushion for them. Oh, yes, Sideswipe, that's what we like to see. Jet, kill and dash with that utility is so good, and he's now back in sight. Well protected. If he does this time and time again, it's going to create so much of a gap here for the OODA Loopers.
I don't know what happened with that boombot. It kind of went 2 different directions, couldn't make up its mind. And I mean, getting that opening pick, like we said, absolutely huge for OODA Loopers, is now they could just sit back and play the waiting game. As I said, once you get that opening pick, and if you don't get traded off, all you have to do is play that buddy system and ensure there's a trade, but Sideswipe right then and there gets taken out, and there's no one there to trade for him.
And here they go, still in a strong position. They have good information and control here. Bear Z to push them back away as well. With that flash, he's trying his best to keep them at bay from top of Heaven. And Astra activating utility. There's the Brimstone smoke as well to dismiss that control that Bear Z was working so hard to hold, but the rest of the gang is posted up. Oh! That was lined up for a collateral, but it doesn't matter here. Thomas again, the bomb carrier, not the tank engine this time, putting that spike down, 2 versus 2. Let's see if GT has it in the tank.
Oh my goodness, Cruxy able to get that one, but Thomas is a little bit too much. Infamous not able to connect with that Odin this time around, and 1 round away from tying it once again. Grapefruit trying to rally back, but they are on that attacker side, so if they're able to secure a couple more rounds, they're in a very good position in this game.
Oh, this is panning out like literally we're repeating history. 2 maps in a row. It's so tight. If we end up on a 6-6 half again, honestly, it's going to go to like double digits for both times. I can honestly feel it in my bones, Endless.
It could definitely do so. And I mean, I feel like we said, we saw a 13-9, 13-10. This time I'm hoping for a 13-11, possibly even an overtime. And look and see, Playboy Joe getting early aggression doesn't connect to Cruxy early enough, as Cruxy able to take out Zebro, but he does eventually get him. So puts him down to a 4v4, but Playboy Joe, only 2 health, and he's gonna walk right into... Oh, do they walk into each other? Infamous, he's right beside you. Oh my goodness.
That was tough. He was in astral form, laying down utility, putting his stars, and was caught out red-handed. And that gives them an opportunity to capitalize. And they do just that as they work their way back onto site now. OODA Loopers, no detain as well. Bike planted, 2 versus 2 health-wise. Everything even across the board. Let's see if they can get on this. Someone's got to get on it, and someone's going to have to commit sooner or later.
And right now, here comes that breach flash, and it does wonders, Bear Z! Absolutely blinds the living hell out of all Grapefruit members, and that flick and spray transfer was absolutely crazy.
I haven't had the chance to flex that word yet, but he made everyone go full Ray Charles and picks up the spray transfer wombo combo. That's what we like to see. Bear Z delivering after having a bit of a rough game coming into this. He's on point and gets them round number 6. This is looking super good for them.
Huge round, and that was the round that kind of sets a little bit of a tone and pace towards this half, as right now Grapefruit forced to save yet again, but Playboy Joe does have a judge in hand, so that could be a little bit dangerous if they get close range. But look at Bake Show, he's ready for it. He has his own judge himself.
And here they are working their way towards the A site. Patience so far. Brimstone kind of lagging behind, has that spike, so he's got to get in there with the team, but he's protected. He doesn't want to be the first one to die or die unwarranted in the site as well. Grouped up towards A. Infamous, the sharpshooter, gonna use that utility, thinking there's some people ramp, but he's done a hefty amount of damage so far, Endless.
And I don't know what's going on with the boom bots now. Like, they just seem to lock onto invisible objects and just absolutely run a separate angle. And you can see Zebro just gonna go ahead, satchel in towards that site, try to make some space, but Bake Show close up and gets to Infamous with the Odin as well, and there is Sideswipe ready to shut them down. Absolutely flawless round, an amazing hold from OODA Loopers, and they're gonna take this 7-4. Last round of the half. Can they close it out 8-4?
I think they can. Their momentum is fantastic, and moving into the final round here, this is going to be critical for them. Any amount of padding they can get. We know Grapefruit Techniques came into this with a bit more steam, dare we say. And if they can get shut down early on, it's going to really help them in their favor.
And right now, I mean, it's really just Playboy Joe causing a huge interruption for OODA Loopers on that defensive side, because he's 17-9. Meanwhile, the rest of the team kind of trailing far behind. So as long as they can isolate him, get him off early on, the rest of the team should be comfortable closing this half out 8-4.
And just like that, Sideswipe denies Zebro the opportunity to contribute, gets the numbers much needed. Nilly blind, but he's going to keep on pressing towards mid. Infamous, the Odin Master himself, gets one. Joe looking left, right, everywhere possible to do his part. And here they go, regrouping and pinching back towards A, but there is a wild raise on site.
And he does have the showstopper in hand, but right now, it's not going to be activated just yet. Cruxy just being patient, waiting for the ramp push, and he does satchel all the way to elbow, and here comes that showstopper, able to get that trade onto foreplay, and now it leaves 2 standing, in which Big Show still has the judge, and there's still that Odin on the side of OODA Loopers.
And there's the Cosmic Divide as well to keep everyone kind of separated, albeit Joe slightly suction cupped. He's going to keep going on to side, and at this point with 2 up, health-wise pretty even. It's anyone's ball game, Endless.
Big Show just going to work his way around from ramp, and the wall is going to go ahead and come down. They spot one screens, they get that opening pick, and this could be that 8-4 half that they were looking for. But Playboy comes in, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many knives you have. Infamous has an Odin.
You got like what, 6 blades? Infamous has 100 bullets. Hello, it's not too much opportunity there, and that's an 8-4 half for the Loopers. Strong start, much better than we've seen them deliver in our previous 2 games. And you can see Joe 20-10. I mean, don't get that much better for him delivering on that jet impact agent. You want to see that duelist excelling, and at this point I'm seeing a bit of an uphill battle for GT to bounce back and at least even it up here.
Right now, like you see as well, Nilly 2-10, along with Zebro and Thomas 4-8, 4-10. So they really need to start picking things up. Playboy, like I said, has been the absolute determining factor of those 4 rounds for their team. And I mean, right now it's hard to say. OODA Loopers have just absolutely shut them out on that defensive side, but the tides have changed. They are now on that attacking side. Can they make any damage? And can they make something happen?
We're going to see if they can do just that. If there's anything left in the tank, early damage coming out. Cruxy is able to pick up 1. And one more time, despite being on the attack end, they pick up the early information and the frag, which opens up so much opportunity. Endless, and they're going to creep right back towards B. Still, 2 present there as Zebro is trying to tell Sideswipe, listen, man, we're here to joust, we're here to battle. And keep in mind, too, Raze is so lit. Nilly pinned in the corner. If they get onto this, and they do, forcing him to swing. No connection, nothing but a dial tone. And this is pretty much a free take. But not a Zebra has something to say about it.
I mean, all down to Thomas and his lonesome. He's going to go ahead and clear this mail, but Bake Show is there ready to go. Gets that first burst onto him, but now here comes the knife, but Thomas has a shorty in hand. That was close.
A bit too close for comfort, dare I say, Endless.
I mean, he's lucky he had that shorty down there, and because he did, it saved his life from getting knifed on the big screen. And right now, 9-4. Huge start for Uda Loopers to essentially close off this potential third map right now. And I mean, do you think Grapefruit has it in them to come back?
I think so, really and honestly. But now approaching double digits, the morale is kind of tough, right? And if Uda Loopers continues to exploit these takes, it's going to be pretty free. And you can see the patience from Sideswipe. He waits out that flash, and he is going to ideally take full control here. There's 3 of them. If they swing in unison, it's going to be tough.
And oh my goodness, Bear Z coming through, gets that burst fire onto one. And Playboy Joe, though, has the shorty in hand. Gonna fall off of ropes back towards mid, and there he comes back. Bear Z ready for that take, and only losing 1 player. And they're gonna enter that double-digit territory that is kind of scary in Valorant, because once teams hit that double digits, it kind of changes your playstyle.
Yeah, we've seen it happen in map number 1 where, you know, the timidness kind of started to show a little bit. And now it's a bit of a repeat. We'll see. I will say this much, though. Uda Loopers and their aggressive play style on these takes has been delivering. I hope they continue doing so, but on different parts of the map to keep things nice and fresh. Getting onto site quickly is really working in their favor.
You got Infamous once again with the Ares in hand. I mean, seeing Astra, especially on all 3 maps here, has been a huge eye-opener, understanding how, you know, Infamous is choosing to use her. And right off that bat, Nilly able to get 1 as well. Playboy Joe, here's that response that we were looking for. It's their official gun round of that first half, and so far, flawless hold. And down to 2 members on the side of Uda Loopers.
And this is it. The bounce back, maybe. Drive-by. Bake Show doesn't know what it means to let go of the A key, swinging wide onto B main. And he is pinned up against 3 grapefruits. What a thought.
Some sort of a technique to either slice the grapefruit. I mean, it seems to be working on that defensive side right now, but you really don't want to attack the grapefruit, right?
No, you want to just gently poke it a little bit, right?
A little bit of foreplay, would you say?
Jesus. Oh my God, we went there. We did it. That's okay. I think we pushed our boundaries too far. But no, in all seriousness, Bake Show, he's just going to try and weasel his way through spawn, and he gets spotted out, unfortunately, by the camera. Destroys it, but no reason to continue pressing. I'd rather him keep that gun on his body and not lose that.
I think he's just going to try to get a kill or potentially die with it, and Thomas going to end that really quickly. Secures their first round of the second half here, and 10-5. Maybe this is the bounce back they were looking for. And 10 seems to be that number, that special number that kind of pushes Grapefruit to the next level. As remember, they were down 10-2 at some point against another team, and they came back without losing another round.
10 is like the alarm clock in the morning you set with the most annoying ringtone possible to wake you up from the depths of your slumber. That's what 10 is to Grapefruit. They see the number and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. This can't be happening. We're getting there. 3 rounds away. And they just go gas, and we'll see. Is it going to continue? That's going to be the determining factor.
I think a huge factor here as well is if Sideswipe's going to be able to utilize this op and get an opening pick, because every single time they've gotten an opening pick, they've worked really well in the mid game to really position themselves to win that round. But ever since then, I mean, it's not something that really tends to happen a lot on that attacker side, because depending on how Grapefruit is playing it, which seems to be very, very passive, they should be okay. But look at how aggressed up they are at A.
They're pushing slowly back towards that A site. The aggression here from Raze and Reyna are squared. Holding the crossfire, close range, Judge, Phantom. And they're going to be met with a whack load of resistance if they swing together. Yes, 1, 2, that's stunning. And there's still Arena there to support. They're coming around the corner. 3, they cannot take him out. He gets so much value with that $1,600 investment. Finally, Bear Z is able to respond back, but it's too little too late unless they've already gotten rid of 3 out of the game. Make that 4. 4 play, cutting right to the chase. Forget any little bit of that. And off he goes now, leaving it down to 1 poor Bear Z to clutch against 4.
And Bear Z able to maybe get 1, does connect to Playboy Joe, who has been the top fragger for the side of Grapefruit, but 13 seconds left. He's going to fake that drop into ropes and just lurk back out mid in hopes to save the gun, because at this point, they need it for their economy.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Stay in the corner. Just chill. Don't bother losing that gun. You gotta take what you get at this point, and that gets them round number 6. Swings. Good job. On to Nilly, and good value too.
That's huge. I mean, knocking them down to 2 players left and forcing them to purchase a gun again. And you can see, though, this time around, Huda Loopers, they're not going to be able to purchase guns. So they're going to have to play off of Bear Z here, or Bear Z is going to have to play off of them in hopes to make some real damage with that Phantom he still has.
You know what also makes a lot of damage is $100 in your wallet for your team. Ain't nobody complaining about, you know, gaming, having some good times, and Nascent United delivering $100 to your team. So getting onwards here, this is turning out to be one heck of a Pit of Valor endless. And there it is, Rolling Thunder gets control of Heaven, and they're going here onwards, and Thomas gonna try and burn some of them, gets a bit of zoning done, but there is a bit of an opening as they drop down into Hell. Offwards to B they go. Thomas 1 and 2 with Playboy, and it's all down to Cruxy now, swinging, and oh man, absolute destruction, man.
That was a huge round there by Thomas. I mean, his positioning just was so well played on that rafters, seeing 3 people drop and just able to just stand above them and take them out one by one without any type of contest. And I mean, 3 rounds straight right now, but here comes that buy round from Huda Loopers. Can they hold on as the momentum has slightly shifted in favor of Grapefruit?
I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. So many ults available as well. Endless 5 on the side of Huda Loopers, 4 on the side of Grapefruit. Paint Can, no connection there. Cruxy gets, unfortunately, a pure busy tone. He's going to be careful of the push, sends the vacuum cleaner to inspect the situation as he falls back off and reunites with the rest of the team towards A.
And right now, Sideswipe just spotted 1 towards that elbow, and they're not really going to be able to make much of it, but here comes that lockdown. And there is no ult that can really destroy it aside from the Brim, and he does bait it out. And they're going to get some control towards that A Heaven, but they still don't have sight. And oh my goodness, the Showstopper gets completely canceled by the positioning of foreplay. And right now, there's just no response for the defense of Grapefruit.
What happened here? These guys had such a strong, you know, attacker, quick pace set of rounds. And now it's just like brick wall. Nothing but brick wall. A triple layered brick wall at that.
Right here. They're just falling apart one by one. And what it seems like is that essentially Huda Loopers don't have a real game plan as to how they're taking sites. And you can see it on their pistol round. You saw, you know, Sideswipe getting early ropes control by dashing in and just maintaining. Like, everyone kind of had their own plan as to what they were supposed to do, but now come the gun rounds, they've just kind of been playing separate type of Valorant. I mean, Sideswipe again getting early Heaven control here towards that B site with the knives out, does get taken down to a little bit of health, and Foreplay gonna finish that off, and they're gonna continue pushing through.
That was huge from Foreplay. He dismissed that ultimate. Joe, 1 knife is all it takes onto Infamous. Eliminated, and they're dropping down to Hell. Can he connect one more? Yes, he can. Nothing but headshots for him tonight as Zebro finishes it off. And man, this is on its way to double digits, mono on both sides.
You know what, Strive? After watching this match, I just wanted to ask you, am I the only one without that Reaver skin?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll give you the hug later, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you're the only one, dude.
Every single day, I sit here and wait for it. Every day, when it hits 8 o'clock, I launch my game, expecting to be disappointed. But there's always that little bit of hope. Maybe that Reaver will be in the store today, but it never comes.
It's okay. I'll keep you in my Valorant prayers, good friend.
And right off that bat, they're going to get aggressive towards this A site yet again. Flashes coming in, but the molly does start, and Thomas getting the opening pick along with foreplay. And just like that, one-man advantage here for the side of Grapefruit Techniques, and Thomas still in that site, able to get Bear Z as well. Fake Show finally taking him out, and Sideswipe evening it out to a 2 versus 2. But now, Showstopper in hand, and the nade and the ult. What is going on?
My jaw's actually open right now. Like I'm flabbergasted. They made it this far to this point, and now we're just falling apart. OODA Loopers cannot get anything out of this. They're on a 6-round losing streak, and they just can't connect rounds. They're getting denied left, right, and center.
I feel like Zebro is basically saying hello Twitter, because I'm sure I'll see that clip somewhere.
Oh, for sure. Come on now. It's going to pop up one way or another, and rightfully so. It was a really good play, and it's brought them now tied up, double digit, 10-10. We are 6 rounds away, potential total, for these teams to reach the end, albeit overtime is still a possibility too endless.
It's still definitely possible, right? But like we said, that 10 on the side of OODA Loopers is that thing, that signal that Grapefruit was kind of waiting for. Is, like we said earlier on, when they were down 10-2, they've never lost a single round since, and they've come back all the way to tie things up 10-10, and things are looking good for them to regain the lead.
Question remains, can they do that? And they're grouping back. They've pulled not so many rotates over. In fact, Zebro has chosen to go full aggressive here towards main. Flash, he can't see a thing, gets one. Judge up close and personal, too strong, as Joe picking the aggressive point as well to get rid of Bear Z, the impact player, and it leaves it down to 2 OODA Loopers. And see if this operator in sight can continue to hold off the push. It's only 2 up though, so for them to make anything happen here against 4, going to be really tough.
And Sideswipe able to spot one towards rafters there. He's going to continue to lurk, maybe try to pinch closer towards that A site. As you can see, Infamous already rotated down towards ropes, trying to gain some heaven control. And here comes Sideswipe on the flank, and the time not looking very good at all. And Grapefruit Techniques, they do it again. They regain that lead, 11-10.
Dude, this is just making my heart break. Really and honestly, what's it going to take, Endless, for these attackers to kind of recalibrate and get their ducks together? They got to go for one aggressive pick and completely fall. Honestly, I'll attest it to one thing. Grapefruit Techniques is relentless. They get the information and they keep pressing and pressing and pressing. And it leaves, unfortunately, so much exposed. And this is one of those maps where if you pick up some early information, deducing where the team is from there on out is not too big of a feat.
And you can see, Zebro, this entire game so far, has been using a judge and absolutely punishing OODA Loopers on that attacker side. And they constantly run into him, and he's getting 2 to 3. And that just is ridiculously demoralizing on the side of OODA Loopers, as they can't really do much.
And again, one more time, they swing, no response. They gotta, if they're gonna execute on that site, they can't just do it dry, right? There's gotta be some sort of smoke, some sort of utility before they commit, right? But they don't have too much minus the Astra, so maybe that's gotta change. And at this point, they have a lockdown available to hopefully hold them off as they get the spike down, which is great. And Cruxy is awake, finally getting one onto Nilly. And this evens up the numbers for both of these teams here. Thomas up close and personal as well, sends a smoke, gets swung on. Cruxy is feeling himself. Yes, stunning 3K, and off he goes with only 2 left. Zebro gets one before falling to his death, and it leaves it up to just 1. Sorry, Zebro's still up. No, Infamous makes quick work of that with the Odin, and this is it, 11-11. Heck, better late than never, Endless, but this is getting a little bit too tight for me, man.
See, that round there, Cruxy was able to utilize his aggression because of Bear Z and his flashes, and those flashes really allowed him to kind of isolate the operator towards that spawn, and isolate them into 2-1v1 situations, which he took complete advantage of. He pushed through, got those opening picks, and ladies and gentlemen, he came back to play, and it's tied again, 11-11.
And this point, let's take a look at the finances. We have some opportunity and some time on our hands here. Weaponry on the side of both teams for the most part. Infamous sticking true to the Odin, but on the opposing end, grapefruit technique is loaded to the beans, my friend. And Joe, who's been holding down that B with the operator, is approaching a crispy 30 bomb. I mean, dude, third map, finals, 30 bomb. Words that you don't really see too often, but heck, he's delivering time and time again.
And I think the main thing that is kind of making this even a close game right now is the fact that Nilly is 4-16, and he's performed the first two maps, but has kind of gone invisible in this last one. But I'm expecting him to be able to pick it up for the last two rounds. I mean, they want to close this out. It's for $100 right now, and ideally, after this long night, you'd want to walk away the winners.
Papa Nilly, we have full faith. We're not expecting miracles. We're expecting 1 to 2 kills around. That would make a massive difference for the team. And that's all that it really takes. Honestly, keep this in mind, guys. When you're playing and you're in a tough situation, never give up your hope, right? Keep calming, keep your head up high, do your best to contribute in whatever means possible, and don't shut down. Even that one kill can make a world of a difference for your team. And I'm really hoping that in a time like this, they can do just that and come back.
And I feel like he's done a good job going for trades for his team, and whether he be the bait and trying to get that opening contact, I mean, that's ideally not what you want to see coming out of one of your duelists. But hey, like you said, as long as you can somehow help the team, get them maybe an opening pick, that's exactly what you would want to do.
And they're going back towards that B where they've been punished so badly time and time again. Lockdown as well from the attacker side. So this is one big fat bait as the rest of the team is grouped up towards B by the looks of it. And they're posted up outside. Maybe going to wait a little bit, let that lockdown pull some of the rotates over, and here they go now. As for onwards into main, and they've managed to get rid of Joe, who's typically picking, but he's about to go back to his post. There is the showstopper, Cruxy. Can he make it happen? He expects him close, but Zebro is there as well. Joe still manages to get one, and
oh my goodness! Not like that, Zebro again with another highlight clip. That showstopper through the brim ult was just not visible to the side of Oodle Loopers, and oh my goodness, what just happened?
One thing I can tell you for sure is my voice went to places that I didn't even know it can go, and my throat hurts after that bit of a spaz fest. But that was a whomping showstopper, and now we're onwards to match point. Endless victory is near. Grapefruit Techniques 1 away from taking it home on tonight's Pit of Valor.
That was such a huge way to finish off and clinch the match point here, but now all the pressure is on Oodle Loopers. There's no more room for error. They've allowed Grapefruit to claw back their way into this match, and look at this angle Zebro's holding. They don't expect it, but the flash comes in. He's able to get one with the knives on Sideswipe, able to finish things off, and look at how high Sideswipe has eventually gone. He flew to the moon there, and it looks as if we are looking at an overtime here, Strive.
Could very well be doing that. Sideswipe joining Perseverance on Mars as he gets some nice kills for his team. And Foreplay, though, is going right down to business, holding the angle. This is going to be critical here. What does Sideswipe have in the tank? Has 1, 2, and that's the third for him as Nilly comes around. Impact Agent. They're holding the angle nice and true. He has knives. Switches back to that operator. He's going to swing it slowly. Shoulder peek, pulls the bait, but there is a collapse coming in. Nilly, nice, but time is ticking. He's got to collapse. Dismiss as he gets onto site. Nice job.
Oh no!
No!
Oh no!
Endless! Is that
They
it?
somehow lost the round.
Oh my god.
And Strive, before we say anything, 13-9, 13-10, and now 13-11. Grapefruit Techniques close out this week's Pit of Valor as the champions. And he was also the one guy we said, hey, he was 2-16. You need a lot more kills in the last couple of rounds. And remember, we weren't asking for much. We were asking for just 2 or 3. And he came, Strive, and he conquered.
God, man. That's literally like the worst way that could have panned out, but the best way possible too. We said it, we're like, Nelly, come on, man. Like you just said, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. And last round, he does it. And Sideswipe was so close. Like literally, oh my God. How could you play that differently? I don't even know what to say at this point. But all things considered, you know what? One part of the prediction that you had came true. 9.
Hey.
Wait, hold on. I got 9, 10, 11. There
you go.
And I got it. It's everything's backwards when you're in Mirror Land, of course. And that is the end of our Wednesday Pit of Valor, sponsored by Nascent United, delivering a $100 prize to the lovely Grapefruit Techniques squad. Sponsored by Drink Control, as always. GLG10 is your code to everyone here. And let's just wrap it up nice and quick for the gang. I want to commend both these teams, but this really and honestly came down to the wire, and to me, it culminated to a series of small mistakes that kind of surmounted to the end result, which was a very tight game. And of course, where we are, 2 rounds or 2 maps went to the likes of Grapefruit Techniques.
And Oodle Loopers definitely had the opportunity to send that to overtime there. There was just a little bit of a misplay and miscommunication between the 2 teammates. I mean, being in a 2v1, kind of have to play that together. But nonetheless, huge congratulations to Grapefruit Techniques and Nascent United again, coming out, supporting the event. And don't think we didn't see that little bit of a joke you did, that April Fool's joke you did towards Ben here at GLG. But we definitely saw it. But again, until next time, thank you from all of us here at GLG and the production team. Until next week's Pit of Valor, we'll see you then.
Are you tired of playing online tournaments for no glory and fake online trophies? How about you start playing for a little bit of glory with GLG? Not only do we host real prize pool tournaments, we professionally broadcast them live on Twitch.
As Beefcake really can't find anything. Hydro finds 2 through the flash. Can he find the 3rd? This offset's gonna miss. He finds the 3. He finds the 4th. Hydro is on fire. This man is putting his team in the backpack to try to win this tournament.
We've got casters, highlight videos,
Oh! Sweet Pea with the blind shot!
player features, the whole shebang. Are you ready for your little bit of glory?